Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 86, The Slate Festivals 4. Xin Long dropped Angela off at the palace briefly, giving her a chance to have lunch before he flew her to Tai Li's house. The princess ate in her chambers. She caught sight of her sword sitting on the shelf by the wall just as she was about to take her leave. She could test Sokka's skills herself, to make sure he would be able to stand his ground against the Millennium Dragon, right? With Wolfsbane swung over her back, she made her way towards the refuge. Xin Long was waiting for her, nibbling on charred bones, which were the only remains of the hippo cow leg he had been brought for lunch. He promptly set aside the bone when his rider appeared, and he offered her his back right away. They took off without wasting another moment, and they reached their destination in no time. Xin Long descended on the street before Tai Li's house, walking towards the entrance and stopping a few steps short from reaching it. Angela breathed deeply as she regarded the building with uncertainty, but she disregarded her reservations as she climbed off the dragon's saddle, sliding a hand through his soft mane. "Make sure not to eat anyone's cows or pickens, will you?" she said, and Xin Long chuckled, conveying to Angela that he wouldn't put himself past such reckless behavior. "I wouldn't put you past it either, that's exactly why I'm warning you." Xin Long smiled and groaned, and Angela laughed softly. "Well, then, I'll let you know when to come fetch me," she said. "Good luck with your day off from me." Xin Long pressed his head against her chest, and Angela hugged him briefly. The dragon chuckled playfully again, a twinkle in his eye before pulling away and taking off to the sky swiftly once again. Angela watched his figure rise through the air, admiring her partner's elegant flight. A part of her felt irresponsible for having chosen to come here when she had to work so hard for her ceremony, yet her heart would beat faster just knowing Sokka was inside the house, merely a few footsteps away from where she stood right now. She took another deep breath and turned towards the house, wondering just what kind of training regime Sokka would be facing at their friend's hands. She knocked on the door and only had to wait briefly before someone opened it. Angela's heart sank immediately when she saw who was behind the door. "My!" she muttered, as the girl's eyes widened. "Angela?" she asked. "Now that's a surprise. Why are you here? Weren't you busy preparing for your ceremony?" "I was, but I thought I'd come check on Sokka." "Well, rather, Xin Long was the one who told me to do it, and indeed, I had to do it because we had agreed on giving him a month to train before accepting the challenge, and the month is up by now, so." Angela knew it didn't befit her to ramble so much, but she caught herself before long and fell silent for a moment. Her gaze didn't meet Mai's until she made up her mind to address the elephant mandrill in the room. "Mai, I believe you deserve an apology." "You believe that?" Mai asked, somewhat amused. "Really? I wasn't exactly in my right mind when we last met, and I realize I might have been too harsh with how I treated you, and the things I said. So, sorry. I didn't mean to be so irrational, let alone towards you." Mai raised an eyebrow, looking at Angela somewhat judgmentally before her gaze softened. She smiled a little and shrugged. "I know you well enough to know you didn't do it intentionally. Whatever was going through your mind triggered your emotions, which always leads you to outbursts towards whoever is nearest. You really have me figured out, don't you?" Angela asked, an eyebrow twitching as Mai smiled. "As I said, I know you well enough, Angela," she said, and Angela rolled her eyes, but smiled. "It'd be shameful if I couldn't read you by now." "Well, even so, I am sorry," said Angela, dropping her hands on either side of her body in a gesture of surrender. "As you should be," said Mai, smiling and ushering Angela inside with a jerk of her head. "But I think we can put that behind us by now, can't we? If you'd be so kind," said Angela, stepping into the house upon Mai's insistence. "How has the training gone, then? Has it been any use?" "Well, you'll be the one to say if it has or hasn't been," said Mai, as they crossed the vestibule and entered the living room, from where they would head out into the backyard. "I'd say he has progressed, but it's up to you to decide if it's good enough or not." "He told me you'd be teaching him new fighting techniques," said Angela. "Which is fine, but by now he needs to train with firebenders, which I promised I'd do something about, but the matter slipped from my mind completely. So, I guess for the next month he'll have to. He has been training with a firebender all right, said Mai, crossing the door into the veranda. You can see it for yourself. Angela was confused at first, but the meaning of her friend's words would be clear as soon as she glanced at what was unfolding in the house's backyard. The first thing she saw was an array of fire unleashed through a pair of Dao swords. She noticed who was bending such fire right away, and she was actually astounded to find her brother's bending was stronger than she had ever seen it before. Perhaps the blades were helping enhance his fire bending, but still, Zuko? Sokka hadn't said anything about Zuko helping him, or had he? Her gaze turned away from her brother now, though, and towards the target of his fire. She raised her eyebrows appreciatively when she caught sight of Sokka. The clothes underneath his armor were completely different from anything he'd usually wear. His hands held his two favorite weapons tightly, and his face was contorted in a stern frown as he calculated his movements carefully. He evaded the array of fire, moving with startling agility around the flames and darting forward with a quick pace. Zuko swung one of his swords down, producing more fire through the movement, but all Sokka had to do was leap to the side to evade the fire before lunging towards him, attempting to stab his rival. Zuko parried the attack, and Sokka retaliated by slamming down his boomerang, but now Zuko's other sword swung towards Sokka's neck. He had to bend his body backwards to avoid being beheaded by the sharp blade, and he was lucky not to get burned by the blazes coating the metal. Zuko jumped back, knowing Sokka was at his most dangerous at short range. His sword was a fearsome weapon, and it had given Zuko quite a few cuts during the past weeks. Sokka was struggling to regain his balance, though, and once he did he tossed his boomerang powerfully, but it was off target completely. Zuko frowned, for Sokka usually wasn't that careless with his projectile weapon, but his throw probably had been so lousy because he had lost his balance. And now that he only had one weapon, Zuko had the advantage. Before the word could form in his head, the boomerang struck Zuko on the nape of his neck. And a powerful pang of pain burst through his spine, forcing him to drop both his swords at once when his arms became unresponsive. Shit! He said, gritting his teeth as Sokka grinned wildly, leaping forward to take his chance to defeat Zuko. The prince stumbled back, trying to avoid Sokka's sword and boomerang, which he had caught again just an instant ago. Gotcha! Sokka exclaimed, as Zuko's nervous backwards walking caused him to trip and fall on the ground, one hand falling on a sharp rock and drawing a brand new cut across his palm. Luckily, the chi blocking kept him from feeling any pain, but he didn't fail to notice he had gotten another injury at Sokka's expenses. Sokka! He shouted, but he could barely move anymore, with his torso immobile as it was. The gladiator only stopped moving once his sword was pointing at his opponent's forehead. Sokka snickered, an arrogant grin on his face. And that's how it's done. Ow. Zuko groaned, struggling to move. I'm hurt, you idiot. What, now you're going to start whining because I chi blocked you, huh? Sokka asked, looking at Zuko with malice and amusement. Again proving how much of a sore loser you are. Fine, I'm sore, and I lost. Now how about you stop being an idiot about it and help me out here? He exclaimed, as Sokka chuckled. Must I, really? He asked. Sokka, please, said Suki, who had been sitting at the veranda until then, watching the fight unfold attentively. She walked towards Zuko, helping him to a sitting position as Zuko groaned. If you're not going to help, at least give him a break, will you? Quit pampering him, Suki. He's a grown man, he ought to look after his own butt, Sokka said, proudly. Suki rolled her eyes and Zuko glared at Sokka. Well? Mai asked, looking at Angela, who remained speechless beside her. What's the official verdict? Haru and Ty Lee, who had been sitting at the veranda as well, only turned to look at the new arrival upon hearing Mai's words. Angela had been about to give Mai an answer when Ty Lee, as loud and shrill as ever, squealed. Angela! Sokka's cocky mockery of Zuko stopped abruptly as soon as he heard her name so suddenly. He turned towards the veranda, his heart drumming in his chest. Ty Lee would only exclaim the princess's name with such enthusiasm if she was around, right? Time seemed to stand still when their eyes met again after 2 weeks. Angela's heart had already beat fast with anticipation over meeting him once more, but it quickened its pace even more once she looked upon him, it only dawned on her then just how much she had missed him. Just by finding his gaze she could forget about everything that had weighed on her weary mind recently. It was a momentary respite, for certain, but one she had needed more than she had realized. Sokka's eyes seemed to gleam as he took in his sponsor's figure. After holding her gaze for a long, pregnant pause where no one else dared speak either, he began smiling. Beaming, rather. The utter joy in his face was so genuine that everyone, Angela included, was taken by surprise by such an enthusiastic reaction to Angela's presence. "Angela," he said, with a thin voice at first before exclaiming, "Angela." The princess's eyes widened as he approached, dropping his weapons carelessly on the grass, still with that ridiculously large smile on his face. Angela gulped and stepped back on the veranda, painfully aware of everyone around them, whereas Sokka disregarded them completely. His surroundings had gone forgotten as soon as she had appeared before him. And thus, everyone watched in utter disbelief as he slung his arms around her and hugged her tightly. Angela's face flushed, and her wide eyes betrayed the extent of her panic. He was crazy, he had to let go, this instant. But he kept hugging her tighter, laughing happily as he held her in his arms. What the? What do you think you're doing, you brainless hog monkey? Angela exclaimed, shoving him away from her without as much strength as she should have exerted. You're here, Angela. He exclaimed, beaming still even if she had pushed him off her as she had. I thought you'd never come but you're here. Ahaha, you're here. Why, yes, thank you for stating the obvious, I am here, but that's no reason for you to. She started, her face still flushed as she tried to find a way to belittle his gesture, but nothing came to mind. Of course it is. I've missed you. He exclaimed, lounging for another hug, but this time she managed to stop him, a hand catching his forehead and keeping him at a distance. Quit it. She commanded, but he continued to wave his arms around quite foolishly. I won't. Azule. He said, still smiling no matter if she was rejecting him as openly as she was. Okay, this is weird, Haru said, staring at the scene with wide eyes. Ty Lee had reacted just as he had at first, but now she was smiling as well, staring at the couple with amazement. Oh, they're adorable, Haru. Mai was startled by Sokka's gesture of affection also, but now she was mostly amused. If she still had any doubts regarding why Angela had acted as she had during the last months, they were all dispelled as she witnessed the exchange between Gladiator and Sponsor. Naturally, the one who was most surprised was Zuko. He still had a hard time understanding the nature of the relationship between his sister and her Gladiator, but now he was starting to think he didn't want to understand it at all. This was a terrifying sight to behold. Well, he's got guts, if anything, Suki commented, staring at the scene with Zuko's arm slung around her shoulder. She didn't set him on fire, Zuko muttered. That's not right. Suki laughed softly at his observation and stood up again, pulling Zuko up with her. By the time they reached the steps that led up to the veranda, Angela seemed to be at the ends of her patience. Enough. She bellowed, and Sokka stopped struggling against her hand, albeit he still had that goofy grin on his face. What the hell is wrong with you? What? You can't blame a guy for missing his sponsor, can you? He said, smiling. Why, I don't blame you indeed, your life must be unbearably bleak without me, but you still had no right to do that. She exclaimed, flustered. It was just a reunion hug, woman, no need to make such a fuss, he said, looking at her with amusement. I don't do reunion hugs, in case you haven't noticed, Angela growled. It's true, said Zuko, startling Angela. She knew they weren't alone, but only now did she remember just who comprised their company. And the blood drained her face as she started to calculate whether or not her life would be ruined now that Zuko had seen Sokka hug her. I came back after 10 years at sea and there was no hugging involved whatsoever. Oh, so now it turns out you wanted a hug from me? Angela asked her brother, raising an eyebrow, and Zuko actually chuckled, surprising her. No, thanks. I still appreciate my life, unlike this dumbass, he said, jerking his head towards Sokka as he climbed up to the veranda. Oh, sure, I'm a dumbass, Sokka said, pouting and rolling his eyes before focusing on Angela again, and once more he was beaming happily. Still, Angela, you have to see everything I've learned. The past weeks have been boring without you, true. Gee. That's nice to know, said Haru, glaring at Sokka sideways, but he was ignored. But they've been really helpful regardless, said Sokka, smiling. See, look at this. He shed his armor quickly, showing Angela the clothes he was wearing underneath. Clothes that were styled in Fire Nation fashion, more so than anything Angela had ever seen Sokka wear. Ty Lee helped me get these, he said. It's flame-retardant clothing. The Millennium Dragon will have to think twice before trying to set me on fire. Huh. Good to know, said Angela, blinking a few times. And she also taught me chi blocking. Said Sokka. See, Zuko can't move his arms because I chi blocked him. And Mai has been helping me improve my aim, so now I can chi block with my boomerang. How cool is that? Cool, huh? Angela said, looking at Sokka warily. She wasn't at all used to seeing him this excited. He was akin to a child showing off all the toys he had gotten as birthday presents that year. And Suki has helped me with hand-to-hand combat, I even beat her the other day. He said, proudly. As for Zuko, he helps with training against firebenders, which we all know is what I need most. He's not that tough just with the fire, but when he's using his swords too he's a much bigger challenge. I figure I could do better if I had 2 swords myself or so, but even then, I've done well against him, I think. Well, I'd hope so, said Angela, with a smile. If you couldn't stand a chance against Zuko, the Millennium Dragon would destroy you. No need to worry, then, because I can beat Zuko just fine, as you saw, said Sokka, smiling. Anyhow, for how long were you there? Did you watch our fight? Just the last part of it, but it was quite enlightening, said Angela. I didn't expect you to become that efficient in a matter of weeks. It's been nearly a month by now, I think, he said, fitting his armor back on. But yeah, I've gotten way better just with this. It's a good thing I'm a quick learner, huh? Yeah, it sure is. But you probably should get back to training, don't you think, Sokka? Ty Lee interrupted, looking at him questioningly. Well, I would, but Zuko is kind of useless right now, said Sokka, pointing at his previous opponent, who was currently sitting at the veranda as Suki looked at his hand. So I guessed I could take a break, right? I mean, since Angela is here. I'd rather you don't take a break, actually, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. I'd like to see the full extent of your abilities by now, even if just against Haru or so. Maybe he could fight against me and Haru at the same time. Ty Lee suggested, excitedly, surprising Angela. Is that right? You think he can take both of you? Well, the Millennium Dragon ought to be stronger than the 2 of us, right, Haru? She asked her gladiator, who stood up and cracked his knuckles. It would be my pleasure to fight him with you, he said, smiling. We'll make sure to give Sokka a real challenge, said Ty Lee, proudly, and Zuko huffed. As if I hadn't been one. He grumbled, and Suki chuckled at his bitter comment. Oh, well, said Sokka, pouting a little and looking at Angela sideways before smiling. Then keep a keen eye on the fight, princess. You'll see just how good I am now, mark my words. Is that so? Angela said, smiling as well. Sokka chuckled and entered the backyard again, with Ty Lee and Haru this time. Angela stood where she was, somewhat relieved nobody had teased her over Sokka's hug, as Suki talked quietly to Zuko about his numb hand at the other side of the veranda. Well, then, I guess it's time for me to take my leave, Mai said suddenly, just as Sokka was ready to face Ty Lee and Haru simultaneously. Oh? You're taking off just now? Angela asked her friend with a raised eyebrow. I always go home around this time. It's not right to leave the servants watching over you all day, she said, smiling. I'll see you again if you decide to drop by once more. If not, then I guess I'll watch you when you perform your ceremony. Angela nodded uneasily at that, giving her friend a weak smile. Mai grinned back and placed a hand on her shoulder before turning towards Zuko and Suki to bid them farewell too. The fight between Ty Lee, Haru, and Sokka began moments after Mai walked out the door. It wasn't as fast-paced as the previous one, for it mainly involved Haru pulling up thick earthen shields to protect himself and his sponsor from Sokka's black sword. This frustrated Sokka, naturally, but he didn't run out of patience as he tried to figure out an efficient way to defeat them. I should be able to tend to it, but I have to find the first aid kit. I know Ty Lee left it somewhere, but I'm not quite sure where. So just sit tight and wait here, okay? Azula heard Suki tell Zuko. All right, he said, nodding weakly. Suki entered the house again as Sokka dodged a few dangerous jabs by Ty Lee's hand. Azula sensed her leave the veranda, but she didn't pay her much mind. Part of her was still uneasy around Suki, but at the same time she wasn't as hostile towards her as before. Hopefully, she'd learn to grow used to her presence in time. She had expected to continue watching the combat calmly after that, but she was surprised when her brother called out her name. Azula. Zuko said, somewhat nervously. She looked at him from the corner of her eye, an eyebrow raised. Did he want to pester her about the hug just a moment ago? She sure expected him to. He would be either too foolish or too noble not to. You can sit down, I mean, if you want to. I'm well aware of that, thank you, she replied, before looking at Zuko fully now. Your arms are still unresponsive. Yeah, he replied. Which I guess is good because I can barely feel the cut on my hand. But it's not that good because it feels, well, very unpleasant. Chi blocking often does, said Azula. Ty Lee's great idea to demonstrate it to me and Mai when she first learned how to do it was to chi block both of us. Only when we were limp on the ground did she seem to notice what she'd done. Zuko chuckled, and Azula sighed at the memory but she smiled anyways. Sounds like Ty Lee, all right, he said. Still, well, do as you wish. I was just saying. You're unusually talkative today, considering what you're usually like around me, Azula said, raising an eyebrow and looking at him curiously. May I inquire as to why? Why would there have to be a reason? Zuko asked, flustered, and Azula shrugged weakly. Isn't there always one? Well, was there one when I gave you the dagger? He muttered under his breath, and Azula frowned. She hadn't spoken with him about that yet. I'd like to think there was, in all honesty, she said, startling Zuko. Because if you're going to start doing nice things spontaneously, I'm going to have to be far more wary of you than I've been up to date. What's that supposed to mean? Zuko asked, frowning. Well, merely that if you do enough things to be on someone's good side, you'll earn yourself a few benefits eventually. You could get the better of someone by doing that, said Azula, shrugging. And you really think that's what I'm after? Zuko asked. Well, now that you've said it, I doubt it, she said, smiling. You're too righteous, in your own way. You don't know how to manipulate people, which I guess is a good thing for the rest of us. We have more than enough manipulative people in our family as it is. Really? Zuko asked, grimacing. As far as he knew, the only manipulative one was her. Azula chuckled. Why, yes, it's not just me, whether you believe it or not, she said, and Zuko blushed at how easily she had read him. He sighed heavily and shook his head. If you say so, he said, dropping his head against the wall. However, you did bring up the dagger, Azula noted, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Zuko frowned. And whether or not you wanted to get on my good side through it, you still gave it to me for a reason. Or are you going to pretend otherwise? Well, it's really not a big deal, he said, frowning. I just gave it to you because it was your birthday. Did you question everyone who gave you a present that day? I doubt it, so why are you questioning me? Because it is you, Zuko. And it wasn't just any present, Azula said, turning towards him and staring at him with inquisitive eyes. So? Zuko sighed and shook his head, unusually bashful. Despite her better sense advised against it, Azula decided to sit down beside him, showing she wasn't about to let this go without an answer. Fine, then. I'll just wait until you decide to talk, she said, as he kept his mouth shut. Zuko sighed heavily once more as she focused on the fight once again. Haru and Ty Lee were currently covered by a dome of earth that Sokka was trying to shatter with his sword, but whenever he cut through some of the earth, more would burst to take its place. One of the blocks actually captured Space Sword's blade, and if Sokka hadn't pulled it out quickly, it would have fallen inside that small dome, rendering Sokka nigh helpless. Alright, I guess I have a few things I've wanted to talk about for a while, but I hadn't found the right moment to do it, he said. I thought maybe giving you the dagger would be a start, but it looks like you just figured I was after something, so. Didn't I already say you're not the kind of man to try and manipulate others? Said Angela. Whatever you were trying to accomplish with the dagger isn't really what I dreaded it would be. No, it wasn't. Because I just wanted to. He said, but the words failed him. He sighed and shook his head, and Angela raised an eyebrow. Well, really, we're brother and sister. And we're a mess. True. I'd accepted that long ago, Angela said, shrugging. What of it? Well, isn't it obvious? Zuko retorted. I mean, aren't siblings supposed to get along? Says who? Angela asked, smirking. Siblings who get along have boring childhoods, I'm sure of it. How would you know? Zuko asked, looking at her in disbelief, and she shrugged. I have a very active imagination, I suppose, she said, and Zuko grimaced. Well, I still don't think we should be as we are, he muttered. I just never really considered that we could be anything but what we are. I'd taken for granted that you'd spend your entire life making me miserable, and that I had to be wary of you because I'd never know what you'd pull on me next. And, well, it took a punch to the jaw for me to start considering that maybe things weren't just the way I was seeing them. You're saying, what Sokka did in Ember Island? Angela asked. I didn't get why he'd punched me at first, Zuko said. And I was angry at him. How couldn't he see I was in pain? But later I realized you were in pain as well. And you've been in pain in other regards. I mean, you were sick that time when you fought the White Lotus, and yet you fought them, right? What does that have to do with anything? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, I always thought you were perfect, Zuko said, and Angela froze. I guess what you did against the White Lotus proves otherwise. It's not so much because you're perfect, which I guess you are in many ways, but still, you weren't in your best shape that day, and you still fought with everything you had. You don't know how to stop, I suppose. You're a bit crazy like that. The only reason you succeed and overcome impossible odds constantly is because you take risks, and once you take them, you do everything you can to make things go your way. Right. I guess. Angela said, her eyes widening as she looked at Zuko worriedly. What exactly are you getting at, though? Well, that I'd always thought you were incapable of emotions, and feelings of any kind, and that night, I realized I was wrong. It took a conversation with Mai to realize what I was overlooking, everything I was taking for granted about you. I mean, I've envied you for a long time. In many ways, I wanted to be like you, just so I could be the superior sibling for once. That envy stopped me from seeing you for who you really were, and, well, you're my sister. You're mean, dangerous and frightening at times, but you're still my sister. And as much as our history so far is nothing short of awful, I wanted to change that for the better. It's why I gave you the dagger. I thought it could help us make a truce or so, after what happened in Ember Island. So, you want to change our relationship? Angela asked, dumbfounded, staring into the horizon now. Haru had created a tunnel just a moment earlier, from where Ty Lee had burst and nearly chi-blocked Sokka, but he evaded her successfully. Do you think it's that simple, really? You can say that you want us to get along now, and with that, everything is left in the past. Well, I'm willing to try, Zuko said, looking at her sideways. Look. I know I haven't been the best older brother. I hate to admit it, but you've scared the hell out of me since we were kids. Eventually I turned that fear to bitterness, and I wanted to change things, so you'd be the one who was scared of me. But that never worked out. You're too smart for me. You'd do well to remember that, Angela said, looking at Zuko with unease. But I guess I'm not as smart as I thought. Because, for the life of me, I don't know what you're expecting from me. I'd help you if I could, but, what on earth is it you want? You want me to stop teasing you, is it? Or do you want me to hug you because I haven't done that since, well, honestly, I can't remember the last time I did. Surely mother forced me to do it, if anything. Surely, said Zuko, chuckling. And I probably kept telling you to get away from me. Indeed, said Angela. That's how our relationship has been all along, after all. I'm well used to it by now, though. You might be, but I don't want to be, said Zuko, stern again. Because I'm tired, Angela. I'm tired of thinking of you as an enemy, as someone who keeps standing in my way to what, really? The throne. Angela froze at that. She looked at Zuko warily now. We've been fighting over who's our father's heir for longer than I care to remember, Zuko said, shaking his head. And what's the point of doing that now? He's never going to accept me, and you're 1,000 times a better heir than me anyways. You can fulfill his expectations, while I just keep failing him. And heck, if I stop thinking about this stupid competition we have over the throne, life starts to be, well, better, really. Once I forget about that crown, I can stop thinking of you as a rival that needs to be crushed so I can get my birthright back. So I just want this to stop for good. I'm really tired of this, Angela. It's pathetic that I'm at my worst when I'm around you, or when I'm trying to please our father. That's when I want to be at my best, but I'm not. I'm just thinking about how to make him proud, without caring about what I have to do to get there. And I hate it. I mean, Mai asked me if I'd be willing to kill you if that meant earning our father's favor. Angela's eyes widened at that. She wouldn't fall before her brother, not in fair combat, but the revelation was surprising all the same, especially after Ozai had once talked about Zuko's possible death as something he would hardly care for. But as I thought about it, the idea was just revolting. I don't want to fight you anymore, Angela, he said, looking at her earnestly. I know you're still bound to keep teasing me, because, I mean, that's you. You love to do that to everyone you know, and I guess I have to live with it. But I don't want to live with the rest of it. I don't want, well, to be your enemy. Father wants nothing to do with me, mother is gone, of our family, you're the only one I have left. And I'd rather not let that go to waste. Well, you still have Iroh, don't you? Angela asked, and Zuko nodded. Still, I meant from our side of the family, he said. I mean, I look back at the old days and the four of us were happy once. Maybe it wasn't perfect, but it worked. One day it just stopped working, I guess, but I'd like to hold on to the good memories. It's better that way. Maybe it is, said Angela, dropping her head against the wall as well. All the same, Zuzu, this is, well, weird, at a lack of a better word. I mean, I'm not quite displeased by your wishes to get along with me, but it's still somewhat easier said than done. You can't just expect me to forget our past, heck, you're the first one who shouldn't forget our past. I've tormented you since we were children and you're going to forgive me for it all of a sudden just because. Because I'm sick of living in the past. Zuko asked. Yeah, I think I'm willing to forgive you if it means I get to move on. I'm done with feeling like a misfit at home just because the world moved on while I wasn't around. If I don't catch up now, chances are I never will. And, well, I think this is the first thing I can do to catch up. I know you think it's weird, and you probably think it's wrong, but I don't think it's wrong, I think it's idealistic. Too idealistic, perhaps, said Angela, sighing. And how do you hope to accomplish this? What do you want me to do, stop tormenting you? Well, I'd rather you don't torment me anymore, sure, said Zuko, smiling. But that's up to you, I guess. I don't know what you want to do. I'm not going to force you to act any differently. Just know that I will. Because I'm really not up for this anymore. Every single time you earned honors I couldn't obtain, I just hated myself for it and I hated you for being so perfect. This time, though, when I heard of the ceremony I was surprised, and after a while I just hoped you'd do it well. But I guess that's a given. I mean, it's you, so you'll get it right. You'd think it's that simple. Angela muttered, and Zuko frowned. What, it's not. How hard can it be? You just perform some routine and naturally, you'd see it that way, Angela said, with a weak smile. Well, it's not quite much more than a routine, sure. But I'm still working on it. Really? I thought you were here today because you were done with it, Zuko said, surprised. Not quite. Not yet, anyways, said Angela. Well, too bad, then, said Zuko, looking at her worriedly. Still, you're going to blow everyone away with that ceremony. You always do. Or try to, at least, said Angela, shrugging. But, if you don't mind me asking, what exactly is fire for you, Zuko? Fire? Zuko asked, surprised. It's just a question, nothing more, she said, raising her arms in gesture of innocence. Sure, said Zuko, smiling a little. Nothing ever is with you, but... so it turns out you can give me a dagger and I shouldn't question it, but when I ask you something without any ulterior motives, you think. Okay, sorry. Zuko said, laughing a little as Angela glared at him. Way to show you want our relationship to improve, Zuzu, really, she said. I just don't know what to tell you, I mean, it's the element I bend, he said, shrugging. It gives me strength, even if at times it feels like it doesn't make me strong enough. When I was younger it scared me for a time, until Father told me I shouldn't fear my own fire. He explained it wasn't going to hurt me unless I let it. So. I guess I've been fighting my own fire, in a sense, for a time. I've tried to get better at bending it, but it gets hard at times. Is that what you wanted to hear? Angela blinked a few times, staring at Zuko blankly as he eyed her with uncertainty. Going by her reaction, that wasn't the answer she was looking for. You fight your fire? Really? She asked again, and Zuko scowled. What of it? He said, and Angela smiled. That you shouldn't do that, is all, she said. Fighting it means you're still afraid of it. All the same as you don't want to be afraid of me, you can't be afraid of your own flames. You need to welcome them. They really aren't going to burn you, not your own flames anyways. You just have to start using fire as less of a weapon that can backfire on you, and more as a part of yourself. It might become easier to bend it that way. Why you think? Zuko said, startled by her advice. He had never gone to his sister for fire-bending advice. He hadn't expected her to hand any out to him randomly, either. It could help, she said, shrugging. Still, I guess you use your emotions to boost your fire, don't you? Oh, yeah. Being angry helps, he said, and Angela nodded. Which is why I can use fire well enough while dealing with your gladiator. Few people make me as angry as he does. Angela smiled at that, watching Sokka with a little less anxiety than before. Now that she had spoken with Zuko, she found she wasn't as bothered by what Sokka had done earlier. It was easier to feel at ease about it when she had other things in mind. Ty Lee was attempting to chi-block Sokka while Haru trapped him between walls of earth. Sokka managed to evade the attacks, despite the overwhelming odds. It truly surprised Angela to notice how agile he had become. He had always been fast, but his movements were much quicker than ever before. He's really an idiot, Zuko said, as Sokka made a feint of moving towards Ty Lee, but instead he lunged at Haru. But I think I understand why you chose him as your gladiator by now. It speaks well of you that you have, Angela replied. In any case, Zuko. About what you were saying. Yeah. I can't say I share your concerns about our relationship, she admitted. We both know I was almost always on the winning end of it, so it never bothered me as much as it might have bothered you. Still. You did get on my nerves more often than not ever since you returned. I could understand your plight, in a sense, but I didn't feel like comforting you in your pain. I guess I was somewhat pleased nobody would comfort you anymore. Mother always did, so I thought that if you were left to deal with this on your own you'd find your own path rather than going to anyone else for help or support. So, you weren't a great brother, true, but I'm not a good sister either, and I'm well aware of it. I've relished in it for years, actually. We've both been waiting constantly for the other to fall so we can take all the glory for ourselves. It has never mattered that we're siblings. All along we've fought each other, and in all honesty I find it hard for that to change for the better now. So, you think I'm just wasting my time? I didn't say that, Angela pointed out. I merely meant that it's hard to put 20 years of resentment behind us. I suppose it could be done, but it will take a while. I just hope you don't expect me to become the nicest sister in the world because that would be unbearably boring. Boredom isn't that bad at times, you know, said Zuko, smirking. Right, she said, sarcastically. The point is, Zuko, that I'm not going to become a perfect sister for you, just like you're never going to become the perfect brother for me. If you want our relationship to improve, you need to understand that. We need to accept the other for who they are, without wanting them to change to suit our ideal of what a sibling should be like. I guess so, said Zuko, nodding. So, what I can do for you is accept you for who you are, Angela said, folding her arms across her chest. Without trying to turn you into someone you're not. In return, you ought to do the same. And if that helps us get along somehow, you just might get what you wanted. Don't you want it too, though? Zuko asked, and Angela smiled and shrugged. Well, it's too much fun to annoy you, and I'm afraid you really want this just so I stop doing it, but you're not going to get that lucky. It's not just about that, said Zuko, rolling his eyes, and Angela smirked. Then it is, partly, about that. Zuko scowled at her as she laughed. As ever, she was messing with him, but for once, he could stop scowling and smile as well, shaking his head in disbelief. No doubt you're never going to change, he said, smiling. But I'll just get used to it. Well, you've had plenty of time to get used to it by now, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Zuko would have replied to her, but his eyes left Angela's when Suki returned to the veranda, bringing first aid equipment with her. Angela raised an eyebrow and followed her with her gaze as the girl approached, crouching at Zuko's right as she set down a small box. Still feeling numb? Suki asked, and Zuko grimaced. A little, but it's starting to wear off by now. Not pleasant, he said, and Suki smiled. Yeah, I noticed yesterday, she said, and Angela looked at her inquisitively. What do you mean? She asked. Oh, when Sokka defeated me yesterday he chi-blocked one of my arms, she said. I'd never been chi-blocked before then, and I sure don't want to be chi-blocked again. Ever since Sokka learned how to do it, he's been resorting to it non-stop, said Zuko, rolling his eyes, and Angela turned to watch the fight again, her eyes narrow. Really, now? Just then, Sokka's boomerang cut through the air and struck Ty Lee's lower back, and her numbed legs gave way under her weight. Haru jumped towards her protectively as soon as he heard her groan in pain, and soon enough he had joined her on the ground, for Sokka had approached him rapidly. He tripped Haru with a swift movement, making him fall hard on his back, and before he could find his bearings there was a sword at his throat. Haru glared at Sokka before dropping his head on the ground and groaning in defeat. Ty Lee whimpered only a few feet away from him. Sokka chuckled and turned towards Angela proudly. Hee hee. Did you see that? He asked, and she smiled. I didn't even break a sweat. Not true, but you did it indeed, Angela said, nodding. Not bad. But now you have to help them, don't you? Sokka's enthusiasm froze then as he turned towards Haru and Ty Lee. The earthbender was rubbing his back and struggling to stand up. Once he was on his feet he tried to help Ty Lee too, and Sokka joined him at it, smiling guiltily at his friends, who only regarded him with playful resentment. Well, what do you know, he can beat those two at once now, said Suki, her eyes wide. That's new. Maybe he's just trying way harder than usual to impress Angela, said Zuko, smirking as Suki's attention returned towards cleaning his wound. Despite Zuko's attempt to irritate his sister, Angela kept her composure. He should try indeed, she said. Unless he proves he really can stand his ground against a firebender of high caliber, he's not going to the slate, no matter how hard he trains. If he wants to convince me that he can do it, he'd better show me the full extent of his abilities. You should fight him yourself, then, Suki suggested, bandaging the numb hand as Zuko started squirming. He was starting to regain the feeling of his limbs. That ought to, oh, sorry. Is that too tight, Zuko? And no, it's fine, he said, smiling weakly. I'm just not as numb anymore, is all. Such bad timing, just when I'm in the middle of this, she said, laughing softly. Oh, well. Bear with it, all right. I'll do what I can, said Zuko. But you don't think I can bend like this, do you? Well, not while you're chi blocked, you can't, said Suki, matter-of-factly. You'll have to find out later on. You still have your other hand, though, it's not a matter of urgency, said Azula, and Zuko frowned. I have to fight your gladiator, don't I? I can't do it with just one hand. Well, if things are as they look, the fighting time should be over by now, said Azula, surprising both Zuko and Suki. He needs a different kind of training, one to help him brave through the conditions of the slate. If you're talking about the extreme heat, Zuko has been trying to do some of that, said Suki. He heats up the ground, scorches it, and Sokka has to keep his footing despite he's standing on burning earth. The metal platform in the slate will heat up a lot, so this should help. It sounds like it, but it's not all you can do, said Azula. For instance, Haru could create an earth or glass dome, and Sokka sits within it. You'd heat it up from the outside, Zuko. This way, he would start building his temperature endurance for good. Someone could even fight him inside the contraption, if Haru makes it big enough to allow it. Huh? Said Zuko, raising his one eyebrow. You wouldn't need both hands just to heat that up, said Azula, shrugging, and Zuko nodded. That could work. Still, I hope this heals sooner than later, he said, looking at his newly bandaged hand. Don't overdo things and it surely will, said Suki, smiling at him before gathering the first aid kit and heading inside the house again to put it away. Zuko watched her go, a happy grin on his face. And Azula watched her brother in turn, a pleased smirk on hers. Once Zuko noticed the way Azula was watching him, he started blushing. What are you looking at me like that for? Nothing, nothing. I'm just impressed by the developments, is all, said Azula, shrugging. I do hope things work out well for you, Zuzu. She seems to like you. What are you talking a dash? He started, before freezing in the middle of his denial. Why you think she likes me? I mean, you do. It's not that hard to tell, said Azula, grinning. It hadn't been hard indeed. When she saw Suki jump to help Zuko, and roll her eyes at Sokka's ridiculous comments, everything she had dreaded about the girl seemed to disappear in thin air. It was decidedly an unexpected development, but she certainly wasn't going to complain about it. I'm still baffled by how it happened, but if this makes you happy, by all means, enjoy yourself, just, don't do anything stupid, all right? Stupid like what? Zuko asked, before shaking his head. Whatever you're talking about anyways, it's not like anything can really happen, right? I mean, I'm a prince, and she's a slave, so. Heh. Indeed, you are a prince, said Azula, trying not to sound too bitter as she spoke. But a prince with a father who doesn't keep tabs on what his son does. You could knock her up for all he cares, and you'd face no hardships, or well, barely any hardships for it. Because I'm a prince, or because father doesn't give a damn about me? Zuko asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, princes don't need to be chaste and pure before marriage, Azula said, raising her eyebrows, and Zuko froze. That was true. He'd never heard of pressures of the sort weighing on him. Just something to think about, I guess. Still, don't do anything you'll regret, Zuzu. If you do like her, you'll know better than to put her in a troublesome situation. Well, yeah. Why would I do anything I'd regret? He grumbled, blushing weakly. His question went unanswered, though, for Sokka was done helping Ty Lee and Haru onto the veranda. The girl's legs were regaining their strength faster than Zuko's arms, since Sokka's attack had been less accurate on her body than it had been on Zuko's. I get it, I need to keep practicing. The longer the Kai's blocked, the better, Sokka was saying, as Ty Lee critiqued his technique. Still, I won and that's what counts, right? It should be, Azula replied, standing up in one fluid movement, earning Sokka's attention immediately. But it wouldn't hurt for you to be slightly more precise in what you do, right? Well, I still have one more month to work on that, don't I? Sokka said, smiling brightly at her. So, you want to do this? Azula asked, folding her arms over her chest, scrutinizing Sokka with raised eyebrows. "You're certain you can fight against the Millennium Dragon?" "I wouldn't say I'm certain of it, but I think I can survive," he said. "Wasn't my fight with these two convincing enough for you, huh?" Azula smirked at that and shook her head slowly, and Sokka raised an eyebrow before grinning again. "Not quite." I think she had the right idea. With that, she jerked her head towards Suki, who was returning to Zuko's side now. "If I'm to ascertain you've really improved as you must, there's only one way to find out." "Heh," said Sokka, smirking. "If that's how you want it, then I'm all for it." "Are you, now? You're not tired after training all day?" Azula asked. "I've built up a lot of stamina after a month of this routine," he said, proudly. "So I'm ready for you, princess." Azula smirked at him and nodded, walking into the garden as she withdrew her sword from her sheath. Sokka smiled wildly as he followed her with his gaze, and he jumped out of the veranda as well, unsheathing his weapons excitedly as he stood opposite to her in the backyard. "I suppose you're not going to pull the no fire-bending rule on me today, or are you?" Azula asked, swinging Wolf's Bane a few times as her inquisitive eyes met Sokka's. "No point in doing that this time around, is there?" he said, lifting Space Sword towards Azula. "Good," she said, a determined smile on her face. Suki took her seat next to Zuko as she watched the scene in the garden. "You didn't hear of gladiators and sponsors training together on any given day, let alone when the sponsor was someone as highborn as Princess Azula." Zuko was quite curious too, eager to witness his sister's prowess with her sword firsthand, and Ty Lee was giggling excitedly next to Haru, as all four of them waited for this fight unfold. Their eyes clashed as they hadn't in a long time, and most of what they hadn't been able to speak about upon their reunion seemed to be exchanged through their gazes. The intensity of Sokka's eyes made something stir pleasantly within Azula. Inadvertently, her smile became warmer only brief moments before she lunged at him, a blast of blue fire in one hand, a slash of white in the other. Sokka jumped back instinctively, finding the blue flames were more resilient than Zuko's fire. They grazed his armor, but naturally, they didn't set it on fire. Once Sokka was certain he had spared himself from the worst of Azula's attack, he jumped forth, Space Sword swinging down on Wolf's Bane. Azula parried his blow and attacked again, knowing he would block her next strike. Yet she spun quickly, her feet drawing an arch of fire on the ground. Sokka grimaced and jumped back yet again, but Azula didn't let him put distance between them. She stabbed towards his head, knowing she'd make him lose balance that way. Sokka indeed ended up leaning backwards, struggling to keep his footing until he decided it was better to let himself fall just so he could push himself up and attempt to kick the princess with both his feet. Azula had to jump back when Sokka's kick nearly reached her. He meant to inch closer to her once he had regained his footing and strike her with chi blocking now, but before he could lift his hand Azula had blasted another fireball at him, through her sword, no less. "Damn!" Sokka exclaimed, dropping to his knees to avoid the fire as Azula smirked. "It seems I'm still too much for you," she said, proudly. "You've always been," Sokka replied, with a grin of his own. His response nearly made her blush, but his next attack kept her on edge. He darted forward and swung his sword, trying to keep her at a distance, but Azula simply shrunk on her frame and stomped on the ground, bringing forth a small pillar of fire right beneath Sokka. The gladiator panicked briefly before jumping backwards again, and Azula chuckled. The sight of her smile almost made him swoon, but at the same time it hurt his pride. He was better than this and he knew it. With a quick motion he whipped out his boomerang and tossed it at Azula. She shot a blast of fire at it, simply to knock it off course, just as Sokka attempted to attack her again. She grinned and lifted a leg, kicking more flames at him, but she had forgotten about Sokka's new agility by then. She frowned once he dodged her attack, and she jumped, now creating another fire blast with her other leg. Sokka evaded it as well before reaching Azula, his sword attempting to cut through her defenses, yet it didn't work quite that well. Her white sword parried his twirling space sword and granting her a chance to throw another blast of fire at him. Sokka dodged once more, disengaging himself from the twirl and attempting to stab Azula again. She twisted her body to the side now as he lunged forward, and she struck the back of his head with her knuckles as he passed beside her. Sokka stumbled forward, with a grin on his face as he caught his breath. Angela looked at him warily, but with interest. "I've definitely gotten better at this," he said. "The last time you evaded me like that, you punched my jaw so hard I could barely keep fighting afterwards." Angela's eyes widened as she recalled what he was talking about. Their very first confrontation had featured a very similar situation indeed. She grinned in acknowledgement and raised an eyebrow. "Yet you're still far from delivering any real damage when I'm at my best," she said, and Sokka chuckled. "One step at a time, princess," he said. "One step at a time." He jumped towards her again, and Angela smirked as she created a wall of fire after performing a very complex sequence of stances. Sokka froze in place and crouched soon enough, trying to use his armor as a shield from the fierce flames. He caught sight of his boomerang by the time the flames were about to reach him, noticing it was only a few feet from where he was. He jumped towards it and threw it through the fire, but most unlike how it had been with many firebenders he had faced recently, the flaming boomerang attack, as he liked to call it in his head, failed. Angela merely ducked and the weapon soared above her head, yet the momentary distraction helped Sokka briefly, for in that speck of a moment, Angela's wall of fire had weakened. He breached through it, swinging his sword upwards only so it would meet hers again. Angela's free fist was coated with fire and she attempted to strike Sokka with it, but he dodged her, now trying to attack her from her other flank. Angela was left with no other way to defend herself than to twist her body again in order to avoid Space Sword's incredibly sharp edge. "Not so fast!" she exclaimed, managing to swing Wolf's Bane quickly enough to parry Space Sword's advance. They stood with their swords pressed against one another, glaring at the other fiercely, but with smirks on their faces. "So? How good am I, huh?" he asked, trying to force her back, but Angela's footing was steadier than he expected. "Not good enough," Angela replied, matter-of-factly before roaring with fire. Sokka's eyes widened before he jumped back, shocked by Angela's latest resource. She laughed at his panicked reaction before jumping forth once more, swinging her sword down on his, blue sparks born each time metal crashed against metal. "What the heck, woman?" he exclaimed, as Angela kept laughing. "You think you're the only one allowed to be creative on the battlefield? Well, think again," she exclaimed, stabbing forward and creating a vortex of flames to accompany her sword. "That's not the..." he started, before his eyes widened and he ducked again, the fire nearly singing his hair. "Angela. Oh, come now, is this really too extreme for you?" she asked. "Here I thought your training had been some use." Sokka groaned, pulling out his club now, and Angela chuckled at that. "Oh, are we getting serious now?" she asked mockingly, and the taunt was enough for Sokka to swing down the massive weapon towards her. Angela moved away from the trajectory of the weapon with ease. "Are you sure about that, Sokka?" "Really?" He swung the club again, and she ducked to avoid it before shooting a weak plum of fire at his face. Sokka grimaced and inched away from it, just before it disappeared in thin air. Angela smiled at his reaction and readied herself to attack him again, but Sokka lifted Space Sword once more. Angela blocked it with Wolf's Bane and Sokka attempted to strike her with the club now, albeit Angela noticed he was doing it half-heartedly. She pushed his sword, making him miss on his attempt to hit her with the club, but he continued to try, which only resulted in the pair of them spinning in circles in what seemed would be a pointless chase. Angela broke off from their cycle, laughing while Sokka stumbled and he struggled to keep his footing, dizzy after what had just happened. Angela was somewhat lightheaded herself, but she still darted towards Sokka, her sword in tow. He resorted to moving away from her, swinging the club wildly to keep her at a distance. Angela allowed him some room, but just momentarily, for she soon blasted a wheel of fire his way. Sokka gritted his teeth and swept it off with his club in one go, but only then did he realize he was done for. He lifted Space Sword to defend himself, but it was too late. Wolf's Bane was already at his neck by the time his sword was at Angela's hip. They stood still now, their chests heaving as they stared at one another intensely for a moment. They couldn't help but smile before long, lowering their weapons to put an end to the empty threats they had raised for each other. "Still not good enough for you, I guess," Sokka said, smiling weakly. "But much better than I expected, regardless," Angela replied. "Definitely better than our last sparring session." And 1,000 times better than the first one, too, he said, smirking, and Angela laughed. Well, I'd hope so. After all the training you've been through, you'd better be way past that level by now, Gladiator, she told him. Oh, well. Maybe in another month I'll manage to stand on even grounds with you, he said, as Ty Lee approached them, beaming. That was amazing. She exclaimed. I'd never seen someone keep up with Angela like that, Sokka. Meh, I still didn't win, he said, shrugging in defeat. So I still have ways to go, I'd say. You tied, though. Isn't that a lot of progress by now? Ty Lee asked, surprised. Tied. Sokka repeated. That wasn't a tie. If it had been a real fight, she would have beheaded me long before I could threaten her with my sword. And you'd do best to remember that, Angela stated, proudly, and Sokka pouted. You cruel woman, he said, shaking his head as Ty Lee giggled. Well, it was still a really amazing fight. She exclaimed, smiling at them. In no time Sokka will be fit for the slate, don't you think, Angela? He'd better be, if he really wants to fight there, Angela said, and Sokka smirked. I think I'll manage, actually. I really feel good about this now. So do I, said Ty Lee, giggling. Before Angela could so much as look at her inquisitively, she changed the topic. Still, I figure that's enough training for now, right? Yeah, please, said Sokka, grimacing. I'm spent by now. Really? And I was only warming up, Angela said, teasingly, and Sokka smiled. Are you going to stay for dinner, Angela? Ty Lee asked, looking at her friend expectantly. We could make enough food for you, if you'd like. It'd be nice having you around a little longer. Huh, well, she said, raising an eyebrow. Xian Long was still enjoying a flight over the clouds, so it would seem he wouldn't return for her any time soon. I suppose I could stay. No harm in that, is there? Nope. Ty Lee squealed, throwing her arms around Angela's neck and hugging her tightly. Angela patted the girl's back awkwardly, looking at her in confusion. What was that for? She asked, as Ty Lee moved away. I hadn't greeted you properly yet, had I? She said, giggling before turning back towards the house. All right, then. Haru, Suki, it's time to start dinner. Haru smiled and nodded at his sponsor, though he offered Sokka an approving grin before following Ty Lee inside. You did really well today, he told him. You really just might make it in the slate, at this rate. Heh, that's the plan, right? Said Sokka, with an awkward grin as he, Angela and Haru walked together to the veranda again. Here I was hoping you'd scorch him, Zuko told Angela, sighing, his arms already fully mobile by now. His sister raised an eyebrow. And here I thought you'd rather get back at Sokka for that wound yourself, Angela said, and Zuko smiled. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. As if you could even try, said Sokka, smirking arrogantly. You two really make a fearsome combination, said Suki, staring at Sokka and Angela with subtle admiration. You don't see gladiators and sponsors like you two every day. Nope, you sure don't, said Sokka, grinning goofily at Angela now. She raised an eyebrow and shook her head. For better or for worse, I guess that's so, she said, shoving Sokka away just before he tried to surround her shoulders with an arm. Ty Lee, Haru, and Suki took off to the kitchen to make dinner, and Zuko, facing the perspective of ending up in the company of both his sister and her gladiator, chose to tag along with the other group instead. Only time would tell if his conversation with Angela had yielded actual results. The outcome seemed positive so far, but he wasn't about to test his luck by spending time with Angela and Sokka at the same time. They both enjoyed mocking him so much that he dreaded all his progress with his sister would be forgotten right away. Angela and Sokka chose to stay outside, both because they knew they wouldn't prove too helpful with cooking and because they wanted a moment to speak privately. The princess took her seat at the veranda yet again as Sokka removed his armor and weapons, setting them on the ground and dropping next to Angela, a heavy sigh of relief escaping him once he had taken his seat. Damn, I'm beat, he said, and Angela smirked. Why, yes, I beat you indeed. I'm glad you are willing to acknowledge it. I didn't mean it like that, he said, smiling. And you know what? You actually broke my victorious streak. I hadn't lost against anyone for the last 3 days, and then you had to go and change that. As I must. I can't let you think too highly of yourself, can I? Angela asked, and Sokka chuckled. Still, I have to say I'm pleased. It speaks well of you that you're able to defeat Zuko even though he wields 2 swords and fire against you. His dual swords had me at a bit of a disadvantage for a while, Sokka said. I could take him on if it was just his bending, but with the swords he had a pretty good edge on me. Still, I've gotten the hang of his style by now. He's not going to defeat me ever again if I can avoid it. Well, he shouldn't. How shameful would it be for my own gladiator to fall before my brother, Angela said dramatically, and Sokka chuckled. Still, I think you could gain the upper hand against him more easily if you had another sword, perhaps. Dual Jian swords aren't as popular as Dao swords, but you could learn how to fight that way. I probably could, Sokka admitted. I've also thought about a shield, the warriors back in my tribe used them. It might be helpful to have a shield in the slate, don't you think? Angela said, frowning and staring at Sokka thoughtfully. I'm not quite sure. A shield might not be a bad idea, but it's bound to slow you down. And depending on the material it's made of, it might prove troublesome during the fight. A metallic shield could heat up to unbearable temperatures, and it might even burn your hand if you hold it for very long. I hadn't thought about that, said Sokka, grimacing. Still, I guess there are other materials for shields, though you're right about a shield slowing me down. From what I saw, your agility is better than ever, Angela said, and Sokka smiled proudly. It's an edge you'll need in that fight. You're better at evading than at defending yourself, I think. And if worst comes to worst, I can just use my thick skull as defense, right? Said Sokka, and Angela raised an eyebrow. Oh, well, if you want the Millennium Dragon to set your head on fire, be my guest, she said, shrugging, and Sokka cringed. It was just a joke. He said. A stupid one, said Angela, smiling. A thick skull isn't going to help you overcome fire, Sokka. I'm well aware of that, thank you very much, he said, looking at her with a gentle smile. Therefore, I think we'll have to go with the first option, she said, removing Wolf's Bane from her waist and extending it towards Sokka. He blinked blankly a few times before staring at Angela with disbelief. Why you want me to? He said, and she placed the sword on his lap. I understand you use your boomerang with your free hand, but 2 swords just might be better than 1 in the fight looming ahead, she said. I suggest you only resort to the boomerang in occasions where you know using it will yield results. It's a better long-distance weapon than a short-distance one. You won't deliver the same amount of damage with a sword and a boomerang as with 2 blades. Yeah, well. I get that, said Sokka, nodding. But don't you think it's somewhat ominous for the Blue Wolf to fight with a sword called Wolf's Bane? Oh, you can't be serious. Are you really that superstitious? Angela asked, laughing as Sokka shrugged. Well, what am I supposed to think, huh? He said, with a smile as well. It does seem counterproductive for a wolf to fight using his bane, you know. Maybe the wolf has learned to use his bane to his advantage, she said, smiling, and Sokka rubbed his chin, thoughtful. How about that? That's actually pretty clever of you, now that I think of it, he acknowledged, before looking at the sword in detail. Still, Wolf's Bane is a little different from what I'm used to, but I guess a month of training should get me used to wielding it, huh? I'd hope so, said Angela. Are you sure about this, though? Sokka asked. The last time you lent me one of your possessions for a gladiator fight you were very displeased by what happened to it. Angela's eyebrow twitched and her mouth twisted into a grimace, as she quickly recalled that Sokka had stabbed someone with her hairpiece, no less. She took a deep breath, however, and nodded. Well, yes, you could say I'm having a leave of my senses by doing this. But this is the only way in which I can help you in your training, since I really can't take part in it as I am, she said. So either take it or leave it. But if you do take it, make sure to take decent care of my sword, all right? I will, he said, nodding. So, you're going to continue training for the next month, she said. And then the slate awaits. Yeah. I don't think I can win, in all honesty I don't even want to worry about that, he said. Especially when I'll be up against the second best gladiator in the league. But I'm starting to think I really can pull this off. I might be wrong, maybe he'll knock me out 5 seconds into the fight, but I really hope not. I think we all do, said Angela, smiling weakly. Well, then, it's decided. I'll let Shoji know we'll accept the challenge. Yeah, said Sokka, taking a deep breath. So far, the slate had been a distant, looming object in the horizon, now it was his immediate future. He wasn't ready for it yet, but he would make sure to be by the time he fought the Millennium Dragon. You say that lending me your sword is the one thing you can do to have some part in my training? Does that mean you're not here to stay? You thought I was? Angela asked. Well, I hoped, rather. He said. I wasn't kidding when I told you things are slightly more boring when you're not around. Flattering, really, said Angela, as he smiled. But I came just to make sure you were making proper progress, so I could decide if we accepted the challenge or not. Huh, said Sokka, disheartened. I guess that ceremony is a bigger deal than I realized. Indeed, said Angela, frowning. It's been taxing, really. Overwhelming, in some senses. I already know the movements by heart, but... Sokka asked, when she fell silent for a moment. Angela sighed. Something's not right about my fire, apparently, she said, and Sokka looked at her in utter confusion. It's the perfect fire for combat, but not for ceremonial purposes. It seems I'm missing out on something important when I bend, and, well, I'm still in the process of figuring out what it is. That's weird, said Sokka, staring at her worriedly. I'd never heard fire needs to be of different qualities to be used for different purposes. I hadn't heard of it myself, but I had noticed it, said Angela. I've seen ceremonies since I was young, so I'd noticed that the performers don't use fire in the same way I do. I guessed there would be a logical reasoning behind that, but apparently there's none. The head sage just said that my fire wasn't quite appropriate for the ceremony, despite I mastered the routine in one go. I've spent the last month trying to figure out how to make my fire suitable for this ceremony. Xian Long has been helping me, and thanks to him I've made good progress, but I feel it's not enough just yet. So, even if your life is boring without me, I really can't train with you as I am. I still have to figure this out somehow. I see, said Sokka, biting his lip and sighing. Dang, that sounds rough. It doesn't sound that rough, said Angela, smiling a little. If you think about it, it's really not something to be so worried about. Or it wouldn't be, if... If what? If only I'd never heard anyone say my fire is inadequate until now, said Angela, shaking her head. I've spent my whole life in the pursuit of perfecting my fire bending, but now it seems it was all a waste. Apparently, the fire needed for this ceremony shouldn't be perfect. It's like I'm killing my flame's soul when I bend them. And I can't do that, or else I'll be ignoring the ceremony's purpose. Which is? Sokka asked. Offering our fire to the Fire Nation's regent, meaning, the sun, said Angela, lifting her gaze towards the sky. It should be an offering of our finest fire, the fire that resembles the sun's warmth the most, or so. And mine doesn't cut it, it seems. Then what are you going to do? Sokka asked, worried. I mean, if you think you can't do it. Even if I couldn't do it, I'd have to do it, Angela said, matter-of-factly. My father won't stand for anything else. He demanded I did the ceremony, so I must. There's no way around it. But, oh, well, said Sokka. You're actually sounding more hopeless than you should be, if you ask me. I mean. Yeah, it's me, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Things always go my way somehow, and I always blow people's minds with the final result of whatever I'd set my mind to. The thing is, Sokka, I don't think that's going to happen this time. I don't think I can figure this one out through my wits or plain luck. I can't make my fire adequate for the ceremony just by willing it. I guess not, said Sokka, sighing. Well, For what it's worth, your fire is the most impressive I've ever seen, and that stands true to this day. I'm willing to bet even the Millennium Dragon won't change my mind about that. I appreciate that, said Angela, smiling. It does comfort me on some level to think that some people might not sense anything wrong with my fire during the ceremony. I figure only the sages would find it unfit, and perhaps my uncle. I don't think my father will care either way, so long as I perform the ceremony as he wants me to. Oh, well, if that's the case then you don't have much to worry about, right? He said. A lot of people won't see anything wrong with it. Yeah, maybe, said Angela. But I'll know I failed. And even if I were showered in praise and glory, I'd know it's undeserved. That's why I feel so lost about this. I don't know what to do. I've read books, I asked the head sage and my uncle, then I went to Xin Long, and I feel I'm just taking baby steps. I'm supposed to be a prodigy, a girl who gets things right in one go, and this time I can't get it right, no matter how many times I try. It's frustrating. Now, said Sokka, placing a hand on her shoulder. Stop being so hard on yourself, Angela. You're doing everything you can as it is, right? Right, she said. Well, then, either it'll work out or it won't, but worrying about it and thinking lowly of yourself isn't going to make it better, he said, and Angela frowned. I mean, people have different affinities, they're good at some things and bad at others. I'm great at eating, but terrible at cooking, which is why these guys won't ever let me help them with dinner. A wise decision, actually, said Angela, with a weak smile. So maybe you're better at combat bending, and ceremonial bending isn't your best front, he said, and her smile disappeared. But that's not something to feel miserable about, you know. I mean, I really don't care whether or not you can perform ceremonial bending. From what you said, your father barely does either because he simply wants you to do it, right? Sure, but that doesn't mean I don't want to do this properly, Angela said. It doesn't, and I understand that, said Sokka. But, you're not a lesser bender, let alone person, if you can't pull this off as you hoped. You're still amazing, Angela. And heck, you're really miserable about it right now, but maybe by the time the ceremony takes place, you'll have mastered ceremonial bending. You can't say for certain right now, can you? No, I guess not, but... I doubt that, said Angela, shaking her head as Sokka dropped his hand on her lap now, finding hers. Well, even if you refuse to believe in yourself, I can do it for you, he said, making her stare at him in confusion. No matter what happens in that ceremony, I'll be there for you. You think that's reassuring? Said Angela, raising an eyebrow. Sorry, but that just makes it worse. Because I don't want to disappoint you, of all people. Me, of all people? Sokka asked, biting his lip, and Angela rolled her eyes. I shouldn't have said that. Well, why not? He asked, chuckling before glancing over his shoulder. Once he made sure the others were in the kitchen, and that the kitchen's window had its drapes drawn over it, he slid his fingers between hers. Angela sighed, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. You really like taking unnecessary risks, huh? She said. It's not bad enough that the captain is already after us, you just can't wait for these guys to find out about us too. They won't find out, said Sokka, smiling. They can't look out that window with the drapes in the way, and if they were coming out to the veranda again we'd hear them long before they could see us. So really, it's not as much of a risk as it could be. Not at all, said Angela, sarcastically, and Sokka squeezed her hand. Angela. I know, she said, sighing again. I need to stop being so negative and to stop worrying about this. Xin Long keeps telling me the same thing. He thinks I bend better when I'm not thinking about the ceremony, which is probably true. It seems my fire feels warmer when that happens. Your fire feels warmer. He repeated, confused. Well, that's the only thing the sage was able to tell me, said Angela. That my fire felt cold, or so. Heh? Your fire is pretty hot, mind you, said Sokka, grimacing. If he thinks otherwise, maybe you ought to burn him and show him just how wrong he is. My fire is pretty hot, then? Angela asked, smirking. Now, I wonder how I should take that. Oh, blast it, said Sokka, as Angela laughed. You can't let a single one of those slide, can you? Not when you say things like those, I can't, she said. Still, I have to say, when I fought you, just now, well, maybe my fire was better by then. Huh? Not as cold, you mean? I was enjoying myself a lot, she admitted. Messing with you with my fire never fails to amuse me. And Xin Long seems to think I have to reconnect with the fun side of fire. So maybe I actually did it better just now and I didn't even notice it. Maybe you did, said Sokka, smiling. See? No need to be so hopeless about this. I'm sure you can make it through. And hey, even if the final result isn't exactly how the sages want it to be, I'm pretty sure it'll be okay. I mean, your fire by itself is such an impressive sight that, oh, come on, don't misunderstand that too, woman. Angela started laughing, and turned her head into his shoulder, trying to suppress the laughter. Sokka rolled his eyes, his arm going around her shoulders now as he smiled, despite himself. What does a guy have to do to be taken seriously around here, really? He said, as her laughter started to subside. I'd say I'm sorry, but I really am not, she said, pressed against him. Still, I do appreciate your intent. If anything, whatever I do will satisfy you. I don't know better, so yep, whatever you do will work for me, he said, smiling. And maybe that's not enough, but maybe it helps, if only a little bit. If anything, it makes me feel less inadequate, on some level, Angela admitted, with a shrug. Not that your standards are too high, but it's good to know that at least you'll be supporting me. You know I always will be, he said. And if some stuck-up sage dares say you're doing it wrong, I'll chi-block his face and he won't be able to talk anymore. Angela laughed again, shaking her head. Sokka squeezed her shoulder, looking at her intensely. At least she was smiling again by now. I really don't think that will be necessary, but I appreciate it, she said, lifting her head and looking back into his eyes. Anytime, he said. And hey, if you get bored of practicing for the ceremony, you can always come here with us. We could totally take on the rest of these guys together, you and I, and we'd beat them all. Confident, are we? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Well, if we pull off the electric sword trick, sure thing, he said, and Angela scoffed. The electric sword trick. It's just a temporary name, nothing definitive, he said, chuckling. I'm considering the thunder blast, but it's less about the thunder and more about the lightning, right? So, must you give it a name? Angela asked, simply, and Sokka looked at her, as though offended, as he dropped his arm. Of course. Skills with names are the ones to be feared. I thought you'd know as much. Well, at least try to make it sound less ridiculous, can you? She said. Sokka scowled. Sure thing, princess, he said. But you're not one to talk, I mean, you named your sword Wolf's Bane. I was trying to mess with you by doing that, in case you've forgotten. Oh, I remember all too well, he said. But it's still a lousy name. Not as lousy as Nightmare, mind you, Angela said, and Sokka jumped, looking at her accusingly. Hey. That is a cool name. He said, as Angela chuckled again. They sat in silence momentarily after that. Angela breathed deeply and closed her eyes, a strange sensation of calm taking over her body. It was something she only ever felt when she was near Sokka, she knew it by now. Nobody had ever proved more successful than him at cheering her up, no matter which way he went about it. And nobody could make her inner fire flare as it did when she was with him. She frowned a little, wondering if she had been sensing her inner fire for good whenever she had felt that strange fire she couldn't bend within her body. She had always assumed it was something else, though. Something she hadn't quite put into words just yet, mainly because she wasn't sure she could even utter the sentence, but what if those feelings had something to do with her inner fire indeed? What if? The flame shifted and burned within her when Sokka's hand found hers again. She looked at him, to find he was looking at her with a smile on his face. I really missed this, he said, and Angela smiled as well. What did you miss? The arguments. she asked. Or the way I end up laughing at your expenses? My criticism of your taste for names. All of them, I guess, he said, chuckling. But what I really missed was you. Every time I succeeded at something in training, the one person I wanted to tell about it was you. I even wondered if maybe I could sneak into the palace one day just to go see you, but I figured it was better if I didn't bother you. You had stuff to deal with. Still, I wanted to be near you again. Not being around you for this long has been, well, bearable, to some extent. But it's felt like I'm sleepwalking through life, sort of, just waiting to see you again so I can wake up and start living properly once more. Really? Angela asked, staring at him in disbelief, her cheeks reddening. Would I lie about this? He asked, smiling at her. I've really missed you, Angela. She smiled and moved closer to him again, her head on his shoulder once more. I missed you as well, she admitted, blushing harder as she spoke the words. But even so, I couldn't just hug you back in front of everyone else. It would have caused us a lot of unnecessary trouble. Ah, I know. It's why I didn't mind that you pushed me off, he said, smiling. I know I got carried away. But I was just, really happy, for the first time in about a month, huh. Good to know, she said, eyes closed in bliss. For a moment I really thought you were going to do something else, though. You thought I was going to do something else, or you wanted me to do something else? Sokka asked, smirking. If we had been alone, I would have wanted it, she said. I guess I did want it, to some extent. Else I wouldn't have let you get that close, to begin with. Heh. I knew it, he said, smiling proudly as Angela laughed under her breath. Still. I seem to notice we are alone now, aren't we? So. Must you continue to toy with your fortune, Sokka? Angela asked, rolling her eyes. Can't you just enjoy this and stop pushing your luck? Well, if things don't go our way, we won't see each other for another month, he said. So I'm sorry, but I'll gladly push my luck if that'll help me get by yet another month without you. You're an idiot, she said, shaking her head, and Sokka smiled. You really are? Yep. No doubt I am, he thought, his hand releasing hers so it could slip around her waist to keep her near him. One of her hands moved towards his face, angling it towards her so she could kiss him fully. Sokka's eyes closed in a flutter as he was swept away by the kiss, and her free hand gripped his clothes tightly. Their lips moved together, their tongues found each other, their breaths mingled and became one. And all the while, that flame burned bright in Angela's chest. The wild flame whose nature she still barely understood, but she enjoyed the feeling most thoroughly. She relished in the fire only he could start inside her soul. She didn't want that feeling to fade away, not even once they parted for the day, but it was unavoidable for it to be replaced by lingering sadness when that moment came, a few hours after dinner. She would have offered Sokka a ride home on Xin Long, if only to spend more time with him, but she knew how suspicious that would seem for everyone else. So she took off on her dragon's back, merely offering him a smile as a farewell and telling him to continue trying his hardest with his training. Knowing Sokka was putting his every effort in his growth as a fighter somehow served as a source of inspiration. If he had become so strong over the past month, surely Angela as well could overcome the obstacles in her way eventually. But as she started practicing on the next day, she still couldn't quite bend as she was supposed to. Maybe it was because she still wasn't able to bring the proper warmth to her fire, or maybe because her head was filled with thoughts of Sokka. She couldn't bring herself to focus on her task, not when all she wanted was to be around him again. He had lifted her spirits after a month of being frustrated and miserable, and now that he wasn't around she wasn't frustrated anymore, she simply missed him. Being near him made everything better. Xin Long groaned at her when he noticed she wasn't focusing at all as she performed the ceremonial routine. Her mind usually was set on what she had to do, but today it was nowhere close to that, and he knew it just as well as Angela did. I know. I'm sorry, said Angela, sighing deeply. I'm just distracted, I guess. Xin Long shook his head disapprovingly and Angela looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry, all right? See, you've been telling me to have fun with fire, to enjoy what I'm doing, and that's what I did yesterday. Fighting Sokka again was fun. And talking with him. I didn't realize just how much I needed it. You've always told me to forget about the ceremony and just have fun, and for the first time I managed to do it. Xianlong said that was great, but she had to bring the feeling into their practices as well. If not, was it really any progress? She wasn't going to perform the ceremony with Sokka's help, was she? No, of course not, said Azula. But I don't know how to bring that feeling into this. I seriously can't just. Azula froze in the middle of the sentence, a frown on her face. She didn't know for certain if she could bring the feeling back, it was true. But she could try, if anything, couldn't she? She had been embarrassed when Xianlong had brought up Sokka, back when they were at the volcano. Now she evoked the image of his face willingly, the sight of his smile, the sound of his laughter, the way his voice cracked whenever he tried to stand up for himself whenever she said something particularly mean. Just with that, the inner fire she always associated with him came back, not at full strength, but close enough. And for the first time, she wondered if it really was a fire she couldn't bend. Maybe it was. But she had never actually tried to bend while feeling this way, had she? She closed her eyes and continued to think of him, to focus on the way she felt when she was around him. The exhilarant sensation when they sparred, how she teased him relentlessly, whether about his poems or her blue fire. Her hands were moving, and she tried to bring out the fire flaring inside of her, to make it one with her motions. But if she thought about that, she stopped thinking about him. She cursed herself inwards and evoked the most powerful thoughts she could manage. Remembering their first kiss made her fire flare again, but she knew that wasn't the best one. She continued to think of every time he had kissed her, every time she had felt the world could fall apart around her for all she cared, because she was in his arms. Nothing mattered as much as that did. But then he had loved her for one night, and a few months later, he had said he was in love with her for good. Thinking about that moment seemed to do it, Azula assumed, as her fire became more reckless, more powerful. Maybe it wasn't so much about Sokka, but about what she felt when she was with him. Emotions had great weight on the power of a firebender, she knew as much, and she also knew anger gave firebending a great boost. A wild boost, just as she needed it to be. But what if she could boost her fire through another emotion? What if her feelings for Sokka, rather than his feelings for her, were what could make her firebending suitable for the ceremony? She frowned a little, somewhat unsure of herself, but she was determined to give it a try before long. If something could give her bending the quality it needed, it just might be love. The thought solidified in her mind, the fire inside of her growing stronger as she evoked Sokka once more. As she thought of how much she had grown to love that foolish gladiator. For this was love, and she had known it for a very long time. She wouldn't resist it anymore. She wanted to give in completely to it, to allow the feeling to envelop her and set her ablaze completely. She opened her eyes when she felt the warmth of flames dancing on the palm of her hand. Her eyes widened, and Xianlong released a soft reptilian yelp in surprise, at the sight of the new fire nestling on her palm. This is... Azula thought, stunned into silence. The flames glowed golden, pure gold, and they sparkled wildly as they moved on Azula's hand. Never before had she conjured fire like this, but as soon as the warmth in her heart disappeared to leave room to her astonishment, the flame turned blue once again. Wait, I didn't imagine that, did I? She asked, looking at Xianlong in surprise. The dragon shook his head promptly, staring at her hand in utter disbelief. I actually produced golden fire. Xianlong nodded now, and Azula laughed. She allowed the flame in her hand to disappear and she focused on the feeling once again. She smiled and brought forth the flames only when her inner fire had flared as powerfully as it had before, and there it was again. Golden fire. Xian. Look at it. She said, ecstatic now. Her utmost joy was such that the fire didn't shift back to blue this time. It's another kind of fire. Xianlong groaned and said it was a new type of fire. Fire that felt truer than any other flames he had sensed until now. He didn't quite understand why, but something about it made him feel at ease. It was warm, and it was beautiful. Azula smiled and looked at the flame once more, her breath hitching. It's different because, because I drew it from a different source. For a different purpose, she said, beaming. I can't believe it. It's actually gold, Xin. I never knew naturally produced fire could be of any color other than orange and blue. Xin Long laughed as he told her she was the firebender of colors, and Angela joined in his laughter, the flame still holding strong in her hand. Who knew this would be the answer, she said, smiling. It's something the books didn't register, so maybe it's not the answer. Xin Long raised an eyebrow as Angela shrugged. I don't think anyone has ever bent golden flames before, she said, with a smile. So this might not be what they want in the ceremony either. Xin Long frowned and shook his head vigorously, smoke pouring from his nostrils. Angela was startled by his negative response, and he insisted that she had to use this fire for the ceremony. It didn't matter if this wasn't orange fire, as they probably expected it to be. This was the purest fire he had ever seen. Nothing would befit a ceremony better than this. Angela smiled and shrugged. I'll have to ask the head sage if he approves, I suppose, she said, as she closed her fist and the flame disappeared, but Xin Long leapt forward and asked her to do it again. Angela laughed. Again? Come on, now, Xin. Xin Long insisted, for she wouldn't master this new skill unless she continued to practice it. Besides, how would she know the full power of her fire if she didn't test it? Angela smiled at his enthusiasm, and she took a deep breath before triggering the power of her inner flames yet again. She had always thought she couldn't bend this fire, but now she knew otherwise. Something told her this really wasn't the kind of fire that was suitable for warfare, most unlike her blue flames, but it was fascinating all the same. As she held the golden fire on her hand, she wondered just what might happen if she tried to perform the ceremony with it. It surely wouldn't be easy, but she had to try, at least. She might shift back to blue flames at some point through stances, but so long as she kept returning to her inner flames for power, she knew she would pull it off. When Angela thought about golden fire shifting to blue, Xin Long sent a sneaky thought her way. What if she combined both types of fire? Gold and blue flames ought to yield an interesting result, right? I don't know if that's how it works, said Angela, smiling. And I don't think I can conjure blue flames and gold at the same time. At least, I can't right now. Maybe once I master this skill I will be able to, but for now. Xin Long said she didn't have to master the skill, and he jumped happily before setting himself in position. Angela raised an eyebrow but nodded, and the dragon unleashed a wave of blue fire into the air. Angela extended her index and middle fingers, commanding the gold fire to move with her hand. She made her gold fire flare, and she pushed onwards, wondering only brief instants before the two flames met if perhaps something dangerous would happen with this. Both her and Xin Long were stunned again when, on the spot where the flames met, the fire suddenly sparkled with new colors. They both stopped bending and shared their astonishment briefly through their gazes. With just that one glance, they knew they had to try again. This time, Angela sustained the golden flames, and the fire grew stronger as she held it with both hands. Xin Long moved towards her and spat a plum of blue fire into the golden flames, and Angela's eyes widened when, again, more colors burst. Green, red, blue, gold, pink, orange. Do it again, Xin, she said, amazed. Once more. Let's see if I can hold it. The dragon used more fire power now, and the flames in Angela's hand shifted completely. Colors started pouring out of her hands, and she couldn't hold back a laugh of amazement as she watched the spectacle unfold before her. Xin, this is amazing. She exclaimed, and the dragon nodded, watching the flames dance with admiration. The fire burned warmly, changing and shifting, giving Angela a sense of fulfillment she had never known before. Suddenly she wondered if perhaps it was this sort of fire that had allowed Feng Huang to give birth to the man and the dragon. Blue flames, in essence, were the aggressive aspect of fire. They were ruthless, cold, and they could prove deadly. But the golden flames, on the other hand, were the purifying aspect of it. They were warm, loving, soothing. And together. Life, she said, smiling in joy as she stared at the fire in her hands. Fire. Fire is life, Xin Long. True fire, that's what it's about. Fire can be many things at the same time, but so far, I had only been encompassing one of them. I'd forgotten fire was life, which is stupid, because that's what the books said, actually. I just didn't realize that when the book said the fire came from inside the dragon, it was referring to these flames. To these inner flames that dwell in both you and me, Xin. All along, the inner fire I've held inside me, it must be this, Xin. It allows me to feel things the way I do, to love, to hate, to bend. And for the first time, I'm seeing it with my own eyes. I can't even believe this, Xin. I really can't. Xin Long gurgled happily and stared at the colorful flames with delight, as Angela's face bore the most heartfelt smile she had ever showed him. No longer was there any frustration or misery in her heart. She was finally happy, and her fears had been appeased. At long last, she truly understood the essence of fire. Chapter 87, The Slate Festivals 5. More often than not, Song had a hard time finding things to do around the house. Cleaning constantly through the day was an unnecessary waste of energy, doing it twice a week was more than enough, especially when Sokka was hardly home lately. At times she would fill up her free time in the company of the house's pet, Hockey, but she couldn't do that at the moment. The bird had returned a week ago, with her mother's reply to her letter, and she had given Hockey a few days of rest before sending him to Ba Sing Se with yet another message. She was more than happy to talk to her mother, but the thrill and excitement of reading her letter was quickly replaced by impatience and eagerness to know more about her mother's life in the Imperial Palace. And sending the hawk away yet again also gave her a sense of loneliness. Sokka was never around nowadays, busy training as he was, and while Song had made some acquaintances in the city by now, namely store clerks or other slaves who were tasked with shopping for their masters, she wasn't quite friends with any of them. There was nobody with whom she could share her time with as of late. Therefore, she had taken to reading about the Fire Nation's methods of healing. She was impressed by some of their approaches to treating diseases and wounds, for they had much more sophisticated medicine than what she had learned back in her hometown. She had already finished several books, with which she had learned more about the human body and many diseases, and she was tearing through a brand new scroll she had bought a few days earlier when she heard a soft knock on the door. She frowned, unsure of who it might be. Sokka? Surely not, he wouldn't knock the door on his own house. The princess? Why would she come if Sokka wasn't around? Or maybe. When she opened the door she confirmed her suspicions, and she smiled brightly at the man standing at the house's entrance. Captain. She greeted him, smiling. He wasn't wearing his uniform, his get-up was far more casual than anything she had ever seen on him before. His face was in plain sight, and there was a very troubled expression across it. What a surprise to see you here. It must be indeed, he said, looking at her insecurely. I apologize for dropping by on such short notice. None of that, said Song, still grinning at him. Is something the matter, though? Well. Ruishi said. I merely thought, are you busy? If you are, I will not bother you. I can just. I'm not really busy, said Song, smiling. I was only reading a scroll, but I can do that later. I have lots of free time lately, after all. Did you want something? Or were you just dropping by to visit? Well, perhaps a bit of both, Ruishi conceded, and Song laughed softly. Well, if that's the case, come in, she said, stepping away from the door and allowing him to enter the house. Ruishi nodded at her gratefully as he walked towards the living room. He took his seat on the large red couch, his back straight at first until he sighed and dropped against the backrest, a hand on his forehead. Song approached, looking at him worriedly. Is something wrong? She asked him, and the man groaned in response. She gulped. Okay, then, how about I get you some tea? That would be very nice, Ruishi said, and Song smiled weakly before going to the kitchen. She returned after 10 minutes, carrying 2 cups on a tray that she set on the small table in front of the couch. The captain was still slumped when she reached him, but he sat upright again as she took her seat next to him. I hope you enjoy it, she said, with a friendly smile as he took his cup in his hands. Thank you, he replied, sipping his drink before sighing again and setting it on the table once more. "Captain," said Song, raising an eyebrow. "Why are you here, if I may ask?" "The princess isn't here, if you came looking for her." "I know she's not," he said, grimacing. "But I wasn't looking for her, or the gladiator. I only wanted to talk to someone I can trust, someone who might understand my situation, and someone in whom I can confide without taking a dreadful risk by doing so." "Is that me?" Song asked, surprised. "Indeed," said Ruishi, nodding. "You were my best option. None of my fellow guards can hear of what troubles me, so I could only come to you." "Huh," said Song, slightly pleased to know he trusted her, but worried about whatever was bothering the captain nonetheless. "Well, there's little risk of me telling anyone anything you don't want them to know. I can keep secrets from Sokka, and I wouldn't give away your secrets to the people at the market, so there's no need to keep secrets from the gladiator, not when he's the one who keeps a secret of his own." "Well, if what he's doing can even be deemed as keeping a secret, to begin with," he said, rolling his eyes, and Song grimaced. What is that supposed to mean?" "What it means is that—" Ruishi started, looking at her matter-of-factly before freezing in his statement. "Well, you know, don't you?" "Know what?" Song asked, grimacing. "About them," the captain said, emphasizing the last word, and Song bit her lower lip. "What exactly about them? Would you be more specific?" "Specific? Regarding what?" the captain said, his eyes narrowing. "Is it that there's more to their relationship than I understood?" I seriously don't know," said Song, swallowing hard. "I mean, I don't know what you might have understood, but I do know that." "That?" Ruishi said, raising his eyebrows and compelling Song to finish the sentence when she fell silent. Well, that they're somewhat in love, right?" said Song, shrugging. "I mean, I've always picked up that vibe coming from him. Even when we had just met, I thought it was weird for him to speak to the princess so casually, and when she said she'd leave he didn't want her to, so I always suspected there was something going on with them." "So, you think something is going on, but you don't know for certain?" Ruishi asked. "I haven't caught them doing anything inappropriate, if that's what you thought," said Song. "It's just the way they act around one another that made me think of it. Though, well, he also kissed her once, I think." Ruishi scowled at that, a vein pulsating dangerously on his temple upon those words. Song grimaced and moved away from him warily. "I'm not sure if it happened, though, really. It was back when she was sick," she explained. "I was going to assist her with a bath, and he had helped her to the bathroom. When I got there he was gone, and she had asked, 'Did you just kiss me?' which I assume she had meant to ask him, but he had left already so he wasn't about to answer her question, but I don't know for certain if he kissed her, see?" "Of course he did," said Ruishi, a snarl on his face, and Song swallowed hard again. "He has been doing it for hell knows how long. In fact, it must have been happening since ages ago. I'd just been too stupid to notice it." "Well, in all fairness," said Song, biting her lip, "even if their feelings for one another are obvious, it doesn't look like they've acted on them fully. I mean, the princess would usually come here just to spar with Sokka, and they never did anything suspicious while I was around." "Surely because you were around." "The princess is reckless indeed, but she wouldn't be that foolish," said the captain. "The thing is, I doubt they even remember I'm around when they train together," said Song, shrugging. "I'm just trying to be, positive here. And that's why I want to think they didn't do anything they shouldn't have." "In all honesty, I hoped for the same thing," said Ruishi, sighing. "She always treated him differently, but I didn't think she would ever consider getting involved with him romantically. She is the princess, after all, and she knows her duties well enough. I've thought she lacks common sense in many occasions, but she is loyal to her nation and her father first and foremost. So, for her to do this, why would it have anything to do with her nation, or her father?" Song asked, frowning. "Not that she should get involved with Sokka, she probably shouldn't for her own good, but, if two people fall in love, isn't it their problem? It is, so long as one of the people in question isn't a royal, Ruishi replied. And if the other isn't a slave, either. So, you're saying you wouldn't get involved with a slave? Song asked, before thinking about what she was saying. Me. Ruishi said, frowning. Well, there's no stopping me from being involved in whatever relationship I want. It isn't advised, though, for royal guards to have families and lovers. They must be ready to forsake their very lives for the sake of the member of the royal family they guard, so. Right. It's a very rough way to live, though, said Song, looking at him sympathetically. It is. Especially when you don't expect to live much longer anyhow, said Ruishi, sighing, and Song's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? She asked, worried. Why wouldn't you live much longer? Well, if the Fire Lord finds out about the princess and the gladiator, not only will he burn the slave to cinders, but he will kill me, too, said Ruishi, simply. He will hold me responsible for it, for not keeping the princess protected from a man who could soil her dignity. But that's not all. If I don't inform him about this, and he finds out later on, he will hold me accountable both for not keeping the princess away from Sokka and for not disclosing the truth to him. So, what am I supposed to do? There's nothing to be done about it, seems like. No matter what I do, I'm not bound to survive this disaster. It really does sound bad, said Song, grimacing. But surely the princess wouldn't let things come to that, right? I wouldn't be so sure, said Ruishi, frowning. We had an argument, if you will. And she said I was free to do as I wished with the information I have acquired about her and the gladiator, but that I'd do best to weigh my options properly. Telling the Fire Lord might be no use, even if I did speak, because she hasn't lost her maidenhood to him yet, she says. Which is good news, right? Said Song, and Ruishi shrugged. For now. But it's a matter of time, he said. They have gotten along quite well for too long, and from what I can tell, that won't change for the worse anytime soon, and if it doesn't, chances are she will surrender her maidenhood to him eventually. I doubt she can remain chaste forever if she's involved with him. I suppose, said Song, sighing. But then, as of now, you can't inform the Fire Lord of what's happening, because you have no evidence of the relationship, but were you going to inform him? Did you really mean to? I thought it was the right thing to do, according to what my code of honor as a guard establishes, said Ruishi, sighing. But I don't want to. I truly don't. I never wanted to, and I will gain nothing from doing so. You don't want to, then? That's a relief, said Song, sighing and smiling a little at him. I mean, you should look out for the princess's best interests, but if you told the Fire Lord about this, well, there's no telling what the consequences will be, said Ruishi. If there was any proof to back my accusations, well, for one thing, the gladiator would be history. Song gulped at that, looking at Ruishi with worried eyes. He wouldn't dare do that, would he? But the princess, well, she would fall from grace, no doubt, said Ruishi, shaking his head. Everything she has worked for, everything she has accomplished, would go forgotten under the weight of this scandal. Her father would never trust her again, and she certainly would never become Fire Lord. And that's only the beginning of it. Who knows what else the Fire Lord would do to punish her? If he fought an Agni Kai with Prince Zuko over a minor offense such as speaking out of turn in a war meeting, what wouldn't he do over something like this? It sounds worse with everything you say, said Song, biting her lower lip. And, well, they know they're taking a big risk, don't they? Of course they do, said Ruishi. But I don't know, they don't seem to realize there will be no payoff to this in the end. There's no way this will end well, and I said as much to the princess, but she didn't listen to me. She's being more reckless than ever. Well, if I'm quite honest, she has always been reckless to no end when it comes to Sokka. Always. Song repeated. Ever since she hired him, then. Pretty much, said Ruishi, sighing. But I honestly thought she would have more sense than this. Even if she fancies him, for reasons beyond my understanding, she shouldn't have let it fester to this point. And she has known so from the start. I suppose people stop thinking clearly when they're in love, said Song, sighing, and Ruishi winced at the word. Even the princess's judgment grows clouded because of it. Even if that's so, said Ruishi, gritting his teeth before sighing and shaking his head. Love. Love, really? It's unbelievable. Why? Why him, of all people? I can't say I know why, but she usually looks happier when he's around, said Song, shrugging. Same goes for him. He's almost always thinking about her, if she's not around, and when she is he can't take his eyes off her. So, I can't say I know why, or how it happened, but if anything, it seems they're happy. And that's quite rare, isn't it? You'd think so, but I doubt it, said Ruishi, sighing. It's not rare at all for a man to be smitten with the princess. Any ordinary man would be, especially if he spends that much time in her company. Heh, well, she is beautiful, said Song, with a weak smile. But, see, not all love is returned. A lot of people love others without gaining anything from it. Many love from the shadows, afraid that exposing their feelings might hurt them in turn. Others love briefly and grow bored easily. So, for two people to fall in love like this, for the two of them to be so genuinely happy around each other, it's almost a miracle. You think so? Ruishi asked, raising an eyebrow, and Song smiled. Yes. Love is a tricky matter, Captain, and it goes wrong more often than not, she said. One-sided love can be very painful. If one person is more invested in a relationship than the other, well, it's hard to cope with it. So, I think they're both really lucky that they found one another. I know you're not fond of the bond between them, and I'm sure I wouldn't be either if I were in your place, but it still amazes me, in a sense. Huh, said Ruishi, raising his eyebrows. If anything, it speaks well of you that you can be amazed by it and not just horrified, like I am. I suppose you're right on some level, but happiness is fragile, ephemeral. It will disappear eventually. This relationship between them, it might not last at all, considering how rocky it has been up to date. Should I stand out of the way and let the princess ruin her life over a fleeting instant of joy? Is that the right thing to do? Well, thinking about it on a large scale of things, said Song, after sipping her tea. I've been through some difficult times in my life, Captain. My father was taken away, and I was forced into slavery, but precisely because of the hardships I've endured, I can appreciate the happier times as much as I do. I can cherish the time I shared with my family because I was truly happy back then, even if it didn't last as long as I would have wanted it to. Ruishi nodded, lowering his gaze. Song smiled at him weakly. I do understand your point of view, Captain. But I think happiness is worth it. Life ends quickly, and it passes us by without our awareness. The next moment might be the last, for all we know. So, it may be innocent of me to say so, but what little happiness I can get until that last moment comes, I will cherish it with all my heart. I can understand that too, Song, he said. But when finding that happiness might also put it at risk, is it still worth finding it? If the princess truly loves that gladiator, being with him will most likely bring his demise, unless they actually manage to keep their affair secret somehow. She would end up causing the death of the very man who brings her happiness. Is it still worth it this way, Song? Well, I don't know, said Song, shrugging. I suppose she must think it is, though, if she's taking the risk for him. It's absurd, said Ruishi, shaking his head and leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. Protecting the one you love should be a priority, but she's not going to protect him this way. No, she won't, said Song, sighing. But the happiness of the one you love is also important. That's the point of love, isn't it? You want the one you hold dear to be happy, no matter what it costs. The cost just might be too steep to afford in this situation, though, said Ruishi, a hand going up to his hair now. So it boils down to whether she cherishes his safety or his happiness the most, doesn't it? Well, it also boils down to whether you cherish her safety or happiness most, Song said, simply, and Ruishi frowned. I'm not saying you love her, Captain, but that's what you have to decide at this point, isn't it? You can tell the Fire Lord about your suspicions, maybe tell him the princess surely remains pure but that Sokka is a threat to her chastity, and you could keep her virtue safe that way. But if you do that, well, you'll get him killed, and along with him, her happiness, I wager. And I'd also bring trouble to you, wouldn't I? Said Ruishi, looking at her sideways. Song shrugged. I guess so, but I'm not that big a problem, am I? They could simply send me back to the market, I guess. I don't want that to happen, don't get me wrong, but... That's probably right, I suppose. You shouldn't face such hardships for this, said Ruishi, sighing. Still, it would be an inconvenience for you too. Oh, please, said Song, smiling. Don't worry about me. I'm the least of your concerns. Not at all, said Ruishi. You are a concern too, whether you think so or not. You're yet another potential victim of this disaster. A most willing one, it seems, but you still are. I just... said Song, sighing. I've been with those two for close to a year now, Captain, and, it's amazing how the status of their relationship changes Sokka's mood completely. When they had that fallout he was the most miserable man I'd ever met, but when they came back from this last trip it was the entire opposite of that. His happiness becomes contagious, even if I don't know for certain what it's about. And, well, it may be stupid of me to think this way, but I really like it when he's happy. His mood improves, he's helpful around the house, and talking to him is fun. And well, friends want their friends to be happy, right? Indeed, said Ruishi, sighing. He had once told the princess he would be her friend if she needed him. Since that day, he had acknowledged he thought of the princess as more than just his charge. So, as a friend, I should want the princess's happiness, but as a guard, I want her to behave as expected from her, without falling in love with foolish men like the Gladiator. And I can't make my mind up regarding if I should put my foot down on the matter, or let it slide and forget about the consequences until they catch up with us all. It's not an easy decision, no doubt, said Song, looking at him worriedly. But I guess you just have to do what feels right. I won't lie, I'd rather you don't tell the Fire Lord about this, for all our sakes, but if you do, I'll just request that you tell the Fire Lord not to kill Sokka. He doesn't deserve to die for this, and, well, it would destroy the princess if it did. Loving a woman shouldn't be a crime to be murdered for. Loving a princess is, though. Especially when such love is more intimate than it should be, said Ruishi, sighing. Nevertheless, I do understand your point. And, well, I can't sell them out to the Fire Lord. On some level, I want to, but just imagining myself doing it makes me not want to do it altogether. As much as he may be a fool, I cannot blame Sokka for loving her. As I said, I couldn't blame any man for being smitten with her. But if only that were the full extent of it. What will you do about it, then? Said Song, raising an eyebrow. Will you tell him to stop their relationship from reaching a physical level? I could do so, but it will do no good, said Ruishi, shrugging. It won't stop either of them. If anything, it seems they've resisted the feelings for as long as they could have. And at this point they won't fight against them anymore. They're tired of dancing in circles to no end. It's hard to blame them for that, I'll say, said Song. I mean, if I had such strong attraction towards someone, I probably would succumb to it without putting up much of a fight, no matter the situation. The fact that they've had this much willpower still amazes me. Indeed, said Ruishi, sighing. But if this carries on at this rate... Yeah, nothing good will come from it, said Song. Not for the rest of us, at least. They'll have their fun, no doubt about it, but we won't. Not at all, said Ruishi. Still, I don't dare do anything. Not as I am. As much as the princess may say she doesn't care for what I do, it's clear that our relationship hinges on what I decide to do regarding her situation with Sokka. If I were to tell on them, she would loathe me for it, even if she says otherwise. If I don't, I'd remain loyal to her, but I betray the Fire Lord. It's not an easy choice at all, said Song, biting her lip. Your honor hinges on this, doesn't it? Indeed, said Ruishi, squaring his shoulders and taking a deep breath. What is more honorable, betraying your charge or betraying your liege lord? It sounds like there's no honor in either thing, said Song, sighing. Well, I'd suggest you don't betray yourself, mainly. Do your duty or keep her safe, it's up to you. Isn't it ridiculous, though? Said Ruishi, smirking. My duty is to keep her safe, after all. But now the one I must protect her from is her own father, the man to whom I swore my oaths as a royal guard. If he found out about this, there's no telling what he would do to her. Hopefully it won't be anything that bad. Said Song, but Ruishi snorted. Bad won't even begin to cut it. It will be much worse than that, said Ruishi, shaking his head. Ugh, this is giving me a headache. Why did she have to fall in love with the gladiator, of all people? There, said Song, patting his shoulder as he dropped his face on his hand. If anything, you don't have to take action in any way just yet. You have time to figure things out, right? I've had nearly 2 months to figure this out, Song, he said. And the more I ponder it, the less I know what to do. I came to you hoping that talking about this would help me, and maybe it has. It's already a weight off my shoulders to have someone else I can discuss it with. But I still don't know what to do, and that's what I had hoped you would help me with. Oh. Well, Trat, she said, guiltily. I'd be glad to help, especially after all you've done for me, but I really don't know what to say. But if you're sure they're going to sleep together eventually, that it's just a matter of time and that there's no way of stopping it, then I suppose the only thing you can do is try your hardest so the Fire Lord doesn't hear of it. I know it's not an honorable course of action at all, but it's the only thing I can think of right now that wouldn't cause anyone's death. Indeed, it's not honorable, said Ruishi. But it might be for the best. If anything, the princess should have learned by now that if she wants to continue with this relationship, she needs to hide it better. If anyone else were to discover them, well, we've already established it would be dreadful. For all of us. It sure would be, said Song. So, you won't tell on them? There's barely anything to tell at this point, said the captain, looking at her matter-of-factly, and she smiled at him. Don't worry, Captain. Everything will work out for the best, I'm sure of it, she said, squeezing his shoulder. Ruishi sighed. I hope so, Song, he muttered. I truly hope so. He still didn't feel any better about the relationship between the princess and the gladiator. He doubted he ever would. But even deciding to take no action was a decision of a sort, despite it didn't feel like one right now. Surely he would grow used to it, and hopefully the princess would stop being so hostile towards him once she knew he wouldn't get in her way. It would be much easier for Ruishi to help her protect her secret if they were on good terms. Of course, he didn't want to keep any secrets from the Fire Lord, but at this point he had no choice. And even if he'd had a choice, he probably would have chosen to keep the secret anyhow. His duty was, first and foremost, to look after the princess's well-being. His vow as a royal guard wasn't to inform the Fire Lord regarding his daughter's activities, but to protect her from harm. And if the Fire Lord was the one who could harm her, what was he expected to do but look out for her? He sighed, hoping that the words would sound more convincing in his head one day. They sure didn't just yet. Of all people, why the gladiator? He doubted he would ever understand the answer to that question. Angela finished the last movement of the routine, her landing light and steady. Plumes of golden fire dissipated around her as she took deep breaths, her body stabilizing again after the strenuous display of fire-bending she had made. If she'd had more time to master the golden fire, using it might have proved less tiring. But the efforts she had put into her new brand of fire-bending were paying off regardless. The head sage's mouth was agape as he stared at the princess, barely giving his eyes credit for what he had just witnessed. Princess, this is... said the head sage, his eyes wide as he failed to find words to convey his thoughts. How did you... what is... It's, well, orange fire wasn't going to work for me, Angela told him. I was sure I could find a way to firebend as you wanted me without resorting to orange flames, though. And after much training and meditating, I developed this new fire-bending technique. It doesn't feel quite the same as regular fire does. No, by all means, it feels nothing like it, said the sage, shaking his head vigorously. Which is why I wanted to show you the results of my training beforehand, said Angela. I know this is not the sort of fire used in these performances, so I'll understand if you think I shouldn't use these golden flames. If that's how you want it, I'll only resort to blue fire, which, as I showed you, isn't quite as stiff as it used to be. Oh, the improvements with the blue fire are remarkable too, no doubt, said the man. I was just so surprised by the gold I didn't pay enough attention to the blue. But you really created a new fire-bending method, princess? Single-handedly. In all fairness, a few external factors helped, said Angela, with a weak smile. She wasn't going to explain how she had found the key to golden fire-bending. Amazing as the skill might be, she wasn't about to disclose the nature of her feelings for Sokka to the head sage. My dragon amongst them. Some of the books I read gave me hints as well on how to bend this way. It's truly unbelievable, said the man, blinking blankly. How does it work? What sort of properties does it have? I don't know yet what this fire's purposes are, head sage, Angela said, raising her hands defensively. I might find out in due time, but... Oh, but we should study it, exclaimed the head sage. This sort of phenomenon, we did it too when you first started to bend blue fire, remember, princess? Indeed, but the only difference there was the temperature, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. This fire, on the other hand, doesn't feel like combat firebending at all. It's something else. That seems to be the case, yes, said the sage. Which is why it would be best to look into its properties, princess, whenever you have time to spare. Well, I suppose we could do that one day, she said, shrugging. But then, you will approve of me using this fire for the ceremony tomorrow. But of course, said the head sage. You must do it. If anything, it feels like the most suitable fire for a ceremony. I truly can't start to explain how amazed I am, princess. What you've accomplished, it's unprecedented. Of course, you must be used to hearing that by now, but still. Thank you, head sage, Angela said, smirking. It pleases me to hear you think so highly of my fire. Also, regarding how I acted when you first instructed me on how to perform this ceremony. I wasn't quite expecting you to find my fire lacking in any way. Well, it was only because of how it felt, princess, I had meant no offense. I understand that now, said Angela, interrupting the man. I didn't want to understand back then, but now I do. And I'm grateful. Hadn't you been sincere regarding my blue fire and its inadequacy for the ceremony, I wouldn't have discovered gold fire bending. So, thank you. No need, I did nothing, said the sage, stunned, and Angela smiled. Still, I would very much like to explore the capacities and boundaries of your new fire-bending style, if you'd be so kind as to let me do that. Surely not today, but one day. One day, said Angela, nodding. For now, I should rest. The ceremony is tomorrow, after all. It is, said the sage, beaming. And it will be an extraordinary ceremony, without a doubt. I hope so, said Angela, smiling before bowing her head curtly towards the man. Angela left the temple with a sense of relief nestling comfortably in her chest. She had partially expected the sage to say golden fire bending wasn't suitable for the ceremony either, seeing how different it was from both blue and orange flames, but she had still hoped he would approve of it. All her worries had been appeased now, however. Angela stopped by the dragon refuge before taking her dinner in her room. Xian Long greeted her with enthusiasm, and he pranced around her in joy because of the sage's approval of her bending. He knew just how distressed Angela had been about the man's opinion of her fire bending, but now she was happy again, and so was he. Angela laughed and hugged the dragon's neck once he stopped hopping at last, and he placed his head on her shoulder, groaning happily. I couldn't have gotten this far without you, she said, beaming. Thank you, Xian. She sat with him for a few hours, going over tomorrow's events in her mind. Xian Long lay relaxed on the ground, while Angela rested against his side, breathing slow and deeply. All in all, the ceremony should go well. Hopefully. So long as I don't trip halfway through, which isn't going to happen to me, nothing should go wrong, she said, shrugging. Xian Long prodded her shoulder with his snout, asking her now about what would happen after the ceremony. Angela was taken by surprise by the question. Sokka has his fight in the slate, that's what, she said, blinking a few times. The gladiator was ever present in her thoughts, but busy as she was preparing for the ceremony, she often forgot he had a major event to attend shortly after she was done with the ceremony. Damn it! I should have told the captain to get the barge ready. Xianlong raised an eyebrow and Angela smiled at him. Well, maybe I can just pull Sokka aboard your saddle and the three of us can fly to the island, huh? Should spare us the hassle of stocking up a ship. Xianlong said he wouldn't mind doing that, though they would have to take breaks once in a while. Flying was fun but also tiresome. Angela chuckled and shook her head, resting against the dragon's flank. It was only a jest, I'm not putting you through that ordeal. I'll just tell the captain to prepare the ship before I go to dinner. That is, if I can find him. He has been out of sight for quite a while now. Not that I'm surprised. A small seed of guilt had been planted on the back of her head ever since she had spoken to Ruishi for the last time. Her hostility towards him, born from the need to protect her relationship with Sokka and both their lives, might as well have won her an enemy, which was rather inconvenient at the moment. She had grown used to thinking of the captain as a reliable ally, antagonizing him had bothered her, but she hadn't known how else to act back then. Perhaps if she talked to him again now she would make amends for their last encounter. If anything could be said for the man, it was that he was loyal beyond belief. That he had remained her guard for this long, without filing a single complaint about her treatment of him to Fire Lord Oze, was an obvious indicator of that. She sighed in resignation, folding her arms over her chest. Just as some things were finally falling into place, everything she had kept under perfect control before was starting to fall apart now. It seemed the universe was trying to make a point of telling her that she couldn't get away with everything she wanted in life, no matter if she was a princess. Still, she wasn't about to give up without trying. Maybe it would be hard to retain Ruishi's loyalty by now, but she would do wrong to assume he was an enemy considering he hadn't acted on his information yet. He'd had over a month to inform the Fire Lord of his daughter's illicit relationship, and, seeing how Angela had faced no hardships over the matter, it seemed Ruishi had chosen not to tell Oze. It was something to be grateful for. But who knows what he'll do if things do get out of hand, said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. Xianlong looked at her, aware of what she was thinking of. Not that I won't do everything I can to avoid that, but I should make things right with him while I can. Still, for now, I should just think of the ceremony. I need to keep myself level-headed in order to bend properly, and worrying about this isn't going to help. Xianlong nodded and surrounded her with his body, making Angela smile and sigh as she relaxed against him. Despite the circumstances, and despite the fact that she had practically assumed she would make a mess of the ceremony a month ago, her efforts had paid off for good. The gold fire would make this ceremony a unique one, she knew as much. But just as the head sage had wondered earlier, Angela as well was curious regarding Goldfire's capacities. If it wasn't good for combat, what could it be good for? She wasn't planning on testing it out at the moment, but she was convinced the Goldfire had qualities she had yet to unveil. She lifted a hand and brought forth her inner fire in its pure form, and a plum of golden fire danced between her fingers. Merely looking at the fire made her feel at ease, at peace with herself, just as she felt nowadays when she was around Sokka. She wondered just how he would react if he knew he had been the key for her developing of a new kind of bending, but just as soon as she let her mind drift in that direction she realized she didn't want him to know that, ever. She was rather proud of her gold fire, but she didn't want him to know its true source was love. She didn't want anyone to know about that, but mostly, not him. She had yet to put her feelings for him into words, even if she thought she had shown them with her actions plenty of times by now. Surely he already knew, but she didn't dare say the words yet. Not just yet. One day, maybe. But for now, things felt right as they were. For the first time, Angela felt comfortable with herself, and her life, just as she was. It had been a hard month for Sokka, perhaps harder than the previous one. Training with Wolfsbane had helped greatly, fighting with two swords instead of one had given his abilities in the battleground a meaningful boost. The resistance training with firebending had been rather rough, however, since being locked within a heated earth dome had been nearly unbearable at first. After several days being subjected to the extreme temperatures, he had started to grow used to it, though. He had taken to doing sit-ups while inside the dome to build his resistance to the heat, and today he had managed to complete over 500 of them during the span of the 2 hours he had spent within the contraption. He took that to mean he would be able to take the strenuous activity in the slate. Of course, the Millennium Dragon was the main problem he needed to worry about, but he had kept his mind focused on the heat resistance training for the past days regardless. He had also sparred with everyone today, seeing as it was the last day of training, before entering the dome. Despite it had been an exhausting experience, it had been worth it. He felt stronger than he had ever been, and the others seemed to think he would do a great job in the slate. Even Zuko had admitted to Sokka's improvement, rather reluctantly, but he had admitted it still. And despite Sokka was somewhat disappointed over not having seen Azula in yet another month, he hoped she would be pleased when she saw how much he had improved over the last 30 days. Dinner that night was meant to be special, Ty Lee had said, since it was the last day of Sokka's training. Everyone was enjoying the meal gladly, except for Mai, who had returned home early, as usual. Sokka had been thinking about how he would show Azula his skills as they traveled to the slate when he heard Ty Lee mention offhandedly that she only hoped there would be enough seats in the arena for all of them. "Wait, you guys are planning on coming to the slate as well?" he asked, his daze broken when he heard the words. "Well, of course," Ty Lee said. "I'd think you wouldn't even need to ask. After all we've done to get you into shape, we deserve to see that fight's result, don't we?" said Zuko, raising his eyebrow and looking at Sokka matter-of-factly. "I guess, but wouldn't you guys rather stay here?" said Sokka. "Those festivals will start tomorrow after all, and it might be more fun to stay here and enjoy them than to come watch my fight, don't you think?" "Maybe, but these festivals happen every year," said Ty Lee, shrugging. "Meanwhile, you fighting in the slate? That's not going to happen too often, right?" "I doubt it," said Sokka, grimly. Even if he hoped his training would keep him from dying while fighting the Millennium Dragon, he didn't expect to win the fight, and only the winner earned the right to challenge in the slate. It wasn't very likely the Millennium Dragon would want to challenge him again to the slate after defeating him the first time. "Don't be so negative, maybe you'll do better than you think," Suki said, smiling at Sokka. He gave her a crooked grin and shrugged. "Well, I might not make a total fool of myself, but I still don't think I'll win," he said, earnestly. "I just hope Azula doesn't hear you being so downcast about it," said Ty Lee. "She'll want you to win, I'd think. It's Azula, after all." "Oh, well," said Sokka, despite knowing otherwise. Azula had given him a month to train before sending word to Shoji about the slate because she didn't want him to fight unless he was ready. She didn't need him to win. Her main interest was for this fight to provide Sokka more recognition than he already had, which would result in more challenges from worthy opponents. But neither Ty Lee nor the others knew that. "You think she's all set for tomorrow's ceremony?" Ty Lee asked Zuko. "Well, we'll only know for certain by watching her," he said, shrugging. "But it's Azula, so I doubt there's much to worry about. She's bound to do just fine." "Huh? Can we watch the ceremony?" Sokka asked, surprised. He tried not to look too eager about the prospect of seeing his sponsor again. "Well, I'll go see it," said Zuko. "Mai will come too, I think she's bringing the rest of her family along." "And I wish I could watch it too," said Ty Lee, sighing. "But I'll be at the port making sure the ferry I rented for the slate is ready to go. And Haru and Suki will help me with that, right?" "Yeah," said Haru, smiling weakly. "Not like it makes much sense for us to watch the ceremony anyways. We're slaves after all." Sokka froze at that, wondering if the same applied to him. He had expected Zuko's words to mean that he would be welcome to watch the ceremony too at first, but now. "Don't be silly, Sokka," said Ty Lee, smiling when she saw the disheartened look on his face. "You're probably free to go, aren't you? If my father didn't mind his presence during Azula's birthday, I doubt he'll care this time around either," said Zuko, shrugging. "Fact is, watching this ceremony isn't something restricted to nobility or so. So long as you get there early you should get to see it. And even if the temple gets too packed, you might get to watch the procession as the beacon is brought outside once the ceremony is over. Then I really could go watch?" Sokka asked, his eyes lit up once more. "Just be there early," said Zuko, and Sokka smiled. "Sure thing," he said, smiling. The thought of watching the princess's ceremony served to cheer Sokka up for the rest of the night. As though he were a child again, excited over his first hunting trip with his father, or over his next birthday, he struggled with his sleep, his mind full of thoughts of Azula. He had missed her more than he could say. He only hoped they could make up for the lost time during the upcoming weeks. It was odd that he was able to stop worrying over his survival at the slate by thinking about Azula. When he thought about the fight, he had a hard time imagining what would come after it. He had trained too hard for too long with a single goal in mind, and seeing past it wasn't easy, unless he thought about her. He could forget the very fight, his worries and fears because of Azula. Whatever lay in store, he knew he could get through it if he was with her. But for now, the one who had to overcome a great hurdle was Azula. Sokka wanted to believe she would be able to handle the ceremony, even though she had been so pessimistic about it when they had last met. He wished he could have seen her again before her performance, to make sure she would be okay, but there had been no opportunity for that. She would do a great job, though, he was certain of it. The sages could say what they wanted about how her fire wouldn't suit the task, it amounted to nothing to Sokka. He believed in her, and he knew she would prove herself before the entire city on the next morning. He woke up an hour before dawn, still feeling tired but too excited about the ceremony to get another minute of sleep. He bolted out of bed and dressed up, gathering his weapons and bags for the trip to the slate, for he figured they would take off right away once the ceremony was finished. He had meant to have a quick breakfast, but his appetite prompted him to raid the kitchen and eat to his heart's content, as ever. By the time he was finished, Song was already up, which alerted him of how much time he had wasted with food. He said his farewells to Song, who hugged him and wished him the best luck for his fight in the slate before he could take off. "Just be careful with that fight, okay?" she asked him, and he patted her back. "You can trust me, Song," he said. "I'll be fine. And I'll be back soon to eat whatever's left in the kitchen." "You mean nothing? You practically cleaned us out," she said, giggling a little as she pulled away from the hug. Sokka chuckled and waved at her, his bags slung on his shoulder. "See you soon, Song," he said, and she watched him with a fond smile as he raced down the streets of the capital. The temple stood near the palace, and Sokka made its way towards it while taking in the many unusual sights across the city. There were ornaments on every street, people setting up food stands and stashes of fireworks that were meant to be released through the week. Despite the early hours, Sokka saw more people than usual in the city today, although they weren't just the noblemen that populated the Fire Nation capital. Instead, the people on the streets were commoners and merchants, hard at work with their preparations for the festival. On some level, Sokka was sorry to miss most of what would take place during the week, but the prospect of getting away from the fuss and spending more time with the princess made him forget his misgivings right away. He reached the temple to find many noblemen and their families were already there, greeting each other at the temple's entrance. Steps led the way up to the gates in the wall that surrounded the main building. There were several buildings within the temple, and on its center stood a very tall tower. Rows of torches lined the wall and the steps that led to the temple, something Sokka noticed as he climbed his way to the front gate. He asked a sage for instructions on where the ceremony would take place, and he followed the firebender's directions into the main hall of the temple's central tower. He soon found himself in a large, tall, dimly lit chamber. Sokka was reminded of the throne room as he looked around himself, detailing the tall red columns and the polished floor. The ceremony hall wasn't empty, for there were other sages within the room, speaking amongst themselves in low voices. Since it didn't seem they cared for his presence, Sokka decided to take his time to detail the ceremonial aisle better. There were curtains drawn across large windows, and a structure shaped as a bird, with its wings spread wide open, stood at the furthermost end of the room. Sokka raised an eyebrow as he studied it, noticing the colors of the statue afforded the bird's feathers a semblance with fire. "A phoenix, huh?" he asked, rubbing his chin with interest. There was something positioned before the phoenix that caught his attention. It was a golden, round platform, suspended by golden chains so it would hover just before the phoenix's beak. On the platform rested what seemed to be tinder for a torch, shaped as a flame. Sokka tilted his head sideways, noticing the tinder seemed to gleam for some reason, and he guessed an accelerant had been poured over it. "Why, though? So, you really got here early, didn't you?" said a voice behind him. Sokka tried not to jump before turning to greet Zuko with a smile and a wave. The prince was wearing armor similar to the gold and black outfit Azula always wore. To Sokka's surprise, he had never seen Zuko in such a get-up. His hair had been drawn back into a top knot, and he looked tenser than Sokka had seen him in a very long time. "Early enough, I think," said Sokka. "You all right? You look fancy." "Fancy?" Zuko repeated, his eyebrow twitching. I'm fine. It's just a complicated occasion, is all. My father will be here, and I just have to keep him from noticing me." "Oh. Well, no need to worry, he's bound to be watching Azula through the ceremony anyhow," said Sokka, shrugging. "You'll go unnoticed if that's what you want." "Heh, doesn't matter what I want, really," said Zuko, but he smiled a little. "How are you feeling? Ready to go to the slate?" "I suppose as ready as I can be," said Sokka, scratching the back of his head. "To be honest, I'd rather just enjoy the ceremony for now rather than freak out over what might happen on my next fight." "A good call," said Zuko, nodding. The room grew more crowded as time passed by. The sages had stopped talking amongst themselves and instead were making sure to keep all the audience at proper distance of the ceremonial area. Sokka and Zuko chose to stand to one side of the room, hoping that most people would choose to stand in the center instead. "Say, what's that platform supposed to be for, Zuko?" Sokka asked, pointing at the contraption. If I recall right, that thing on it is the beacon the performer must set alight with their fire," said Zuko. "Really, now?" said Sokka. "The tinder has special properties," Zuko explained. "It's meant to make it so the fire retains the same properties it had when the performer was bending it. See, when a firebender stops controlling his fire, it starts behaving like normal fire." "I'm aware," said Sokka, smiling weakly. Zuko raised an eyebrow. "Your sister has tried to set me on fire quite a few times. She succeeded once, and when she wasn't bending the flames on my clothes they changed from blue to orange." "Huh. You know how it is, then," said Zuko, and Sokka smiled uncomfortably. "Yep. All too well. Well, it sure is odd to see the two of you together like this." Sokka and Zuko turned on their heels to find Mai behind them. Ruonjian was holding their son, and he greeted them both with a smile and a nod, gestures Mai didn't extend to Zuko and Sokka. "Hey, Mai," said Sokka, smiling a little. "Morning," said Zuko, bowing his head courteously towards her and her family. Uade waved at him, and Zuko smiled warmly at the boy. "Good morning to you both," she said. "Where's Ty Lee? Didn't she come to watch the ceremony as well?" "No, she went to the port to make sure our ferry was good to go," said Zuko. "Huh," said Mai, surprised. "Well, it's good to know she's taking care of that, actually. Getting through the bay will be hellish today. If she's the one to deal with the hassle it'll be much better for the rest of us." "Wait, you'll be going too?" Sokka asked, surprised, and Ruonjian nodded, placing a hand on Mai's shoulder. "We discussed it, and Mai really could use a break from changing diapers," he said, chuckling. Mai nodded, folding her arms over her chest. "I'll watch you a day for the next few days and she'll go watch you in the slate. She deserves to come see the final result of your training as well, you know," said Zuko, and Sokka smiled. "I was just asking, is all," he said. "I thought she'd rather stay with the kid." "I'd rather take the kid and Ruonjian, if I'm quite honest, but..." She started, but she stopped mid-sentence. "But what?" asked Sokka, curious, but Mai refused to finish what she had been saying. Sokka would have asked her again about what she wanted to say if a sudden silence hadn't spread across the hall just then. Zuko stiffened, immediately aware of who the latest arrival was, despite the crowd was already too thick for him to see the man personally. Nevertheless, he could spot the Imperial guards around him, who gave away the Fire Lord's presence in the room. Sokka swallowed hard as everyone in the room bowed down to the most powerful man of their nation. He felt the urge to stay on his feet, to rebel against a man whose authority he didn't want to acknowledge, but Zuko, who had already knelt down, struck the back of Sokka's knees with his arm, forcing him to fall on the floor against his will. The gladiator scowled at the prince, but he didn't move until the Fire Lord allowed the crowd to stand up again. Before Sokka could so much as comment on how ridiculous it was for him to bow before Ozai, the head sage stepped forward into the ceremonial aisle. There was absolute silence in the room as he got ready to speak. Since the beginning, there was fire, he said. The spark that has made us the proud, powerful nation we are, glows in the skies above to this day. To the sun we owe our very lives, and we shall now glorify it through an offering of the finest flames the Fire Nation can offer. Let the ceremony of the sun commence. Sokka wondered if he was supposed to clap at that, but as he raised his hands he noticed nobody else was about to celebrate the man's words. He resolved to simply put his hands together, his fingers tapping as he waited eagerly for the next part of the ceremony. A door at the left of the ceremonial aisle swung open, and Sokka's breath hitched as Azula stepped out into the aisle. Her hair was held up in a top knot by her usual hairpiece. The robes she was wearing flowed elegantly down her body. The main piece of her outfit was red, but the sash around her waist and the borders of the long sleeves of the robes were black. Sokka swallowed hard as his gaze fell upon her, and he was marveled by the hard look on her face. She was determined to succeed, he could see it in her features. And he believed she would do it. If someone could, it was her. Azula walked towards the ceremonial aisle, her every step calculated and careful. She reached the center of the room and bowed towards the crowd, but mainly, towards her father and the fire sages. She noticed her uncle stood next to her father, but while the sight was rather surprising, she chose not to pay it any mind. She wasn't here to wonder at her father's unexpected choices in company, she was here to perform a ceremony. With that, she turned towards Feng Wang's effigy. After performing another reverence towards it, she readied herself. She took 5 deep breaths before starting, 5 to make sure she would be calm and steady for what she was about to do. She needed to focus completely. She lifted her hands and positioned them before her. Her palm was extended, and her fist was pressed against it. One more deep breath. And with that, she brought forth the first batch of flames from her fist. Everyone in the room watched in confusion as the princess made her first moves. Her back was turned against them at the moment, which made it difficult for them to see, but had the fire she produced been gold, before turning blue as she manipulated it with her left hand? Sokka's eyes narrowed as he stared at her more carefully. The flames now switched to the right hand, and they were blue, as always, but then she punched the air before her, and as she made the movement, the flames turned golden again. A gasp ran through the crowd as Azula started moving backwards, her right foot drawing arcs of blue fire, her left foot doing the same with golden flames. Yet she closed herself to the sounds, to everything outside her bending. She was manipulating her inner fire at will, bringing it out when she needed it, and allowing its influence to diminish whenever she wanted blue fire to emerge instead. Gold and blue danced together, in a fierce exchange of flames. When the time came to stop walking backwards, she stretched out her arms and drew out circles of blue fire with both her arms, but she shot a plum of gold through the rings of blue. Again, the crowd gasped. Again, Azula ignored the sound. She flexed her right leg and twirled with the left one extended, and the circle she drew on the floor downshifted between blue and gold. She boosted her jump with blue fire, but as she kicked the floor, the flames became golden. The fire danced around her as she waved her hands from side to side, manipulating her flames into the desired shapes each time. Fire poured out of her with every movement. Her eyes closed as she allowed herself to be carried through the motions, her palms extended as she produced balls of fire, each one of different color. It was nearly a dance with fire, a dance that prompted her to jump, to wave her arms, to twirl in vortexes of flames. She felt as one with her fire. Both the gold and the blue flames were part of her by now, as though she was the embodiment of both kinds of fire, united in a single entity. Her hands and feet unleashed her fire, her every breath fueled her power and gave her strength to shift between colors, to bend at will and to enjoy every single new movement she made. Her mind was relaxed despite the intense movements she was subjecting her body to, and her heart was beating furiously, as though by the fire's influence. She withdrew her arms, charging her fire bending so she could release 2 beams of blue fire that turned golden as she lowered her arms. She supported her weight on a single leg next, and she stretched out her arms as she kicked with her remaining leg. She stretched back her neck, and golden fire that turned blue burst from her every extremity and mouth. The leg on which she was supporting her weight pushed upwards, and with the other leg she created a full body wheel of fire. The last movements were next, and she knew just what to do, although it would be the trickiest part. She opened her eyes for the first time since starting the ceremony, and she took a step back as she aimed at the beacon of Feng Huang. With another deep breath to fuel her flames, she used both arms to produce a cloud of golden fire, which she sent towards the tinder that waited to be burned. But right after releasing the golden flames she drew back her fists and shot twin blasts of blue fire forward. Despite she wasn't supposed to do so, she didn't flow into the final set of movements for the ceremony right away. Instead, she waited to see the result of her last movement, hoping the blue fire would find the golden one just when it had to. The beacon was set alight with golden flames that soon shifted when the blue ones caught up with them. The combination of the fire set the entire room alight with colors that produced yet another room-wide gasp, and even a few squeals of surprise and amazement. Angela's face changed from eagerness to pure joy, and with that, she stepped forward, her right hand above her head, her left at her shoulder. With the second step she took, she charged her right hand as she moved it diagonally, blue flames pouring from it. She jumped, twirling in midair long enough to land perfectly, her fist producing a blast of blue flames as golden ones burst from her legs. Her chest heaved by the time she was holding the final position. The crowd was silent now, and Angela wasn't sure if that was a good or a bad thing. But she lifted her gaze towards the beacon of Feng Huang, and she beamed with pride as she watched the colored flames burning brightly. The head sage, who had already witnessed most of Angela's prowess, save for the multicolored fire that now danced on the beacon, stepped towards the ceremonial aisle again and turned towards the crowd. Everyone was staring at the princess with wide eyes, and quite a few of them with their mouths agape. "The beacon is lit. Let the fire festivals begin," he exclaimed. People started clapping now upon the man's announcement. A few of them even cheered, and a rumor of eager conversation spread across the room as Angela straightened herself, still looking at the beacon with delight. Her gaze fell upon the phoenix's effigy next, and she hoped this offering would be suitable for the Fire Nation's god. "Now, you forgot to mention that last bit when you showed me what you would do for the ceremony, Princess Angela," the head sage told her, as the room was filled with excited chatter. Angela turned towards him, a smile on her face as she shrugged. "I figured I might keep this part a surprise. There was no fun in giving away all my secrets immediately," she said, and the old man laughed. "You are truly one of a kind, princess," he said, staring at the beacon with amazement as well. "Never before had I seen this sort of fire." "Angela," said the next person who had dared approach the princess after the ceremony, none other than Fire Lord Oze. Angela turned towards him, pleased to see his wide eyes and the ecstatic expression on his face. This was that sort of fire. It was new, yes, said Angela, smiling. "I trust you enjoyed the ceremony, father." "It was by far the most extraordinary performance I've ever witnessed in this temple," said Oze, a glint of pride in his gaze. "What you just did, Angela. There are no records in Fire Nation history of fire bent in this manner," said Iroh, who had stepped forward as well. Angela continued to smile as she looked at him, but she noticed that Iroh's expression wasn't the same as Oze's. Was it confusion in his eyes? Disbelief? Fear? Angela didn't quite know why, but she was sensing something dark about him suddenly, something she couldn't remember feeling before, not even when they weren't on good terms. That was quite the sight to behold, Princess Angela. "Why, thank you, uncle," she said, smirking as she usually would, but still uneasy regarding the man's reaction and the strange sensation that emanated from him. "It's what I strived for." "It's truly a pity the Admiral missed it," said Iroh, and Angela raised an eyebrow. "If there's a man who would have marveled at your performance today, it would have been Zhao." As Iroh said those words, Angela understood why Iroh was next to Oze today. Had Zhao arrived on time, Oze would have had his most trusted military leader with him instead of his brother. "You said he'd be here soon, father," Angela said, looking at Oze. Is something the matter? A storm at sea delayed him, said Oze. But he will be here before the week is over. Good to know, said Angela, although she wasn't too pleased by the news. Zhao had been the last thought on her mind during the past weeks as she strived to master the golden fire. Chances were she would see him again as she returned from the slate. And he will witness the power of your flames all the same, even if he missed the ceremony, said Oze, smiling. Head sage, proceed with the lighting of the torches. Right away, my lord, said the man, bowing his head towards Oze and instructing the other sages to help him lower the platform where the fire of multiple colors continued to burn brightly. In any case, Angela, said Oze, looking at her. You did a splendid job, just as I expected of you. No, rather, beyond what was expected. As ever, you don't fail to amaze me. Thank you, father, she said, smiling earnestly. I'm honored to know as much. You have a trip to take off to now, don't you? Oze asked, and Angela nodded. Very well, then, may fortune be on your side with your gladiators fight. I'll be waiting for your return. I'll be back as soon as possible, father. You can count on it, she said, and he smiled approvingly. The sages lowered the platform with difficulty and placed it atop a cart as noblemen and military officers approached Angela to praise her performance. She accepted all compliments with smiles, her head held high. They only backed away from her when the sages moved the platform through the hall, leading it to the doors and out towards the temple's wall. All the torches in the temple would be set alight with the beacon's fire, as it was done traditionally. Through the entire week, the capital's temple would be lit by the same fire used for the ceremony. Many people followed the sages as they left the ceremonial hall, Oze and Iroh included, although a few others lagged behind to congratulate Angela for her impressive performance. She only noticed the group by the wall when most people were out of the way already. And despite she recognized all 5 people with ease, her eyes were drawn towards one of them. She smiled and raised her eyebrows as they approached, all of them as amazed as the rest of the crowd had been. All right, now that was just too much. Since when can you bend in many colors, huh? Sokka asked her once he was close enough. Angela laughed and he beamed, looking at her with admiration. Not that long, actually, but long enough, she admitted. That was unbelievable, Zuko said, his eyes wide. How did you do it? I mean, I'd never seen fire like that before. Neither had I until I bent it, Angela said, smiling and shrugging. It came as the result of a lot of hard work, plenty of meditation and relentless training for a month and a half, or so. That can't be all there is to it, said Zuko, stunned. Angela, that was. It just was. Truly remarkable, Ruonji unfinished, smiling at Angela. I have to say, I'm really honored we had a chance to watch you perform. I never imagined a ceremony of the sun could be so amazing, but it really was beyond any other fire-bending performance I've ever seen. You just don't know how to be modest, said Mai, smiling as well. You have to go all out and prove just how talented you are with every chance you get, don't you? Oh, I just did what I had to do, said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. Had I been given more time I might have been able to bend the combined blue and gold fire throughout the ceremony, but the odds were against me. Come on, what you did already was absolutely fantastic, Sokka said, beaming. Angela looked at him sideways, amused by his excitement. I'd told you you'd be able to pull it off, and see, you did. And you blew everyone away at it, too. You really ought to be proud of yourself, girl. I'm proud enough, yes, Angela confessed, smiling. If there was something she wasn't short on, it was pride. Still, she wasn't quite as arrogant regarding her new fire-bending skill as she had been when she had initially developed her blue fire. Back then it had been the result of hard work and lots of training indeed, this time it was the result of embracing everything her father had ever told her to shut away from her life. Yes, she had worked hard, but the true key to gold fire lay within her, within the feelings she shouldn't have developed towards anyone, let alone towards the man she was talking to just now. Still, I'm surprised you watched the ceremony. I didn't expect you to be here. Why not? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. You thought I'd want to miss out on this? Not quite, but I expected you to be at the ship by now so we could set out to the slate right away, said Angela, looking at him skeptically. You have a big fight ahead of you, remember? Or is it my performance made you forget it? No, I didn't forget, said Sokka, smiling a little. But I figured I'd come watch you and then we could take off together, you see. Logical enough, I suppose, but we really need to get going now, she said, sighing. I have no idea if the barge is ready yet, and we'll need to go at full speed to make it there on time. You don't know if it's ready? Sokka asked, surprised. Why? I only told the captain to get it ready yesterday, she said, before giving him a guilty look. The one who forgot about the big fight, as a matter of fact, was me. But never mind, we'll make it somehow. Well, if you guys have trouble getting the barge ready, you could come with us. Zuko suggested. Angela looked at him in confusion. Come with you? And what do you mean by that, exactly? She asked. After all we did to train Sokka, you didn't expect us to just stay in the capital while he fought in the slate, did you? Mai said, raising an eyebrow. So, you're coming to the slate too? Angela asked, surprised. Really? Yeah. It's why Ty Lee missed out on the ceremony, said Zuko. She wanted to come, but she chose to get our ride to the slate ready just in case anything went wrong. The bay is bound to be a mess right now, Mai commented. The festivals are only starting, so ships will be coming in at an alarming rate. It's a good thing Ty Lee chose to make sure our ship was ready. Then Ty Lee is doing the responsible thing and making sure all of you can go to the slate. Angela inquired, raising her eyebrows. Well, that's rather surprising, coming from her. She must really want to watch Sokka's fight. She's been pretty eager about it, yeah, said Sokka, shrugging. Oh, well, said Angela, sighing. Let's take off, then. If we're all going to the bay, we should get there as soon as possible. Are you going to change out of those robes first? Sokka asked, and Angela nodded, as the group left the temple's hall, following the rest of the people out of the building. I will indeed. Meet me at the palace gates, I'll arrange transportation to take us all to the bay. Since we're all going to the same place we might as well take a single carriage, she said, and Zuko nodded. Sounds like a plan, said Zuko. It took them some time to make it through the masses of people who were watching the lighting of the torches outside the temple. More compliments rained upon Angela as she walked with the group towards the palace, and she accepted each of them with a proud grin. Sokka watched her with a gentle smile on his face. He couldn't wait to have some alone time with Angela to ask her about her new fire, and to tell her just how amazed he had been by her performance. It was taking him every ounce of his willpower not to reach for her hand right now, but he proved capable of controlling himself, despite everything. As they reached the palace, Angela rushed to her rooms. She requested the carriage they would need to the nearest servant and she took off the ceremonial robes with some difficulty before changing into another set of robes, less formal and also less battle-ready than her usual style. Her armor was in her luggage, since she had chosen to pack it rather than to wear it during the trip to the slate. She would put it on for the fight, but for now, she would resort to comfortable clothing instead. The group was waiting for her at the palace entrance, just as she had told them to be. By the time she had reached the front gates, Sokka and Zuko had already climbed on the carriage while Mai said goodbye to her family. As Mai had predicted, the capital's port was at its most chaotic state by the time they reached it. Angela berated herself mentally for not having thought of how complicated it would be to set out to the slate in these conditions. It was too late to regret having accepted the Millennium Dragon's challenge, though. They had to reach the slate one way or another, there was no way around it. The carriage reached the barge's docks with difficulty due to the large masses of people at port. When at last they reached their destination, Angela climbed off the carriage and led the way towards the barge. The princess frowned as she saw her ship's sailors racing back and forth, carrying bags or packages hurriedly. This didn't bode well. The four of them climbed on deck, and while Mai and Zuko were mostly curious about the ship, since neither of them had ever climbed aboard it, Angela and Sokka were glancing about themselves in hopes to find the barge's captain, for he might tell them if the ship was in the right conditions to set out. And they happened upon a certain captain indeed, but not the one they had wanted to find. Sokka tensed immediately when he saw Ruishi, and he inched away from Angela instinctively as they approached the man. Angela seemed to disregard the bad blood between them for the time being, though. She simply walked up to the man, who stiffened upon noticing the princess had already arrived. "Princess. I hope the ceremony went well," he said, bowing his head towards her as the other three caught up with them. "Well enough, thank you," she said, nodding. "It seems the ship isn't ready yet, or is it?" "As a matter of fact, the barge is almost fully stocked by now, but it will take at least another hour of preparations before we can set out. And we're facing another problem. Getting out of the port is going to be rather complicated under these conditions. As you can see, there are far too many ships coming into the bay for the festivals. But we can still make it to the slate despite that, can't we?" Angela asked, frowning. The one thing that would dampen her mood today would be having to forfeit such an important fight over something outside her control. "It won't be easy," said Ruishi, sighing. "But we could make it, perhaps, if everything were in our favor once we're ready to set out. Still, it's unlikely for that to be the case." "Really, now?" Angela asked, an eyebrow twitching as she gazed over her shoulder. There were too many ships in the port, and she couldn't identify the one Ty Lee had hired for this trip. Was it in better conditions to set out to the slate than the barge was? "What are you looking for, princess?" Ruishi asked, and Angela turned towards him again. "Zuko and Mai informed me they will be going to the slate as well," said Angela, sighing. "They told us they might be able to give us a lift there, if the barge wasn't ready to go just yet." "Is that so?" Ruishi asked, and Mai nodded. "It's just a matter of taking Angela's luggage to the ship," she said, shrugging. "The rest should have been taken care of. It might be easier for a smaller ship to transit the waters right now. A smaller ship might not get us there as fast as the barge, though," Angela said, and Mai raised an eyebrow. "At this rate, the barge isn't even going to set out of the bay. Under those circumstances, I think a smaller ship will get you there much faster than the barge could," she said. Angela sighed and looked at Ruishi. "Are you sure the barge can't be ready any faster?" "I'm afraid not, princess," said Ruishi. "The traffic in Fire Nation waters right now is dreadful, it's true. So, I think Lady Mai has the right idea." Angela's eyes widened, and Sokka's jaw dropped. Ruishi had to be saying the words most unwillingly, but he had said them all the same. Angela looked at him in disbelief. Did you just say that Mai had the right idea?" Angela repeated. "Captain. I'm going to trust your friends," Ruishi said, curtly, and Angela froze where she was. "I'm certain they will see you to the slate and back safely." "Well, you could come along too, you know," said Zuko, shrugging. "I mean, if you want to make sure she'll be fine." "Surely adding the princess and the gladiator to Lady Ty Lee's vessel is already more than what your group had calculated," said Ruishi. "I'd rather not impose. The princess can defend herself well enough, in any case. I trust it won't be necessary for me to accompany her this time." Angela stared at Ruishi with a mild frown, knowing just why he was agreeing to this so easily. Normally he would fight toe and nail whenever she tried to shake him off, but not this time. And there was an obvious reason for it. Sokka looked at the man guiltily, having guessed the same thing Angela had. The captain still wanted to protect Angela, no doubt, and the best way to protect her would be through his ignorance. If he didn't come on the ship with them he would know nothing about whatever transpired between Angela and Sokka during the voyage, if anything did, and the captain was certain something would. Pretending not to know of her illicit relationship with the gladiator was a risky move, but one he was making all the same, for Angela's sake as well as his own. The less he knew about Angela and Sokka's relationship, the better it would be for all of them. "I can defend myself indeed," Angela said, frowning but nodding. "Well, then. If this is what you think will be best, then we'll go with Ty Lee. You can call off the men stocking up the ship, their work won't be necessary anymore." "Very well," said Ruishi, bowing his head down towards Angela. "I only hope Ty Lee's ship is fast enough to get us there on time," said Angela, rubbing her temples with her fingers as she turned to climb down the ramp. "I'll see you when we return, Captain." "Indeed, Princess," he said, nodding in her direction, as the rest of the group followed. But before Sokka could join them, Ruishi clasped his shoulder and forced him to turn towards him. I know, said Sokka, gulping. I'm not planning on doing anything stupid. Doesn't matter if you plan it or not, you'll surely do something stupid regardless, said Ruishi, and Sokka grimaced. Well, that's probably true, but still. I only wanted to say, said Ruishi, taking a deep breath. Do your best in the slate. Don't get yourself hurt, let alone killed. She won't know how to live with that. I'm not planning on having that happen, said Sokka, looking at Ruishi with surprise. I don't know if I'll win, but I'll do my best to get through that fight as safely as possible. Do it, then, said Ruishi, sighing. For her sake. You matter too much to her for her own good. Despite himself, Sokka smiled. He clasped the captain's forearm with a hand and nodded towards him. For her sake, he said. You can count on it. Chapter 88, The Slate Festivals 6. Wow. Oh, Azula, that's amazing. Ty Lee exclaimed, admiring the dancing golden flames on the princess's hand. The princess smirked, pleased by her friend's reaction to her latest bending feat. Ty Lee's slaves were also watching in amazement while Sokka, Mai, and Zuko merely smiled at the scene. It had taken a few hours for their ship to sail out of the crowded bay, but at long last, they were on their way to the slate. Nearly every ship was sailing in the opposite direction, but that stopped being a potential problem once they made it past the great gates of Ajalon. The group had remained on deck as the ship coursed the Fire Nation's open waters. As soon as they had stopped being in risk of collision with other ships, Ty Lee had asked Azula about the ceremony, which had resulted in the princess's display of her golden fire. I'd never seen anything like that before, Suki said, her eyes wide. Nor had I. And I've fought lots of firebenders, said Haru, impressed. How did you do it, princess? Why does everyone ask me that? Azula said, her eyebrow twitching as the flame turned blue and disappeared when she tightened her hand into a fist. Well, it's just such a rare style of firebending, said Haru, smiling a little. We're simply curious. We sure are, said Sokka, stepping forward, an eyebrow raised playfully. You really should tell us what's the secret, Azula. We're all good people here, none of us will reveal your tricks of the trade for awesome firebending to the rest of the world. Good to know. But I'm still not saying anything, she said, giving him a dry smile. Sokka's eyebrow twitched. Well, aren't you stingy, woman, he muttered, folding his arms across his chest. Well, whatever the secret is, that was really amazing, Azula. Ty Lee exclaimed, clapping happily. Oh, I really wish I had seen the ceremony. I shouldn't have missed it. Yeah, you really should have seen the other fire too, said Sokka, smiling again. If you thought the gold one was awesome, you should have seen the colorful one. Colorful fire? Ty Lee asked, her eyes shining bright with amazement. Oh, that sounds amazing. Can you show me, Azula? I can't quite bend that one freely, Azula admitted. So I'd rather not take chances with that while we're on a moving ship. You'll see it when we get back to the Fire Nation, though. All the torches near the temple have been set alight with it. So, you really can't produce that one like the others? Zuko inquired, curious. I might find a way to do it eventually, Azula said. But I could only do so much in 2 months' time. And you did really well, Sokka told her, beaming. Azula nodded, holding back the urge to smile back at him. She didn't want to seem aloof or cruel towards Sokka, but she couldn't act naturally around him while everyone else was there. Being harsher towards him would keep their suspicions and questions at bay, she hoped. I suppose I did, she responded, before looking at Ty Lee again. Well, then, which cabin will I get? Oh, you'll take the one I was going to use, said Ty Lee, smiling. It's the last one in the hall below deck, all the way to the end of the ship. You'll have big windows, and a very nice view of the landscape. Your men brought all your luggage into your room, so you'll be able to tell which one is yours. Well, thanks for that, said Azula. You could have given me a smaller room, though. We're already imposing on you, so. Oh, come on, Azula, said Ty Lee, rolling her eyes. You're the princess, you get the best stuff and that's just how it is. You used to be quite fond of that before, weren't you? Where is this sudden altruistic streak coming from, huh? Angela's eyebrow twitched and she gave Ty Lee another sarcastic grin. Alright then. I won't say another word about it, she stated. Still, what will you do? No need to worry. I'll just share rooms with Suki, and Sokka has already agreed to share with Haru too, said Ty Lee, smiling. Angela nodded. It seems you have everything covered, then. That's good to know, she said, despite already suspecting some of the sleeping arrangements might not be quite as Ty Lee had described them in practice. Even though she wouldn't be tucking in any time soon, Angela decided to head to her cabin while the others continued to talk on deck. The ship wasn't particularly large, in fact it was far smaller than what she was accustomed to. It was mostly white, and it lacked the pagoda towers that identified high-class Fire Nation ships. It had a chimney, though, and a superstructure from which the inside of the ship could be accessed. Angela followed Ty Lee's instructions down the ship's hallway and reached the furthermost room, where a far smaller cabin than her quarters in the barge awaited her. The bed was big enough for her comfort, but it took up most the room with its size. There was a dresser to the left, and a soft red carpet covered the floor. Her luggage was occupying most of the available space in the cabin. She was busy arranging the room to her liking, something she'd never had to do before while on a ship, when she heard footsteps approaching. She lifted her gaze from the bag where most her clothes were stored and found Mai at the doorway, watching her. What is it? Did you want this room for yourself, Mai? Angela asked, with a small smirk. Not really. I don't think the room will make any difference regarding the amount of sleep I'll get, said Mai. Nor will it make any difference for yours, either. That sounds eerie, said Angela, and Mai smiled a little. Come on. You don't actually believe that Ty Lee will share rooms with Suki, or do you? No, I figured not, said Angela, sighing. You expect Ty Lee and Haru to keep the rest of us awake all night with their antics, then? Not quite, in fact, said Mai, looking at Angela slightly apologetically. I had prepared for that eventuality already. Angela smiled in approval when Mai pulled out a pair of earplugs from her pocket. I only brought one pair, though, she said. If I'd known you were coming along, I would have offered you some. No need to worry, I'll figure out a way to sleep despite the noise they might make, said Angela. If I managed to sleep while lost in a forest, I should be able to do it this time as well. Hopefully, said Mai, smiling a little. We'll be gathering for dinner in a couple of hours, just so you know. Ty Lee hired some great cook she knows from the city, apparently we'll have a feast to celebrate your ceremony. Well, that's good to know, said Angela. If there's one thing that could easily ruin any voyages at sea, it's bad food. It seems Ty Lee prepared well enough for that, said Mai, and Angela raised an eyebrow. I'm really impressed. She has been so thorough and responsible it hardly sounds like her at all, she pointed out, and Mai shrugged. I think having two slaves who remind her of things is quite helpful for Ty Lee, said Mai. Normally she's careless and sloppy, but I think Haru has been observant with everything she might have overlooked. And I figure whatever Haru doesn't help with, Suki does, so. She has quite a nice team, it seems, said Angela. Yeah, truthfully Ty Lee has always been at her finest when she's part of a group, Mai said, smiling a little. Don't we know it, said Angela, nodding. It's rather unusual for you to be nostalgic, Mai. Something the matter? Well, it's hard not to be, at times, said Mai. Life gets a little lonely when the only person you can talk to for most the day can only blurt out random syllables and make spit bubbles. Life as a mother isn't too much fun, is it? Said Angela. I'd always assumed that watching over a child must be unbearably boring. It could be worse, he's a good boy, said Mai, smiling. Still, it's usually him and me for most the day. By the time Ruanjian is home either I'm exhausted or he is, so we barely even talk. These last months, though, they have been unexpectedly fun. You mean, training Sokka? Angela asked. Yeah. I've never liked being around large groups of people, but surprisingly, I didn't mind it this time. Possibly because I never spent the whole day with them, but still. Still, you needed the company, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. Odd that even I would need someone to talk to, isn't it? Mai said, raising her eyebrows. Angela chuckled. Well, despite what you might try to make people believe, Mai, you're only human, she said. So it's understandable that you enjoyed it. I suppose you'll miss it when we're back home. I might not have to miss it, though, said Mai, looking at Angela nonchalantly. See. I've been thinking about how we've stopped meeting as often as we used to, before Uday was born. I guess we stopped because of him and because you kept getting busier, both with the Gladiator League and all your responsibilities. Our lives became more complicated over time, said Angela, nodding. We have changed a lot. We're not the same three girls from school anymore. It's true, but I do have to say my days would be a lot easier to get by if we returned to our weekly meeting regime, said Mai. It's just a suggestion, though. I understand you have much to deal with as you are. Well, it's not a bad proposal, actually, said Angela. Usually I spend the day training with Sokka, so maybe we could meet at Ty Lee's place. He could train with Haru instead, while you, Ty Lee and I catch up on whatever we've been up to, as it was in the good old days. Huh, that sounds like a good idea, said Mai, her voice betraying a hint of enthusiasm. I'd have to bring you a day too, of course. Oh, well. Maybe being around a child once a week will warm me up to them, if only a little, said Angela, with a sigh. Mai smirked. You, warm up to a child? That'd be a sight to behold. Well, if you don't want to take that risk then you'll have to keep him far from me whenever we do meet up, said Angela, smiling as well. Noted, said Mai, nodding. Thanks for complying with this, Angela. Hopefully it'll be fun to do this again. Yes, it just might be. We do have a lot of catching up to do, after all, said Mai, smirking, and Angela frowned. And what exactly do you mean by that? Only that there's much we haven't had a chance to talk about for a very long time, Angela, she said. Such as your dragon, for instance. I've never even met him. Oh. You meant Xin Long, said Angela, relaxing a little. Well, he's currently flying well above us. I could call him down to the ship's deck if you want to see him for yourself. We could do that indeed, said Mai. And we could also talk about your gladiator. What about him? Angela said, between gritted teeth. Again, she tensed up, and Mai laughed softly. You know just what about him, she said, turning on her heels and walking down the hallway again. Oh, sure I know, said Angela, an eyebrow twitching. You're just worried about that stupid bet of yours, aren't you? As a matter of fact, I've managed to resolve that particular problem, Mai replied, surprising Angela. So you don't need to feel bad anymore about making me lose my money to Ty Lee. It's been taken care of. Oh, really? Angela asked, distrustful. Her curiosity got the better of her, and soon she was following Mai down the hall. And how exactly did you accomplish that, if I might ask? You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you, Mai replied enigmatically, with a knowing, secretive grin as they climbed on deck again. The rest of the group remained on the deck, just as they had been before. Upon Angela's request, Xin Long descended on the ship so Mai could finally see him for herself. Xin Long greeted his rider happily, but also leapt at Sokka upon seeing him, which made Sokka laugh and pat the dragon's head. Xin Long was surprised when Zuko wasn't as distant as he usually was with him, and he was more than happy to make many new acquaintances. The only downside for Xin Long was Angela's express command for him to not burn or chase after anyone, but he enjoyed the attention nonetheless. Xin Long took off again by dinner time, hoping to find prey either in the water or in nearby islands. The humans, on the other hand, headed inside the ship, and gathered in a brightly lit dining room where all assortments of dishes awaited: salads, beef, pork, Komodo chicken and rhino, rice, dumplings, muffins, sweets and more. Naturally, Sokka went for everything meat-related, although he remained quite wary of the Komodo rhino even to this day, just as Angela did. The meal was pleasant and cheerful, and everyone seemed to eat to their heart's content. But things couldn't possibly carry on in the same cheerful and light-hearted note, and Angela felt quite foolish for having assumed otherwise. There was no way a trip of at least 5 days with this group of people would go smoothly. So, when Ty Lee pulled out the bottles of Beiju, all Angela could do was berate herself mentally for not having foreseen this from the start. Clearly, something like this had been bound to happen. And now we'll celebrate Angela's success in the ceremony properly, she exclaimed, as Angela's eyebrow twitched. You've got to be kidding me, she said, as she felt Sokka stiffen next to her. Stealing a glance at him, she found him grimacing with concern at the sight of the alcohol bottles. Ty Lee, what on earth? Said Mai, looking at her in dismay, as Ty Lee giggled. Come on, Mai. It'll be fun. Besides, we need to toast to Sokka's triumph in the slate too. I don't think we need to toast to anything, Angela snarled. Sokka's odds in the fight are most likely not going to favor him if he has alcohol in his system while he's in the ring, in case you hadn't thought about that. Oh, please, he'll just drink today, not every day, said Ty Lee, looking at Angela matter-of-factly. And it's just one tiny drink, nothing more. It's all good fun, you'll see. If it's anything like sake, Beiju should be good, Suki said, shrugging, as Haru smiled at Ty Lee eagerly. No wonder she's so happy with you too, Angela said, begrudgingly. But I, for one, will pass. I'm not taking so much as a sip from that bottle's contents. Well, you don't have to drink straight from the bottle, you know, Ty Lee giggled, and Angela rolled her eyes. That's clearly not what I meant, Ty Lee, she growled, as the girl laughed more. And she's not the only one who's going to pass, Mai said, grimacing. That's probably the cheapest liquor you could find, isn't it? Well, maybe, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Ty Lee squealed, as both Angela and Mai looked at her in disbelief. Yeah, well. I'll pass too, Zuko said, surprising everyone. You'll pass? Why? Ty Lee exclaimed. So will I, said Sokka, sighing, and Angela actually looked at him proudly. Alcohol isn't really my strong suit. I'd rather not take any risks with it this time around. But, oh, you're all such spoilsports. Ty Lee exclaimed, pouting. A little fun never hurt anyone. Not sure if that's entirely true, especially regarding alcohol, Angela said, and Sokka flinched guiltily at her words. Feel free to drink at will, Ty Lee, but don't expect the rest of us to join in. But at least just for a toast, Angela, please. She begged, still pouting. No, thank you, Angela said, standing up. You can have my share, I'm sure you'll enjoy that. Heh, yes I will. Ty Lee exclaimed, pouting. And I'll take Mai's too. By all means, go ahead, said Mai, smiling a little and standing up too. Don't make a mess of the ship if you get drunk, will you? When have I ever done anything stupid while being drunk, Mai? Ty Lee asked, and when Mai opened her mouth she lifted a hand to stop her. You know what? Don't answer that. Good call, said Mai, smiling before following Angela out of the dining room. Sokka followed Angela with his gaze as she took her leave, wondering if he ought to do the same. He still hadn't gotten a proper chance to talk to her today. It bothered him that he hadn't, but for some reason Mai had always been near Angela ever since they boarded the ship. Still, he could approach Angela before she went to bed, couldn't he? It should be a good moment for a private conversation, so long as nobody saw them. Now, Zuko, really, Ty Lee said, once Mai and Angela were gone. You can't just say you won't drink. This is a good drink, you'll see. But you just said it was cheap, Zuko said, and Sokka snorted. And I suppose you're well above cheap drinks, aren't you? He asked, mockingly. Zuko's eyebrow twitched. Here I was, thinking we were getting along far too well lately. He grumbled, and Suki laughed softly. Come on, you both should have a little, at least, she said, taking one of Ty Lee's bottles and the small saucer-like cup that came with it. She filled it and passed it to Zuko, who stared at the liquid as though it were possessed by a wicked spirit. Just take one drink and it'll be enough, Zuko. Heh, I don't know, Suki, he said, grimacing. Ty Lee, who had been staring at Zuko intently, smiled suddenly at that. "Just a moment, are you trying to say you've never had any alcohol in your life, Zuko?" she asked, and Zuko flinched. "I'm not. I didn't say that." "You didn't say it because you don't want to admit it, but surely." "I don't have anything to admit," Zuko retorted, blushing furiously. "I've had drinks before." "Anyone has." "Well, then, drink a little Beiju and I'll believe you," said Ty Lee, beaming. "Come on, it's not half as bad as Azula and Mai made it out to be." Zuko grimaced and took the cup Suki was offering him reluctantly. Sokka raised an eyebrow, surprised that the prince had complied in the end. Zuko took a deep breath before lifting the cup to his lips, and his eyes widened as the sour taste of the liquid filled his mouth. It seemed to take him all his willpower to swallow, but he did it in the end, lowering the cup and shaking his head. What the hell, Ty Lee? That was a really bad drink," he said, looking at her judgmentally. "Oh, please. You say that because you are new to it, is all," said Ty Lee, giggling. "As if. This is terrible," Zuko exclaimed, grimacing still over the unpleasant liquor he had just drank. "Come on, how bad can it be?" Suki asked, taking the bottle and pouring some Beiju for herself as well. "They used to make sake in my village long ago. I never had much of it, but I did drink it a few times. I figure it shouldn't be too different from that." "Oh, then you'll be able to tell Zuko if it's good or not," said Ty Lee, clapping happily. Suki drank the cup's contents and grimaced a little before looking at Ty Lee apologetically. "This is, actually pretty lousy," she said, and Ty Lee pouted. "Oh, well. At least it's alcohol, and that's what matters," she exclaimed. "Doesn't matter how you get wasted so long as you get there, right?" No," said Zuko, grimacing. "You probably shouldn't get drunk on a ship, Ty Lee," said Sokka, standing up to leave as well. "If the rocking motion doesn't make you sick, that's going to do the trick. You'll be puking into the sea before the night is over." "Well, luckily it'll be quite a while until it is," said Ty Lee, smiling. "Now, come on, don't go, Sokka. You need to have some too." "I'd rather not, really," said Sokka, and Ty Lee raised an eyebrow. "Well, what is it, are you new to drinking like Zuko?" "I'm not new to drinking," the prince exclaimed, blushing. "Not at all," said Sokka. "I've just had a few bad experiences with drinking, is all. I'd rather not take chances with it this time around." "Bad experiences how?" Suki asked, and Sokka's mouth twisted into an awkward grimace. That she'd be the one asking the question didn't make matters any easier. She had never known what he had done after their failed date, and he wasn't planning on telling her about it anytime soon. "Just bad. I'm highly prone to doing and saying stupid things while under the influence of alcohol." "But you do like it, don't you?" Ty Lee asked, and Sokka shrugged. "I guess. I've probably had worse to drink than whatever you've got there. This must be really refined in comparison to what I had while in the amateur league." "You were given drinks back then?" Zuko asked, surprised. "Once in a while," said Sokka. "If the guy who managed the business felt like buying us a treat, as he liked to call it. But it only happened if he had gotten more money than expected in the arena that day." "Huh," said Haru, looking at Sokka with worried eyes. "So you'd rather not remember those times, I guess." Yeah," said Sokka, gulping. In all honesty, he had never done anything as stupid while drinking in the amateur league as he had during the one time he had gone drinking while already being hired by Azula. "Oh, but this is bound to be better than whatever you had back then, you just said so yourself," Ty Lee exclaimed, and Sokka shrugged. "Probably, but I'd rather not." "Come on. You know you want it, Sokka," Ty Lee said, offering him a bottle and a cup. Sokka's eyebrow twitched as he looked at her. He could have a little sip. It couldn't hurt, could it? He would simply slip away, to a secluded area, where nobody would approach him. He'd gone a long time without having any liquor and, despite himself, he wouldn't mind having a taste of it again. He had stopped drinking altogether because he associated it with some of the worst decisions he had made in his life, not because he disliked it. Maybe he could just take that bottle. He simply had to be cautious not to go overboard with drinking and everything would turn out fine. He sighed as he reached a hand out for the bottle. Ty Lee giggled as he gave in to her requests, and Sokka merely glared at her before turning around and leaving, with the bottle and the cup firmly clasped in his hands. He would only have a few sips, and that would be it. He wouldn't go overboard, and he would stay as far from everyone else as possible, if just to avoid potential trouble. That was what he'd do. Nothing other than that. If I were you, I'd tuck in early, Mai recommended Azula, as they both paced on deck. I already expected tonight to be quite chaotic, but I didn't foresee the drinking. It's only going to make everyone louder. Surely, Azula said, sighing. But I'm not tired enough to go to bed just yet. I'd end up hearing their scandal regardless of whether I turn in early or not. Well, I sure feel bad for not bringing more earplugs now, said Mai, sighing. Let's hope they drink enough to just fall unconscious, huh? Knowing Ty Lee, that won't be the case, Azula muttered. Her resistance to alcohol is ridiculous. But her drinking buddies for the night might not have the same endurance she does. Hopefully. Anyhow, I'll be taking off now, Mai said. Beware the drunken party. I'll make sure to do so, Azula said. Mai nodded and Azula smiled, and with that, her friend walked inside the ship once again. But as Mai left, Azula noticed some movement at the back of the deck. She frowned at first, unsure of why anyone would go there at such late hour. She heard no voices, though, so whoever it was, they would be alone. Assuming that whoever it was wouldn't pose any threat to her, she decided to have a look. It couldn't hurt to do so, she hoped. And indeed, it didn't hurt, though it surprised her nonetheless. She froze where she was when she recognized the lurker in the darkness, and she rested against some heavy wooden crates that had been placed on the back of the ship while she watched Sokka uncork a bottle of Beiju, an amused, yet disapproving look on her face. Just the one drink for luck. That's it, he told himself, and she smirked. No need to do anything stupid, Sokka. Just drinking it all seems pretty stupid to me, Azula said, and he squealed and jumped, not having expected any company just then. He turned to look at her, the color draining from his face at first before it came back at full force, his cheeks flushing. Where did you come from? He asked, embarrassed. Azula chuckled. I was on deck all along, I was just talking to Mai. I noticed there was someone here just now, though, so I figured I'd find out if we had a stowaway or perhaps a nest of rats, but it turns out it was just a gladiator trying to have a shameful drink, it seems. It's not that shameful, I mean, I'm a grown man. He exclaimed, and Azula raised her eyebrows. I can have a drink if I want it, can't I? Why, you can, but you shouldn't. At least, you should take it easy, she said, her arms crossed over her chest. Fighting the Millennium Dragon is going to be bad enough as it is, imagine going against him while struggling with a hangover, on top of it all. Well, good thing I'm not planning on getting a hangover, then, said Sokka, stubbornly, pouring some liquor on his cup. Cheers to you, my sponsor who creeps up on me when I least expect it. It's not my fault you make it easy to sneak up on you while you're doing something you're ashamed of, she said, smiling. But now, are you really going to drink that? Meh, it's not like it's going to kill me, is it? Said Sokka, shrugging and lifting the cup to his lips. He swallowed the Beiju quickly and wiped his mouth with the bandages on his arms. Oh, damn. It's been ages since I last felt that rush. It should have been a few more ages yet, Azula said, looking at him disapprovingly. Seriously, Sokka, must you do this? You don't have to worry so much, Azula, said Sokka, smiling at her. I'll be fine, I'm not going to get drunk. I have some self-control, believe it or not. You have it when it's convenient, if you ask me. Azula muttered, and Sokka chuckled. I'd disagree with that, but you might be right. He said, grinning, and setting the cup down. Still, if you're so worried I might end up drunk, you can just sit here with me and make sure I don't take too much. How about it, huh? Azula frowned and looked at him warily. Undeniably, she wanted to be alone with him for a while, but the presence of alcohol daunted her. The last time he had been under the influence of liquor he had said a few things she had never wanted to hear from him. But they both had changed a lot since that time, hadn't they? Surely he didn't think of her in the way he had back then. There shouldn't be such a great risk of winding up with her heart broken tonight, or at least, she hoped not. And he did need someone to make sure he wouldn't get drunk. She sighed in resignation and made to sit beside him. To Sokka's blissful surprise, he had expected her to refuse right away. "This is going to be a long night, isn't it?" Angela asked, dropping her head against the crate they were both resting against, trying her best not to blush while knowing Sokka was smiling warmly at her. Giggles rolled from her lips as she stumbled her way through the ship's passageways, but he helped her keep her footing with his arm around her waist. Suki could tell she was in far worse shape than he was, for she had certainly had more to drink, but the effects of the alcohol didn't go unnoticed on Zuko regardless. There was a goofy smile on his face, and his cheeks were flushed. Suki didn't think she had ever seen him like that before, but she was sure she could grow fond of this new aspect of the Fire Nation prince. "Mine was left from Tylese, was it?" Suki asked, as they looked at the ship's cabins. "Weren't you sharing with her?" Zuko replied, and Suki frowned. "I can't remember. Maybe," she said, before giggling again. "Oh well. You can come to mine until you figure it out," he said, before realizing how bold he had been to say the words. Suki smiled. "If you want, but do you know which one is yours?" "I think we can figure it out," he said, smiling a little at her positive response. He had only expected her to reject him. Zuko was having a hard time figuring out directions, but he found a door that seemed the right choice to him and pushed it open. When he scoured the room and found there was nobody else inside, he guessed this was really his cabin. He coaxed Suki into the room and closed the door behind him, and Suki continued to giggle as she entered it. "So, these are your royal quarters, huh?" she asked, still laughing. "Looks plain to me, eh? You're drunk. You can't see the wonders," he said, dramatically, and Suki laughed more. "Well, so are you. So for that matter," she said, walking towards the bed and dropping face first atop the pillow. "Ah, nice. It's soft." "Like you," Zuko said, laughing too before he noticed what he'd said. "Oh? I'm soft? Or are you trying to say I'm bland?" Suki asked, turning on the bed to glare at Zuko judgmentally. "Be bland." "Eh? I didn't, what?" Zuko said nervously, and Suki wound up giggling again. "Why are you so much fun to tease?" she asked, smirking. "Come on, join me, will you? This bed is too big for just me." "Wait, are you?" he said, as she rolled on her back while spreading her arms. The room was spinning for her, but she rather enjoyed it. "Am I what?" she asked, and Zuko gulped before sitting next to her, shifting nervously. "I'm a virgin," he blurted out. Suki sat up and looked at him with amazement. "Say what?" she asked, and he blushed furiously. I am just saying, if you wanted me to, well, why I mean. "I didn't say I wanted that, you dirty-minded prince," Suki said, smirking, and pushing him down on the bed. Zuko fell on his side without mumbling incoherently anymore. "Quick to jump to conclusions, aren't you?" Well, I mean, we're alone, and there's a bed. And do you always expect to have sex whenever you're alone with a woman in a bed?" Suki asked, smirking. "Not really," Zuko said, frowning. "We've been alone with a bed before." "We have. And all we did was." With that, she leaned in and kissed him, and Zuko froze at first before closing his eyes and responding slightly too enthusiastically to her advance. Suki giggled as he kissed her intensely, as if his life hinged on his performance in this very moment. But soon enough she pulled away, to Zuko's chagrin, a hand on her forehead. He frowned again. "Are you all right?" It's just, everything spins," she said, smiling a little. "And I got a bit dizzy there." "Heh. My kiss dazzled you," Zuko said, smirking with pride, and Suki laughed. "Looks like it," she said, turning her head to look at him. Zuko felt braver tonight than usual, surely because of all he had drank that night. Never had he expected liquor to have such an effect upon him, but he found he actually liked it. It made him confident enough to draw closer to Suki again, to take another kiss from her lips. And she was happy to give in, surrendering as he surrounded her with his arms, still somewhat bashfully, and kissed her more. She made the exchanges longer and deeper whenever she sensed him hesitate, and they both laughed softly whenever they parted, just before they resumed their previous activities. She was far more daring than he expected, but he thought it was mainly the drink that made her this way. She had touched his scar once before, and they had kissed in his room when she visited the palace, but never had she caressed his chest as she was doing now. Thrills rushed through his body as her hands continued to move over him, softly at times, roughly at others. He wanted to return the favor, but so far, all he dared do was touch her arms. Suki looked at him through half-closed eyes, as though challenging him to mimic her actions. Shyly, he forced himself to comply, and he gasped when his hand fell upon one of her breasts. Suki smiled. "You can relax, Zuko, nothing bad is going to happen, you know. I'd never done this before, is all," he said, gulping. "I meant it when I said I was a virgin." "I believe you," said Suki, giggling. "Still, hadn't you ever touched a girl before? After all those years at sea? I mean, you are a prince. Didn't women line up for you? What, looking like this?" he said, pointing at his scar. "Not a chance." "Come now, Zuko, you're a handsome man," said Suki. "You know that, don't you?" "I'm not so sure," he said, and Suki raised her eyebrows. "So, you think I have bad taste in men, then?" "I just don't know if I'm your taste, actually," he said, and she kissed him again. "Would I be here with you if you weren't?" "I don't know. See, you're drunk." "So are you." But I'm not the one whose taste is in question, or am I?" "Maybe you are, though. Why would a prince lay in bed with a slave such as myself?" Suki asked, and Zuko stared at her in disbelief. "Well, because I like you," he said, gulping, and Suki smiled. "And I like you," she said, kissing his nose. "So there you have it. Drunk or not, I like you, Zuko." He smiled and laughed softly as she took his hand into hers. She closed her eyes and rolled on her back, the world spinning around her. Zuko looked at her in amazement, never having expected something like this to happen. When he had heard Maya was married, and that she wouldn't be with him anymore, he had assumed he would be alone for the rest of his life. And despite things had never gone awry with Suki, he had never quite considered that perhaps she was as fond of him as he was of her. "I'm very lucky you do," he said, smiling. You're a very good kisser." "Am I?" she said, chuckling. "I'm good at other things too, as it happens." "Are you really?" Zuko asked, raising his eyebrow. Somehow he wasn't sure if this conversation was taking a turn he was ready for. "Believe it or not, I am," she said, closing her eyes. "If you're wondering, the men from Shuwo didn't really, well, I'd lain with someone else before that happened. So I wasn't entirely inexperienced by the time that mess happened." "Oh," said Zuko, nodding. "Well, then. That's good, I suppose." "It was a nice memory for a time of darkness," she whispered, and Zuko's eyes widened. "He was a nice man." Who was it?" he asked, nervously. He had never spoken with Suki about her past romantic relationships. He had assumed that wasn't a topic she wanted to breach. She had asked about him a few times, but he had never dared do the same. Her time in Shuwo had taken its toll on her, and he doubted she would want to trust him with any stories of the sort. But from the looks of it, she might just be about to do so. "Another gladiator," she said, and Zuko looked at her in dismay. Suki noticed and laughed at his expression. "Not Sokka, in case that's what you thought. I already told you nothing came from that." Oh, said Zuko, relieved now. "I suppose not." He he wasn't your taste in men, I take it. I think he could have been, Suki said. If only he hadn't been in love with someone else. That again? Zuko asked, and Suki chuckled. Indeed, she said. Seeing how he carries himself around your sister just proves it. I always wondered why he seemed so distraught during our date, must have been because of her. I don't really know why, but it makes sense if I think about it that way. Maybe, said Zuko, grimacing. Still, weren't you talking about something else? I was. Oh. Oh, Karen, she said, and Zuko raised an eyebrow. Was that his name? Yeah. He was an earthbender, she said. He got to be really high up there in the ranking, even though I met him when he was still below the top 100. We were in a pairs tournament together, we lost, but it was fun. And that's how you got involved? Zuko asked, biting his lower lip. It's how it started, yeah. It was never anything serious, though, Suki said, her gaze lost on the ceiling. We just met once in a while. Our sponsors were friends, so whenever they wanted to have dinner together we would see each other. It was very casual. Sounds like you liked him a lot, though, Zuko said, not realizing he was speaking out loud. I guess I did, said Suki, sighing. Her eyes darkened now, and Zuko was afraid of asking his next question. What happened, though? Did you break it off? He asked, and she snorted. Me? No, not at all, she said, shaking her head. The world only spun harder after she did so, and she decided not to move at all. He was the one to do that, actually. He did? Zuko asked, astounded. Why the hell? Well, he was an idiot, said Suki, biting her lower lip. Yeah, sounds like it, said Zuko, frowning. Only an idiot would dump you. I guess, she said. I mean, if he really thought dumping me was going to make it hurt any less when he died, he really had it wrong. Zuko's eyes widened and he looked at Suki in horror. She sighed. He had a fight with someone in the top 10, she said. His sponsor got the challenge, and it would have been dishonorable not to take it. But he knew he wasn't strong enough to make it. So he thought he would do me a favor by breaking it off with me, but it didn't help at all. When I heard he had been blown to smithereens, I told myself not to get attached to anyone in the business again. Not for real. Suki. Zuko whispered, taking her hand in his. She smiled at him. It was long ago now. I'm pretty much over it, she said, shrugging, before smiling again. I suppose you must think bad things keep chasing after me, huh? First my village gets taken over by soldiers, then Karen, then Shuwo. Heh. Going out on a date with Sokka probably should be in there too, said Zuko, smirking, and Suki chuckled, before biting her lip. What? I'm afraid, I guess, she said, gulping. Karen didn't fight in the slate, and yet he ended up as he did. I don't want that to happen to Sokka. We tried our best, but, what if him? Said Zuko, smiling a little. That thick-headed moron won't die that easily. You can trust he'll get through this. Just don't think about that, alright? Relax and forget about it. Really, everything is going to be fine. You think so? She asked, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Yeah, he said, surrounding her with his arms and pressing her against his chest. Suki sighed and hugged him, her legs entwining with his. Zuko closed his eyes and frowned, his grip around her strong and certain. He knew Suki's life had been anything but easy, but this new revelation had taken him by surprise. That a warm and gentle girl like her had seen so much grief sat ill with him. He wanted to make her life brighter, that she would never suffer as she had while mourning for the man she had lost, or while living in hellish conditions as she did in Shuwo. I'll take care of you now, he whispered, and Suki sighed in relief. That should be nice, she muttered, and he smiled. Not only did he want her to be safe, though, he wanted her to be happy. He knew he would be happy too, so long as she could have some joy in her life. He didn't care about what he had to do to make it happen, Suki deserved a chance to forget her sorrows just as he often did whenever he was with her. He closed his eyes, noticing he had felt this way long ago towards other people, but it had been on a smaller scale compared to what he was feeling towards Suki now. He wasn't sure of what to make of it just yet, because it had been a long time since this had happened to him, but for the time being, it felt right to acknowledge it. To begin with, he was in love with Suki, and he would do everything in his power to help her find the happiness she deserved in her life. The sound of the ocean underneath the ship was rather pleasant at night. It was hard to tell the water and the dark skies apart, for the line in the horizon was barely noticeable. If not for the foam the ship left in its wake, it would almost seem as though they were sailing across a sea of stars, and it would all seem so poetic to Angela if only she didn't keep wrinkling her nose at the very scent of the liquor Sokka was ingesting. "How can you even drink that?" she asked, as he finished his third cup for the night. "Just by the smell alone I gather it must taste like piss." "And how would you know that?" said Sokka, smirking. "Have you ever drunk?" "No, I haven't." "Don't be ridiculous," she snapped, and he chuckled. "The mere odor makes me think of it." "Oh, well. I suppose I should have expected the princess to find common Beiju revolting," said Sokka, smirking. "Peasants' liquors are beneath her, aren't they?" "Why are you talking about me in third person when I'm right here?" she asked, and he froze. "I don't know, really," he said, smiling widely. "But you are here, eh? It's just you, and me. And the Beiju. And these crates that also stink, but like rotting fish instead," Angela said, looking around herself in distaste. "Why did you choose such a lousy hiding spot, if I may ask?" "I just wanted to go someplace where nobody would look to find me. Especially not proud princesses who don't like alcohol and who would usually want me 1,000 miles away while I drink." "You're doing it again, you know." "The third-person thing," she said, looking at him through narrow eyes. He blinked blankly. "Am I? Well, what do you know?" he said, with a soft laugh. "You're drunk already, aren't you?" "Hey, I am not drunk," he said. Maybe you're the one who's drunk." "How could I possibly be drunk if I haven't had a single drop of that thing?" Angela asked, rolling her eyes. "Well, you should have some," said Sokka, smiling. "It's pretty nice after the first 2 rounds." "You mean, once the effects of the alcohol start messing with your organism," Angela said, looking at him matter-of-factly. Sokka shrugged. "Nah, it's more like, see, there's this unpleasant sensation when you swallow," he said. "Which you can only quench by drinking more. And after some time, that unpleasant sensation goes away. It already did for me, see." With that, he poured himself another cup and Angela sighed as he drank it. "You're going to get drunk and I'm not going to take responsibility for it because I've already warned you and you've refused to listen. You'll get yourself killed in the slate later, and..." "I'm not going to get myself killed, Angela," he said. "You don't have to worry about me. I've got a great tolerance for alcohol." "Oh, you do, don't you?" Angela asked, looking at him skeptically. "Don't believe me?" "You'll see," he said, smiling. "Though you probably can't believe me because you don't know much about alcohol in the first place." "I know enough," Angela snapped. "I may have never had Beiju, but it doesn't mean I've never had any liquor in my life." "Oh, really? What have you had, then?" he asked, smirking. Angela glared at him from the corner of her eyes. "Why do you ask? You don't believe me?" "Hardly," said Sokka, beaming. Angela rolled her eyes. "Ever heard of lychee wine?" she asked, and Sokka raised an eyebrow. "I figured not. Too refined for your commoners' tastes, isn't it?" "Well, it sounds pretty pretentious, I won't lie," said Sokka, smiling. "Is it any good?" "To you it'll probably make no difference," Angela said. "If you can drink that crap and enjoy it." "Oh, come on, it really isn't that bad." "Just try it and you'll see," said Sokka, filling the cup again and handing it to Angela, who grimaced and shook her head. "No, I won't take that." "Stop trying to make me drink it, damn you," she said, inching away from the cup as he insisted on giving it to her. "Really, Woman, it's not like it's going to kill you. He said, looking at her skeptically. Come on, just this once, you only have to try it, and if you hate it you can have no more of it. Really, what could possibly go wrong? Why, I don't know, said Angela, an eyebrow twitching. How can you even ask that question? You know all too well how many things could go wrong because of alcohol. Yeah, well, you know what? Said Sokka, a smirk spreading over his face dangerously. I think you have no resistance to alcohol, and just this one cup is going to get you badly drunk. That's why you don't want to do it, isn't it? Oh, of course that's why, Angela said, rolling her eyes. Unless you drink this, I won't stop thinking so, Sokka said, smiling, and offering her the cup again. Angela, powerful princess with the multiple-colored fire, with the ferocious dragon companion and the greatest set of wits anyone has ever had, can't possibly stand her ground when dealing with alcohol. Isn't that incredibly? Oh, shut your mouth, Angela snapped, ripping the cup off his hands and making Sokka laugh. All right then. Let's see how you fare, he said, amused. Angela breathed deeply before bringing the cup to her lips. Her nose wrinkled, and her eyes widened when the sour taste reached her tongue, and she would have spat and tossed the cup into the ocean if only she hadn't been painfully aware of Sokka's stare upon her. Disgusted by having to swallow what was left of it, she tilted the cup and poured the content in her mouth to be done with it as quickly as possible. She swallowed fast and gasped before handing the cup to Sokka again, her hand going to her mouth. You okay? Hey. Angela. You're the worst, you know that. She asked him, her eyes dangerously wide as she glared at him. Okay, I got it, you hated it. It's alright, it won't happen again, he said, setting the bottle away from the princess. There, it's not going to bother you anymore. Oh, surely not that disgusting thing, but you sure as hell will, Angela said, grimacing at the unpleasant aftertaste in her mouth. That was revolting. No need to fret, you don't need to take any more of it, he said, smiling uneasily. Hey, let's change the subject, shall we? Let's talk about anything other than drinks. That'll be nice, right? Heh. Really nice, Angela said, grimacing. I need to rinse my mouth right now. Can't really help you with that, he said, biting his lower lip. I'd offer to kiss the taste off you, but as you can imagine, you've been drinking the same blasted thing, so it's not like that's going to make a difference, she retorted. I could still kiss you, you know. Not after that, you won't. What? Sokka said, looking at her in dismay. Oh, please, you have the nerve to act like that's unfair on my part. Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. But I just thought. Well, whatever you thought, you were mistaken. Clearly, Angela said, proudly, and Sokka pouted before dropping against the crate behind him. You take everything to heart, don't you? He said, still pouting. You know, you might feel better if you have more of it. No, thank you, she said, pointedly. Didn't you want to change the subject, though? Might help me get my mind off this wretched thing. Oh, right, said Sokka, blinking a few times before smiling warmly at Angela. Despite she had been rather irritable just a moment ago, the sight of his grin made her blush ever so slightly. You were amazing today at the ceremony, Angela. I'd already said you would be, but you went out of your way to prove it, huh? I suppose I did, on some level, she said, shrugging. But you really couldn't have known I'd do what I did. Well, even if I didn't know, I believed in you, and see? You succeeded and blew everyone's minds away, said Sokka, beaming. It was a really great ceremony. Not that I have any point of comparison, I'd never watched a fire-bending ceremony before, but I appreciate your opinion anyhow, said Angela. Though I do think I could have done better if I'd had more time to practice, but meh, you did brilliantly anyhow, he said, patting her shoulder. You should be proud of yourself. I am, as I already told you earlier, she said, smiling at him. Are you sure you're not drunk? Of course I'm not, said Sokka, pouting, but he poured himself another cup upon the mention of the drink, and Angela sighed. Well, you may not be, but you will be if you. Now, I have to drink this one for you," he said, smiling. "Ty Lee said we had to toast over your great success today, so I'm going to do it now." To Angela, the only woman in the world who can ignite colored flames and look absolutely stunning in the process. She blushed harder and he smiled mischievously at her before downing the content of the cup. Angela was looking at him skeptically by the time he had drained the cup. "And I suppose you're going to do that again for your cause now, aren't you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow, and Sokka shrugged. "It's not a bad idea, if you want me to be honest," he said, smirking at her. "Well, I'm not going to let you," Angela said, ripping the cup off his hands, to Sokka's dismay. "Hey. I wasn't really going to." "Angela," he said, his eyes widening when he noticed she was pouring the drink on the cup herself. "What are you doing? You said another round might help, and I can't tolerate this disgusting aftertaste, so here goes," she said, sighing. "To your survival, and hopeful victory, in the slate." And with that, she drained the cup once more. Sokka looked at her with chagrin as she grimaced at the drink's taste once more, but she seemed slightly less disgusted this time, probably because she had already known what to expect. "Why you didn't have to do that, Angela," he said, and she shuddered as she felt the alcohol stinging its way through her body. "You lied. That second round didn't make it any better," she growled. "Still tastes awful." "I didn't quite lie, though. What I said was that it would get better after the second cup you drank," said Sokka, with a weak grin. When Angela glared at him he raised his palms in a defensive gesture. "Just saying. Might be better if you don't say anything at all," she said, placing the cup between them and sighing as she dropped her head against the crate. The alcohol was already burning its way through her body. It was a very strange sensation, not quite like the fire she usually felt inside her. Sokka looked at her worriedly briefly before shaking his head as his eyesight became somewhat hazy. It would seem the alcohol was affecting him more by now. He was still conscious enough of what he was doing and saying, but that might not last much longer. By the time his body processed all the liquor he'd be likely to lose his senses, which was a pity. He was really enjoying his conversation with Angela. "Say," he muttered, looking at her through half-closed eyes. Angela frowned at his dazed expression. "You just toasted to my hopeful victory." "I did," Angela said, shrugging. "What of it? You don't expect me to go to the slate thinking you'll simply lose, or do you?" "Well, I thought you didn't need me to win," he said, smiling a little. "Wasn't that what we'd talked about before? It may be so, but I'd still like it if you won." "I'm not saying you absolutely must do it," she said, shrugging. "But you did believe in me when even I couldn't believe in myself. And, well, that helped me perform as I did today, believe it or not. So, while I don't know if it'll help in any way, I've chosen to believe in you this time around, even when I know the odds are against you." "Huh," said Sokka, his smile widening as he stretched a hand to grasp hers. Angela rubbed his knuckles with her thumb. "That's, well, moving and distressing at the same time. See, now you've put me in the same predicament I had you in before." "Oh," said Angela, a small smirk on her lips as well. "You don't want to disappoint me, then?" "I've never wanted to," said Sokka. "But I'm just a common guy, after all, trying to play at a level that just might be beyond him, so chances are I'll fail at that." "Don't be ridiculous," said Angela, looking at him earnestly. "You can go ahead and pretend you're common, you can even try to act the part, but you know damn well you're anything but that." "Heh. If you say so," he said, grinning at her. "I suppose I should believe in what you say, though, because you believe in what I can do, because I believed in what you could do. I suppose," said Angela, smiling a little, and Sokka chuckled. "I don't think I'm drunk yet, but that was a bit too confusing for me to process for the time being, and I was the one who said it," he confessed, before looking at her with a silly smile. "But all right then. I'll be doing my best to win, even if that might not be enough. But you can trust one won't give up easily with this fight. Just promise you won't be too mad if I lose." "So long as you don't lose your limbs, or your life, I won't be mad," she said. "So make sure to avoid that, all right?" "You can't have me dead after all," said Sokka, and Angela nodded. It would be most inconvenient, she said, and he laughed. And why would it be? He asked, leaning forward as he looked at her with amusement. Is it just too hard to find a decent gladiator nowadays? It sure is. Look at what I've been stuck with for over a year now, Angela said, smirking. You're way below decent. Am I? Last I knew, I was already in the top 200 fighters. Said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. You are, which doesn't mean you decent anyhow. You walk around your house half naked, you drink piss alcohol, you've said inappropriate and suggestive things to me ever since this partnership began, care to tell me how that's decent? Now, that's not fair, I was only referring to my fighting prowess. Well, I'm talking about human quality, Angela said, eloquently, and Sokka snorted. Oh? You find it ironic or so, is it? Not at all, he said, leaning against the crate again with a satisfied smile on his face. You just want to think I'm a bad person because that'll make me more attractive to you, that's what I find funny. See what I mean? There you are, saying inappropriate and suggestive things. Angela said, rolling her eyes as Sokka laughed next to her. Inappropriate or not, it's the truth, isn't it? Said Sokka, smiling. You don't want to be interested in a guy who's all nice and sweet. For a girl like you that's just plain boring, isn't it? And how do you know what I want? Angela asked, looking at him expectantly. Their gazes met as they both fell silent briefly, just before Sokka started chuckling again. Angela continued to look at him with curiosity and defiance. Well, I don't know what you want, no, he said, sighing. But if it's anything like what I want. A not boring relationship, is it? Angela asked, and Sokka smirked. That's not quite what I want, but it's guaranteed anyhow, he said, looking at her with a pleased smile. Considering it's you we're talking about, after all. Angela blushed a little and looked away, unsure of how to respond to that. Sokka smiled and reached for the beiju again, pouring himself yet another cup and finishing it in instants. He didn't know for sure why he had taken another one, but it possibly was because he had no idea what to do while Angela remained silent. He looked at her from the corner of his eye to find she seemed happy about what he'd said, but she refused to convey it. He sighed, always having known he couldn't possibly figure out everything the princess kept to herself. In any case, he said, placing the cup on the floor again. I'll do my best not to get killed out there. It's why I trained as hard as I did, after all. So, I should be fine. Hopefully. How did the rest of your training go? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Did you figure out a way to fight with two swords? Actually, yeah, said Sokka, smiling at her. It's weird because both swords are really different, and so I had to get used to that, but I can wield them both by now. I think I developed a cool enough style. That's good news, though cool shouldn't be what we're striving for, said Angela, and Sokka smirked. I'm pretty sure I'll need to remain cool in that arena, though. Point taken. Still, I'd suggest you don't use both swords all the time, said Angela. You'll need to use long-ranged attacks before trying to get close to him, I fear. Don't get too confident no matter how skilled you've gotten, you need to be on your guard all the time. A firebender's fire isn't bound to hurt him, but you might still get the better of him by using his moves against him somehow. All right. I'll think of a way to do that, if possible, said Sokka, dropping his head against the crate again and looking at her from the corner of his eye. You were studying up on firebending, right? Yes, I was, said Angela, looking back at him. You want me to give you more advice on how to handle a firebender? Well, that'd be nice of you, said Sokka, smiling. But I wanted to ask a question, and not for advice. Curiosity is going to get the better of me and I really want to know. What is it? Where did that golden fire come from, huh? Angela stiffened at the question as Sokka smiled and looked at her with insistent eyes. Come on. You can tell me, it's not like I'm going to steal your secrets, he said, chuckling. I'm no firebender, I can't pull that off myself, in case you forgot. I didn't forget anything, I'm well aware of that, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. But I don't want to say, is all. Your curiosity will go unsatisfied because I'm not going to. But why? Sokka asked, pouting. After all we've been through, you still think you can't trust me? I've kept every single secret you've ever asked me to. Well, it's not that simple this time around, is all, said Azula, shrugging and turning her head away from him. The movement was strange, she felt like she had turned far too fast, and that her body was having trouble adjusting to the speed of her movement, for some reason. Not pleasant. Well, no, it's not pleasant at all. Sokka complained, pouting, and crossing his arms. He stretched his legs as well and nearly kicked the bottle of Beiju. The spark of an idea came to him then and he smiled wildly before looking at Azula with mischief in his eyes. Well, alright then. I'm giving you an ultimatum. Either you tell me what's the secret behind your gold fire, or you drink another cup of Beiju. He had been hopeful that she would surrender, but he should have known better than to expect Azula to be predictable. Still, he never imagined she would make the choice as quickly as she did. His jaw dropped as she reached for the bottle and cup, pouring herself her third round and drinking it quickly. She wrinkled her nose at the taste again, but not for long. She actually smiled by the time she had set the cup down again. Well, well. Looks like it really does start to feel less disgusting on the third round, she said, laughing softly. Still not a good drink, though. You should try lychee wine, I mean it. After you do, you'll want nothing to do with this. Azula. Sokka whined, and she smiled at him. What? She asked. Were you expecting something else? Well, poor Sokka. Disappointed by the princess. I guess that's just something we'll both have to live with. Hey, now. You're talking about yourself in third person, he said, smiling a little. Azula froze and frowned. Huh. I am, she said, as he started laughing next to her. Despite herself, she ended up joining him. His laughter was more contagious than it should be, but for some reason, Azula didn't seem to notice or care. She was failing to notice far too many things by now, which should have alerted her of the fact that her body wasn't in its best shape anymore, but she didn't quite realize it. I knew you'd break eventually, said Sokka, once his laughter had subsided. Now it's only a matter of time before the gold fire secret is out. Well, why do you want to know so much, huh? Azula asked, frowning. It's not like you can do anything with the knowledge, or can you? I can, as a matter of fact, Sokka said, smirking, and pouring himself another cup of Beiju. It'll be very helpful, yup. Helpful how? Azula asked, as he drank the liquor. Despite her common sense warning her not to, she ripped the cup off his hand when he was finished with it, and poured herself another round. The unpleasant sensations born from the first two drinks were nearly gone as the alcohol stung through her body this time, and while she was still aware of how cheap the drink was, it didn't seem so bad, all of a sudden. It'll make me marvel even more over you, that's how, said Sokka, chuckling as he watched her drink the cup's contents. Say, you're really liking that by now, aren't you? You were right. Did get better after a while, Azula confessed, shrugging, and setting down the cup. Thrills ran through her body, and she felt warmer than she should. Everything was fuzzy and hazy, and for some reason, she felt rather content, free, and careless right now. All her previous reservations had gone forgotten. Every single one of them. Good to know, said Sokka, smirking. Well, then, why won't you tell me what's the secret behind the gold fire? Is it something that could destroy the Fire Nation completely if I knew about it? Obviously it's actually, maybe, she said, frowning and looking at the skies with confusion. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on how you look at it, and on the outcome of it all. The outcome of what? You already pulled off an epic ceremony, isn't that the outcome? Sokka asked, and Azula shook her head. The outcome of you knowing what's behind the gold fire, I mean. Well, I can't see how that'd put the Fire Nation in danger, Sokka said, skeptical. Come on, you're just exaggerating now to make it even more enigmatic. If you're afraid I'll laugh at you, or judge you, you don't have to worry because I won't. You might laugh, though. You're drunk. Everything's funny for you now, she said, with a smile on her face quite similar to Sokka's trademark silly grins. Hey, now, I'm not drunk, he said, stubbornly. I may have had 5, well, 6. Okay, probably 8, but, no, alright, I've lost count, but my head still works, okay? I'm not drunk. You don't seem to understand what being drunk means, said Angela, smirking. See, when you're drunk, your head works weirdly. Still works, though. If your head stops working altogether, it means you're dead. See? Drunk and dead, not the same. Heh, drinking can lead to death, though, he pointed out. Ah, it can. Lots of things can, said Angela. Like your secret, for instance. Sokka asked, and she smiled. No idea. It might kill you one day, though. I don't know, she said, reaching out to fill the cup again. She nearly knocked the bottle over as she did. Well, then, if that's how it is, then you're not getting another drop of Beiju until you tell me about what endangers my life, princess. Sokka said, ripping the bottle from Angela's hands just as she was about to tilt it over the cup. Hey. Give the revolting thing back, she said, struggling to take it from him as she reached towards it. Sokka smirked and stretched it away from her, and Angela lunged for it but ended up falling across his lap as she did. Do it or I'll fight you. Blue fire and all. Yeah. You do know using fire while there's alcohol nearby isn't exactly a good idea, don't you? Said Sokka, grimacing. Oh, I know, said Angela. She pushed herself up clumsily and her head pressed against his chest. Sokka smiled at that. You have no idea how many taverns have blown up in the Fire Nation and the colonies because of angry firebenders brawling in the place. No idea, whatsoever. I actually didn't, he said, as she struggled to sit up again. He was rather disappointed that she would pull away, but he chose not to say anything about it. But I'm not surprised. You guys are weird, and from what I can see now, you get a little too crazy about your drinks. Hey, now, that's not my drink, she said, lifting her index finger pointedly. That is yours. And just yours. And I'm helping you with it because if you drink it all you'll get yourself killed. And we can't have that, can we? Nope, because it's inconvenient, Sokka said, smiling. Angela frowned. We had already said that, hadn't we? We had, he said, chuckling, and she scratched her head. Well, something's weird. I think you had too much of it. And no. I mean, I'm not drunk. I don't get drunk. Let alone with peasants' liquor. Because that's too lame for you, huh? But as it turns out, you seem to like it just fine now, said Sokka, smiling. I don't like it. Not one bit. Still leaves a stupid aftertaste that only disappears if you drink more, and then it comes back again. She said, grimacing. So hand it over. I've got to. Come on, you don't want more of this, girl, he said. You just want to avoid telling me the truth, and you won't. So, come now. Talk. She said, raising her eyebrows. Okay. Did you know there are over 50 volcanoes in the Fire Nation? Not all of them are active, but... Not about geography, Angela, he said, smiling. She was being quite funny just now. About the gold fire. Really? Really? She said, looking at him with despair. Do I have to? Yes, you do, said Sokka, smirking. If you promise you'll do it, you get another drink. Probably the last one, though. I think we've finished the bottle. What? So quickly? How many did you take? Angela asked, looking at him accusingly. Hey, I've lost count, he admitted again, and Angela snorted before laughing loudly at that, throwing her head back as she did. Not even she knew why she found that so amusing. But I'm a gentleman, so you can have the last one if you promise to tell me about the gold fire, okay? Fine, then, Angela said, still chuckling as she stretched her hand to take the bottle. I'll do it. But give that now. Okay, then, said Sokka, smiling and pouring the last of the liquor before handing the cup to Angela, who smirked before drinking it in one go. Aftertaste gone now? Yeah, for a while, said Angela, swallowing again before setting the cup aside. Ah, well. Promise is a promise, isn't it? Yup, it is, said Sokka, smiling excitedly. Angela didn't start talking right away, though. He frowned as she stared at the ship's stern pointedly, as though she had lost all track of what they had just been talking about. He had to tap her shoulder for Angela to blink rapidly and look at him, almost as though she had forgotten he was right there next to her. Oh. Yeah. You wanted to know about that, she said, sighing heavily and dropping against the crate in defeat. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I did. Well, fine, said Angela, sighing. I had no idea what I was doing at first, to be honest, it was just a thought that occurred to me. Why, you see, I've got this flame inside me, the inner fire, every firebender has it, but I'd never paid too much attention until you showed up. Ah. Said Sokka, surprised. What did I do? What didn't you do? Angela said, looking at him in defeat. You messed me up inside. You did. And I didn't realize how weird it was until I kissed you the first time and I felt that fire growing wilder and wilder inside me. And it always happens with you, you know? If you kiss me, or if you say something stupid and ridiculous and embarrassing. Really? Sokka asked, surprised. He had no idea he'd had such an effect upon the princess. He knew she liked him, naturally, he wasn't stupid enough as to remain oblivious to that, but to think that he unleashed fire within her, never in his wildest dreams he could have imagined that. Really? And I guessed it was just me being emotional, Angela said, shrugging. But then after I went to oversee your training that day, after all those weeks without seeing you, that fire came back and I felt happy. Which was what Xian Long told me I should strive for, to find the fire bending I needed for the ceremony. So then, I wondered if I could bend out the inner fire you'd made me feel. And at first it didn't work out too easily, but as I thought about how I felt towards you, the inner fire became stronger. And when it was strong enough, I managed to bend it and the next thing I knew, I was bending gold fire. Sokka's eyes widened as he listened to her. Angela was looking at her hands now as she spoke, her brow furrowed lightly. Why your feelings, you're saying? Your feelings for me were what? He said, staring at Angela in awe. Heh. Yeah. See why I didn't want to tell you? Now it's going to go up to your head and you're going to be proud and pleased because... And no, said Sokka, looking at Angela with amazement. I won't do that, I promise. I'm just surprised. I didn't think. I just never thought. Heh. You never think? So all along you've been trying to fool me into believing you actually could use that brain of yours. Angela said, hoping to change the subject, but knowing she would fail. No attempts to insult his intelligence would succeed when he was looking at her in amazement as he was. Angela. He said, smiling a little and reaching out to grasp her hand again. I'm not telling anyone, you can count on it. I'm just, surprised, and honored, really. I didn't think I'd had anything to do with it. Well, what did you think was the secret, then? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow and looking at him skeptically. You thought I can just change the color of what I bend at will? Well, I actually can't. Or maybe I can, but I just don't know it yet. If I work hard enough I might discover the secret for more colors. But right now, it's just blue and gold, yeah. Just those two. In all honesty, I was just curious, said Sokka, smiling and trying to ignore her rambling. I thought it'd be something crazy cool, really. Sorry to disappoint, Angela said, shrugging. I wish it were something cool too. It is, though, said Sokka, looking at her with awe in his eyes. Heck, I might start bending gold fire myself now, Angela. My chest hurts, and... That's the drink's fault, said Angela, smirking, and Sokka shook his head. Like hell it is, he said, smiling. No wonder you wouldn't tell others about it, though. Yeah, said Angela. It's not a very good idea to tell people I'm in love with you, is it? Sokka's eyes widened again. Angela didn't seem to register she had spoken aloud, though, her gaze on the ship's stern again, as though she hadn't just uttered the words she had always worked hard to keep from Sokka. But he had heard her. And he could barely believe the euphoric thrill that was rushing through his body now. Why you? He said, his heart racing in his chest as he felt warmth spreading through his body. He suspected it was something unrelated to the drink, but he couldn't say for certain at this point. Angela. She turned to look at him to find him smiling in a way she couldn't remember having seen before. The grin would have been contagious if only she hadn't found it suspicious. Had he read her mind? Or had she actually said that aloud? Sokka, she said, blushing and looking at him with wary eyes. Her reservations were forgotten when his arms went around her waist and he pulled her closer to him, his lips pressing to hers lovingly. Angela couldn't help but notice the taste of the liquor on him, but after a moment she let the thought go forgotten as she surrounded his neck with her arms. She had been worried for a moment. His sudden shift of attitude surely meant he had realized Angela loved him, but as he kissed her passionately, gently, devotedly, she decided it wasn't a matter of concern. If this was what she got for finally confessing her feelings, if that somehow counted as a confession, then so be it. She was sure she'd enjoy every second of it. Sokka was surprised when she became more forceful, taking his gentle kiss and turning it into a wild exchange. She opened her lips and sought to force him to do the same, her fingers sliding through the short hairs on the back of his head. Sokka complied with her, despite he hadn't meant for this to be a desperate kiss, but he had no qualms regarding the change of mood. His hands moved over the sides of her body, and he found himself realizing, just now, that the princess wasn't wearing her armor. He refrained from doing anything inappropriate, despite he longed to. His hands simply grasped her by her shoulders, pulling her closer to him so he could continue to deepen the kiss. Angela moaned softly, and the sensuality of the sound nearly made him freeze in the middle of his motions. Now he sure had forgotten all his intentions for this to be a soft and tender exchange. His hands surrounded her again, moving up and down her back as he pulled her to his lap. Angela hummed into their kisses before daring to bite his lower lip and making Sokka gasp at the pain. She smirked and enjoyed the way he returned the favor, devouring her lips wildly. She gasped when his mouth left hers and moved towards her cheek, from where he continued downwards until he found her neck. Angela threw her head back, her face the epitome of delight as he kissed and sucked the skin that wasn't covered by her shirt's tall collar. His hands were starting to roam over her body more daringly, and the princess was rather pleased that was the case. She pressed his face to her neck, still arching her head back as she settled on his lap with her legs straddling either side of his body. Her thighs pressed against his waist, and she moved as close to him as she could get, her chest rubbing against him. Sokka moved his face away from her neck and towards her breasts, kissing them over the clothes and making Angela frown and gasp in surprise. Well, that was new. And also amusing and enjoyable, for some reason. She was laughing without understanding why she was doing it, her hands roaming through his hair again. She bit her lip and looked down at him guiltily as she undid his ponytail, as though that was the most daring and bold thing she had ever done. His loose hair fell as a curtain around his face and she sighed as she discarded his hair tie and ran her hands through his soft hair. She had wanted to do that ever since she had first seen him with his hair down, and only tonight she had felt daring enough to try it. Sokka didn't seem to mind in the slightest, busy burying his face between her breasts as his hands moved up and down her back, his thumbs running smooth circles on her ribs, all of which had her shuddering in pleasure. She pressed him against the crate again, his head bumping against it due to her forceful push. Her mouth was on his again, craving the feel of their tongues and lips moving together. His hands moved away from her back now, sliding towards her breasts so he could caress them. Angela hummed again, and Sokka groaned before biting her. "Damn it, Angela," he whispered, moving away from her lips again and towards her left ear. Angela chuckled. Her hands started to explore him as well, caressing his well-formed chest and feeling the many marks of scars upon it. Had she been fully conscious, she would have inevitably wanted to know the stories behind so many of them, but right now she couldn't quite care. She just wanted to touch him, to feel his skin under her fingers, the heat of him joining hers. She moved her mouth towards his neck now, but unlike how it was for Sokka, there was a lot more territory for Azula to explore due to the clothes he wore. He sighed, his hands still on her chest as she started to kiss and bite his neck. He held back the groans, which resulted in hisses that Azula decided to interpret as a good sign. She continued moving south, finding his collarbone and kissing it softly, but the fabric was getting in the way. She wanted to curse her luck. Why on earth was the fool wearing clothes in a moment such as this one? Until, of course, she started to think that maybe she could do something about that. With a low chuckle, her hands moved down over his abs and lower. He jolted when she caressed his pelvis, surprised by her daring movement. Her hands moved a little higher as she laughed at his reaction, her fingers undoing the knot on his belt, so his shirt would come loose. Her hands slid under the fabric, caressing his skin as she had yearned to for the longest time. Sokka was gasping for breath by now, his rational mind trying to outdo his instincts. It seemed to warn him that this was dangerous, that they had to put a stop to this or else they never would, but her warm hands on his body were eliciting the most pleasant sensations he had ever experienced. He could only close his eyes and give her free rein, biting his lip in hopes to contain his moans and groans. He soon started to think that she had no right to do what she was doing, not unless she was willing to let him do the same. Was she? Well, he was more than ready to find out. He pulled her up again, catching her mouth in another kiss, one she surrendered to eagerly as his hands continued to scout her body's curves, gliding towards her waist, where her belt rested. He pressed the buckle and loosened it too, casting it aside and looking at Azula cockily, only to find that he wouldn't be as lucky as she was. There were still many layers of clothes between him and her bare torso. Azula laughed again as he started to realize he was getting the short end of this deal, but a passionate kiss easily silenced him before he could voice any complaints. Sokka closed his eyes and gave in again, her hands caressing him as he tried to figure out the way her clothes worked, though it was much easier said than done. Why did she have to make everything so difficult? He snarled at her upon her next chuckle and cupped her buttocks firmly, at which Azula moaned. The sound made him groan in need and despair, and he kissed her deeply again, bringing about even more erotic sounds from the princess. He found the hem of her long tunic, and his hands slid over her thighs slowly as he tried to reach her body directly, but there was still another clothing item in the way. He cursed again and moved to devour her neck once more, his hands now playing with the hem of her pants. Azula frowned slightly at that before smirking. That was quite a brilliant idea on Sokka's part. Maybe she ought to do the same to him. She caressed his abs again, touching the skin she had burned long ago and moving even lower. Again, he shivered when she touched his pelvis, but this time she didn't retreat. Instead, she slid her hand inside his trousers. Sokka jumped when her hand started exploring the content of his pants, and he pulled away from her neck to look at her in astonishment. Azula didn't want any of that, though. She closed her eyes and kissed him wildly once more, her fingers sliding through coarse hair until they found what they had been looking for. Azula! Sokka gasped, gritting his teeth as she chuckled. Sokka, she said, against his lips. You look nervous. He had no answer to those words, and she took that as a good sign, for reasons Sokka couldn't possibly make sense out of. And thus, she encircled his shaft with her hand, making him gasp for breath as she kissed him. There was obvious inexperience in her touch, it didn't seem she had the faintest clue of what to do now. She had only been curious, after all. She had enjoyed herself by exploring his body, taking full advantage of their wild, reckless exchange. But Azula didn't need to be skilled at what she was doing to his manhood for him to burst, and Sokka knew it. He had been holding back for too long. Being touched in this way by the one woman he had ever desired was like a gift from a kind god whose existence he was only going to start acknowledging after tonight. But he refused to let her get ahead. He wouldn't sit back and allow her to explore him as she wished without returning the favor, and so he grasped the hem of her pants as well, pulling them down harshly and with difficulty, as she was sitting atop him. Azula frowned at that and caressed his cock with her fingers, teasing his skin with the lightest touch of her fingertips and the grazing of her nails, and Sokka gritted his teeth before reaching for the one garment that stood between him and his target. He reached for the border of the silk underwear and pulled it down as he had with the pants, and Azula would have been indignant over that if only she hadn't just decided to pull his manhood out of his pants, hoping that, If she gave it more attention, Sokka would be rendered helpless to her touch. But she was surprised to find he wouldn't give in now. Not just now. His right hand returned to her groin and, without further ado, his fingers moved in to probe her core. Angela gasped, a practically unknown sensation spreading through her now as Sokka touched her daringly. She gritted her teeth and tried to continue touching his cock as she had intended, but she couldn't quite do so while she was wondering what on earth Sokka was trying to do to her. He smirked when he felt the wet warmth within her. His fingers explored her, and Angela's gasps and moans became more intense now. She was practically immobile by now, a hand on the back of his neck while her forehead rested against his, her other hand still around his cock. Sokka looked at her intensely, finding her eyes were closed as she breathed heavily. She opened her eyes and gold found blue. Sokka smiled before leaning in to kiss her, and Angela groaned as she opened her legs further, pressing down on his hand. She started to touch him again, her fingers moving along his length as she tried to stir him further. Sokka huffed and hissed, the arousal increasing to unprecedented levels as her subtle touches made him see stars dancing around his head. She was driving him crazy, tonight more than ever, and he knew he wouldn't last much longer. He hated to think he would burst so quickly, especially when he was finally getting a taste of the forbidden fruit he had never expected to taste, but his body couldn't take the strain anymore. He had put up with his desire for her for too long, and tonight his lust might be sated, for the very first time. He gritted his teeth and stopped touching her as his orgasm built, and Angela's chest heaved as she kept going, now taking his cock into her hand and moving her fingers more confidently. Sokka's breathing hitched and he tried to hold back the urge to groan again, but it proved impossible. He cried out, his head banging against the wooden crate once more as his overheated body found its release, and he shuddered once the peak of pleasure subsided after a few moments. It had been brief, but it had been worth it. Having burst too fast didn't bother him as much anymore, not after that enjoyable climax. He opened his eyes to find Angela was staring down at his manhood with a crooked eyebrow, and he bit his lip before his fingers started to caress her daringly again. Angela gasped and looked at him in surprise. He grabbed her by the back of her head with his free hand and pulled her close for another kiss. Her body jolted away from his hand at times, but despite Sokka suspected she might have wanted him to stop, she never told him to. She grasped his hair again, her breath hitching as new and strange burning sensations started to rush through her body. Whatever this was, it was different from her gold fire and her blue, and it was pleasant, even though it was foreign and terrifying at the same time. Sokka! She gasped, gripping his shoulders now, her nails digging into his skin. Sokka! Want me to stop? He asked. Say the word, and I'll stop. I will. She uttered, pressing her forehead against his. She wasn't sure if she knew what loomed ahead, she wasn't sure if she really wanted this, she wasn't sure of anything right now, but for one thing, she didn't want him to stop. Sokka, please. Please what? He asked, pecking her lips softly as he continued to touch her. His fingertips found her clit and massaged it circularly, bringing about a cry of passion from the princess he hadn't expected her to release. Angela! Damn it, Sokka! She exclaimed, pressing her body against his, her hips grinding against his hand. Just tell me. He said again, between gritted teeth. His blue eyes were more intense than ever just now, and all the more alluring. Angela's nails dug into his back now, and he didn't flinch. What do you want? She said, as the excitement became more powerful. She breathed with difficulty as one of his fingers slid inside of her, and his thumb stroked her clit. By then, any sound coming out of her was unintelligible. Sokka kissed her neck and throat, Angela's sounds more urgent by now. His lips sucked her skin and his fingers began moving faster. Angela hissed and moaned, a hand leaving his body to slam the crate with a fisted hand. The pain born from the impact distracted her but briefly from the arousal that continued to grow inside her, the arousal that burned in waves and made her gasp as she tried not to succumb to it. But she had lost all control by now. What was to come would come, and there was no stopping it. She didn't know if she had screamed as she threw her head back, but the soreness of her throat later on would help her realize that she had. The arousal was unleashed with her cry, and Angela felt her skin couldn't contain the explosion taking place inside her body. It was so powerful she couldn't think, she couldn't see, she couldn't hear anything, all she could do was feel it, and bask in the unbelievable pinnacle of pleasure she had accessed for the first time thanks to Sokka. She had nearly forgotten who she was as the orgasm burned its way through her, but everything came back to her as she breathed heavily, her heart racing in her chest. The man below her was looking at her inquisitively, as though worried. Well, he should worry indeed, she thought. She suspected people could die after being subjected to such pleasure. You okay?" he asked, as she continued to breathe heavily. Damn," she said, a hand going up to her head, which throbbed now. Was it the drink that made it hurt, or was it the way her blood had rushed through her body just now that had made her lightheaded? Sokka pulled her close, her head dropping on his shoulder as he tried to help her feel stable somehow. His arms surrounded her, and she continued to pant while lying against him. "Angela," he whispered, as she caressed his chest with a hand. I love you. I do. Sokka," she muttered, closing her eyes and turning her face into his neck. I'm drunk." The words seemed to hold no impact for Sokka at first. At least, for the first 5 minutes. Perhaps 10, even. By the time he realized just what it meant, and by the time he processed what they had done, or nearly done, Angela had fallen unconscious atop him. "Drunk," he repeated, with a weak grimace. "Damn it. We're drunk." She didn't respond, and he was relieved that she didn't. His energies were leaving him as well by now, though. Quick as it had been, his climax had still taken its toll on him. He dropped his head against the crate again, already dreading what the next day would bring as he fell asleep with Angela atop him. Chapter 89, The Slate Festivals 7. Angela had suffered from headaches many times before, but she had never experienced one quite like this one. Not only did her head hurt, but her stomach seemed to be upset, and her surroundings felt unreal, as though she were still unconscious. She had just woken up, and she couldn't remember falling asleep in the first place. She couldn't remember much of anything, she realized, though she didn't want to make the mental effort to remember either way. She had the suspicion that trying to think would worsen the headache. Yet not trying to think would worsen it too, it seemed, because the pain only increased with each passing moment. Perhaps she ought to figure out where she was, first of all, since, due to how uncomfortable her body felt, it didn't seem that she had slept on a bed. The first attempt to open her eyes failed when the rays of light blinded her, intensifying her headache. She groaned, finding her throat was sore and dry. As her awareness of her surroundings became sharper, she sensed that whatever she was using as a mattress was soft, warm and breathing. So, it would seem she had fallen asleep atop someone else. Well, it wouldn't be the first time that had happened. She let her hands touch whoever was underneath her, and what she found was bare skin with traces of many scars upon it. She frowned, and the gesture only intensified the headache. She cursed the universe internally as she reached the inevitable conclusion regarding who was lying underneath her. "Sokka," she whispered, her voice husky, her mouth filled with a taste that made her grimace. This was already the worst morning of her life, and she dreaded to realize it was only bound to get worse. A low hum was all that came as a reply, but she felt an arm surround her shoulders as the man beneath her moved. Sokka had reacted upon hearing her call his name, at least, she hoped it really was Sokka. The last thing she needed was to discover that she had fallen asleep atop anyone other than him. "Hey, Angela," he said, and while his voice sounded rusty, its tone was all that was needed to give away that it was really him. She sighed in relief, her eyes still closed as she cowered from the daylight by pressing her face to his chest. Hadn't she been feeling as badly as she was, she probably would have pulled away from him altogether, but for she was convinced that staying close to him could help on some level. Being near him had always been a source of comfort for her. "What the hell happened to us last night?" she whispered, making staggering efforts to utter each word. Sokka only groaned again as a response, his hand sliding through her hair as he shifted underneath her. When he moved, Angela noticed her legs' movements were restrained for reasons she couldn't quite understand. Her throbbing head kept her from conjuring an explanation for anything about their weird circumstances, though. "I don't know," Sokka replied, gritting his teeth as he braced himself before opening his eyes. He forced himself to keep them open, even if only a little bit, because he knew he'd grow used to the brightness of daylight if he made himself face it. Through the small openings of his eyes, he noticed they were currently splayed on the back of the ship. There were several wooden crates around them, and the sky was covered with a film of white clouds that, despite covering the sun, were bright enough to make Sokka wince when he looked at them. He lowered his gaze to find Azula atop him, her hair disorderly, her face buried on his chest, her belt cast aside next to his and the empty bottle of Beiju. He jumped, and Azula groaned in complaint upon his brusque movement as she slid down his body slightly, his uncovered body. Sokka opened his mouth and closed it, his eyes widening despite the pain the brightness still caused him. She had been lying atop him, and his shirt was open, and... "See, could you not move, damn it?" Azula whispered, against the top of his abdomen. Azula," he said, shivering nervously. The tone of his voice worried her. What's wrong?" she asked, forcing herself to open her eyes. It took her a moment to grow adjusted to the light, even if through her eyelashes, but when her eyes came to focus she noticed the panicked look on Sokka's face. Confused, she pulled away from him slightly and dropped her gaze, for staring at him only seemed to make her head hurt more. And it was then that she saw it. It was her turn to jump now, pushing herself away from him brusquely. She dropped back on her forearm, the impact against the wood hard enough to make her wince, but her eyes, wide as well now, were set on just one thing. Sokka gritted his teeth and looked down to his groin. His cock was protruding through his pants, and Azula was staring at it as though it were the most terrifying sight she had ever laid eyes upon. He was quick to tuck it in place, moving urgently as though hiding it would diminish the impact of the situation on Azula, but while it might make her less uncomfortable, it wouldn't change the look of utter horror on her face. Azula," he said, and she tried to move away from him by reflex, to find her pants, which had been dragged down to the level of her knees, were restraining her movements. Both her and Sokka stared at her legs, panicked silence rising between them. Her breathing became heavy and difficult, for her brain had made the connection immediately, regardless of the powerful headache. She couldn't remember what had happened, but she was staring straight at the evidence right now. It was done. What they had been trying to avoid, what they had resisted for over a year, they had done it. She had no idea why it had happened, but she was afraid she didn't want to know anyways. This was bad enough as it was. She noticed he was staring at her and struggled to pull her pants up again, her eyes darting across the wooden floorboards nervously. How had she let this happen? Why on earth had she? She had kept control over her urges towards Sokka for all this time, and whenever she slipped, it was Sokka himself who would hold them back, but this time neither of them had stopped it. And all it took was one slip for everything to be ruined beyond repair. As her eyes darted around the deck, she noticed something she had overlooked so far. And now she frowned, her headache be damned, when she noticed the empty bottle of Beiju. She gritted her teeth and glared at Sokka, who could only look at her apologetically. Azula. And no, damn it, don't you dare say anything, you idiot. She said, though she felt the actual idiot was herself. Some of last night was coming back to her now, and she had agreed to sit beside him while he drank. She shouldn't have done it, curse everything. She had known nothing good could come from keeping him company, and yet because of her stupid feelings, because of her inconvenient and inappropriate infatuation with him, she had decided to stay with him. She cursed herself internally, wondering why she hadn't remembered that nothing good had ever come from being around Sokka while he was drunk. And it would only turn out worse if she ended up drunk too, for she wouldn't be feeling as badly as she was, and she would probably remember last night's events much more vividly, if she hadn't taken to drinking along with him. She couldn't even remember drinking with him, but given her condition, and the awkward situation they were in, it was pretty clear that, whether she liked it or not, she had gotten drunk as well. Now, calm down, this might not be so bad, he said, grimacing, and Azula snorted and looked at him in disbelief. Calm down? You're really asking me to calm down and saying that this isn't as bad as it looks? She exclaimed, and Sokka grimaced before inching away, pressing his back to the crate behind him. Are you insane, or did the wretched drink affect your intelligence? Okay, I'm sorry, it's really bad and I'm aware of it, he said, lifting his hands defensively. But, reacting like this isn't going to help anyone, okay? I can't remember what happened last night, so I'm just saying, and maybe we didn't have sex. Oh, because I just chose to push down my pants and underwear out of nowhere, and you pulled your thing out of yours because that's just something you thrive in. Angela exclaimed sarcastically, holding her pounding head with a hand. And sure, we didn't do it, hence why we fell asleep together as we did. It makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I agree it looks bad, Angela, but please, calm down, Sokka said, stressing the last two words. If you keep shouting, someone's going to hear and this is only going to get worse. Calm down, you say. Calm down, she said, shaking her head and closing her eyes. We're dead. We're not yet, but we will be. This is it. Everything's ruined. Thanks to that revolting, good-for-nothing drink that I can't even remember drinking. We're not dead yet, Angela, said Sokka, breathing deeply. We can sort this out. We've dealt with worse things before, right? Oh, really? Angela asked, sarcastically again. Sokka grimaced. He sure didn't like it when she was as acid as she currently was being. Really? I mean, no matter how you look at it, we could be worse off. I mean, we were wearing some clothes still, and, wait. Hey, there was no trace of footsteps walking towards them silenced Sokka immediately. He froze halfway through his sentence and raised his head just as Angela did the same to find they weren't alone on the deck anymore. The blood drained from Angela's face upon realizing they were about to have company, and she impulsively started contemplating throwing herself overboard. The shame and the embarrassment she had been feeling regarding this situation were already unparalleled. She had felt bad enough as it was without having someone else intrude upon them right now. But someone had intruded indeed, and now she stood in place, staring at them with her narrow eyes and her hands on her hips. She raised a judgmental eyebrow as she analyzed the situation carefully, taking notice of Sokka's loose shirt, the empty bottle of liquor and the two belts that had been discarded at some point through the night as well. I'm genuinely afraid to ask what the hell happened here, Mai said, and Angela stared at her desperately. Well, then don't ask, she said. Mai, please, it's not like I genuinely. Angela is trying to say this isn't what it looks like. Sokka said, even though they both knew that lying to Mai would be pointless. Nevertheless, they weren't quite lying, not when neither of them could remember what had transpired between them last night. So, you two didn't finish that bottle together for some reason beyond my understanding, seeing how you both were against the idea of drinking altogether, then threw your belts away, and then you fell asleep here on deck? Mai asked, closing her eyes and looking at them inquisitively. Why yeah, well, maybe that's what happened, Sokka said, looking at Angela warily. The princess stared back at him, her eyes full of worry and disbelief. She suspected that Mai's simple description of the events wasn't accurate in the slightest. Maybe? Mai asked, looking at Angela now. You two don't remember anything, then? Did you end up that drunk? Going by the blasted headache I have right now, I think we did, Angela muttered, gritting her teeth. Mai. You really ought to know better than to drink so recklessly, the two of you, Mai said, moving towards Angela and extending her hand towards her. Angela frowned a little before clasping it with her own and allowing Mai to pull her to her feet. The movement was so brusque that she felt as though her brain was bouncing inside her skull. It would seem you only took off your belts this time, but you might do something worse if you do this again. Won't you? Mai. Sokka said, looking at her in confusion as she offered him her hand now. Once the two of them were standing, she picked up both their belts and handed them to their respective owners. Angela took hers and fastened it around her waist slowly, as though she were a child repenting for an unforgivable misdeed she feared she would be reprimanded for sooner than later. It was weird enough that Mai hadn't taken it upon herself to lecture her for what she'd done, but Angela guessed it would happen eventually anyways. Mai could act ignorant all she wanted, but the evidence of what had taken place through the night spoke for itself. Sokka's neck was covered with red marks, and Angela was sure hers bore its own set to match. The other drunkards are down having breakfast, Mai said, and the mere mention of food made Angela want to retch. I figured I'd come find you both, seeing how you were nowhere around. How did you know where to find us? Sokka asked, frowning. I only had to follow the harmonious sounds of a heated argument to come across the pair of you, Mai said, with a dry smirk. Sokka grimaced. In any case, are you two going to join the rest of us, or? No, thank you, said Azula, grimacing and moving a hand towards her mouth. I don't think I want any food. If anything, I need the exact opposite of that. No surprises there, said Mai, sighing and nodding. I'll help you to your room, then. Stay there and rest, it looks like you need it. What about you, Sokka? I guess I could get some food, he said, though he figured he was bound to throw it up later anyways. Good, then, said Mai, and Sokka frowned as he watched her walk with Azula towards the ship's superstructure. It wasn't bad for Mai to act ignorant about what she had found, if anything, she presented herself as an ally for the pair of them. Yet her behavior confused Sokka all the same. She could have mocked them, or she could have berated them, she could have done anything, and yet she chose to do nothing. He feared they would owe Mai a lot if she truly kept her silence regarding what had happened last night. Azula cast one last glance towards Sokka as she turned around the corner, finding he was frowning and staring at the floorboards with confusion. It was clear that he hadn't meant for this to be the result of their encounter the previous night, but intentions didn't matter either way. If she had lost her virginity to him, then she could kiss her life, her hopes, and dreams goodbye. And she probably could kiss him goodbye as well, for the one who would pay the ultimate price for such a crime was Sokka. She wanted to believe nothing so serious had happened last night, but she was afraid of the truth regardless. Mostly, she was afraid of the consequences of said truth, consequences she wasn't ready to face yet, and she feared she never would be. She wasn't ready to give up everything she had fought for. But most of all, she wasn't ready to give him up. Still, as she dropped on the bed in her cabin, all she could do was blame him for last night's outcome, regardless if it had been his fault or not. Some of what had happened was coming back to her, and she was certain she had only started drinking because of him. She groaned into the pillow as the headache intensified. She briefly hoped to wake up to find this entire morning, and most of last night, had been nothing but a hallucination, but deep down she knew whatever had happened couldn't be taken back anymore. And she wasn't entirely sure of what that meant to her just yet. It relieved Sokka to find that all their traveling companions, except for Mai, seemed to be suffering from hangovers as well. Breakfast was awfully quiet, most unlike dinner last night, since nobody felt like talking while their heads throbbed as they did. Ty Lee was the one in better shape, yet she wasn't as upbeat as her usual self. Haru, on the other hand, looked both exhausted and in pain. He barely ate, despite Ty Lee's insistence that he needed to replenish his energies. Zuko was eating slowly, a somber look on his face given the headache he had, but he was very attentive towards Suki, who held her head with a hand as though keeping it upright without support was too difficult a feat. Whenever Zuko offered her any food she smiled a little at him, though, and the somber look on Zuko's eyes would dissipate slowly, before the effects of the hangover returned at full force again. Had they all been in good shape, chances were they could have heard what went down between Sokka and Azula the previous night, or at least they would have noticed the bite marks on his neck now, but since they weren't, they remained oblivious to all evidence of their apparent crime. And since Mai didn't seem to be about to reveal it, then maybe their escapade could be kept quiet, the escapade Sokka was still having some trouble remembering. Some things had come back to him, mainly about their conversation, but slowly he seemed to recall a few of the more daring things they'd done. Say, is Azula okay? Ty Lee asked suddenly, and Sokka looked up at her with a start. Why do you ask? Mai said, raising an eyebrow. Well, it's just a bit odd for her to miss breakfast, is she seasick or something? She asked. She might be, Mai replied, shrugging. She simply didn't want to eat yet. She might have slept badly last night or so. You know? I think I heard something strange last night, Ty Lee said now, and Sokka felt the blood draining his face. He tried to focus on the rice he had been eating, but his heart was racing, and he was starting to feel sicker. Really? Strange how? Mai asked. Well, maybe the drink was messing with me more than I realized, said Ty Lee, playing with a strand of her hair. But when Haru and I were, No need for details, I can fill the blanks, Mai said, raising a hand, and Ty Lee giggled softly. Right. Well, thing is, while we were at it, I thought I'd heard a scream, maybe. And it sounded a bit like Angela. Sokka frowned and looked at Ty Lee warily, and with confusion. A scream. The mere suggestion of Angela screaming unleashed more memories for Sokka. She was atop him, wasn't she? And she had punched the crate his back was resting against. And yes, she had screamed, but Sokka couldn't bring himself to remember why entirely. Are you sure it wasn't the drink? Mai asked innocently, and Sokka gulped. Ty Lee pouted. Not really, but I don't think I was imagining things, she said. Why would I imagine Angela screaming, huh? Perhaps the drink had some properties you weren't aware of, said Mai, shrugging. Inducing hallucinations and the sort. Hey. I wasn't hallucinating, she said, though she couldn't raise her voice as she normally would, for her head ached all the more by it. Whatever I heard, it was real. Or so you say, said Mai, and Ty Lee scowled. Well, what is it? Do you know why Angela was screaming and you're trying to hide it from me, huh? Ty Lee asked, pouting. See, could you not bicker? Zuko asked, rubbing his forehead with his fingers, but his petition was ignored. How would I know? Mai asked. I went to bed early, put in my earplugs and forgot all about you six until I woke up. I didn't even know she had screamed at all, to begin with. You say that now, but I don't buy it, said Ty Lee, pouting. Might be that she was having nightmares. Ty Lee's eyes widened and she looked at Sokka in surprise. He swallowed under her gaze and shrugged. I mean, if she's still sleeping because she didn't rest well last night, maybe she couldn't sleep well because she was having bad dreams. It's just logical, right? He knew the lie was plain obvious on his face, and he was certain that Mai was looking at him with amusement and disbelief. He didn't expect Ty Lee to actually believe him, but he had to do whatever he could to keep the insidious girl off the trail of what had taken place last night. No matter if it wouldn't work. Huh, you really think so? Said Ty Lee, frowning. It sounds a bit strange. I'd never known Angela would scream over nightmares. Sokka could feel the sweat rolling down the side of his face. Surely Ty Lee would ask Angela, on the first chance she got, if she was really having nightmares. His attempt to help probably would backfire on them both in the end. But I guess that's the only thing that makes sense, huh? Said Ty Lee, shrugging, and Sokka had to make incredible efforts to keep his jaw from dropping at her naivete. Poor Angela. I wonder what she was dreaming about. I wouldn't ask her if I were you, said Mai. It might be something she won't want to think about. You're right. Sokka blinked blankly and looked at the two girls in disbelief. How had this actually worked? He had no idea, but it was a relief that it had. He returned to his meal, thinking that what had happened last night might actually seem a nightmare for Angela now, though it sure hadn't been one at the time, had it? From what little he could recall, she had been rather eager and enthusiastic about what they were doing. In fact, had she been the one who had started it? He seemed to recall he had kissed her. Had he done it for any reason? That seemed to be blocked too, but Angela was the one who had taken things to the next level. And he hadn't had enough willpower to hold back. The sounds she had uttered through the night started to return to him as well, and he tried to keep himself from blushing, but he couldn't. Every single moan that had escalated into that final scream, all because he had been. He frowned now, suddenly realizing that what Angela had dreaded actually hadn't happened, not fully, at least. If his memories were accurate, he had touched her, but he had done nothing more than that. He hadn't been inside her. She was still, technically, a virgin, despite their reckless escapade. He breathed out in relief and everyone on the table looked at him in confusion. He froze and smiled at them weakly. Sorry. Just thought I was going to sneeze, but I didn't. Heh. The hell? Zuko said, raising an eyebrow. What? Sokka asked. Hasn't that ever happened to you? It has never been a relief to lose a chance to sneeze, said Zuko, rubbing his temples now. It's annoying because you know it's going to happen sooner than later, and you just get this annoying prickle inside your nose. Sokka grimaced, knowing Zuko was right. He had been wondering if he could deliver a fake sneeze that was believable enough when suddenly Haru jumped to his feet and raced out of the room, making everyone forget about the previous conversation topic. "Haru, dear," Ty Lee said, as he raced past the door. "Oh, boy. He really took the Beiju badly last night." "Didn't we all?" said Suki, sighing. Sokka grimaced. Yes, they all had. And some had taken it much worse than others. He left the dining room once he was finished with his meal, hoping that it would stay put in his stomach and that he wouldn't need to vomit any time soon. He took to pacing through the ship, hoping more memories of last night would return, despite the most important one was already back. So long as they hadn't gone all the way, the situation wasn't entirely hopeless just yet. He returned to the stern, amongst the wooden crates, and he simply stared at the place where they had woken up, hoping it would trigger more memories. He closed his eyes, trying to recall just why everything had started in the first place. He remembered she had flat out refused to kiss him at first, angry because he had made her drink. Oh, he was an idiot, no doubt. He shouldn't have had so much as a sip of the Beiju, let alone should he have coerced her to do it too. How could he be so thoughtless? Had he really expected things to end differently than they had? No, of course he hadn't. If anything, he had practically hoped for it, regardless if he admitted it or not. He had been thinking of his sponsor in inappropriate ways for over a year now, and while he wasn't actively pursuing a sexual relationship with her, he knew he wanted it. He wanted it more than he could remember wanting anything else in his life. The temptation to take her into his arms and kiss her became harder to resist with every passing day, and with it, the temptations to do much more than just that. He didn't want to cause her trouble, though, and so he had held back for as long as he had. It was why he had stopped her from doing something she couldn't take back when they were in Ember Island, and also why she had stopped him that day before her birthday. Reality had always caught up with them, stopping them from doing things they couldn't possibly take back. But this time they had let everything run its course, and while his common sense berated him for it, he couldn't bring himself to feel as ashamed as he should be. He had lusted after Angela for far too long to hate himself altogether for what he had done. He wasn't as strong as he had always wanted to be. His willpower was going to falter eventually, regardless of what that might mean for either of them. He sighed and walked towards the rim of the deck, supporting his weight on the white banister as he gazed down at the foam the ship left in its wake. He could swear to keep his hands to himself forevermore, to keep proper distance from Angela from now on, but what good would it do? As she often said, his promises and his apologies wouldn't make anything better. They wouldn't change the imminent, they wouldn't stop him from doing what he truly wanted to. At this point, he wasn't sure if anything would. "You're a terrible liar." Sokka stiffened and looked from the corner of his eyes to find Mai had approached him. He regarded her with a weak nod and a guilty grimace, as she settled right next to him. "I'm aware," he said. "I don't know if she really bought it." "She did, but that doesn't mean you did a good job of it," said Mai. "You're too obvious. One would think you'd learn from Angela, after spending so much time with her." "You'd be surprised," he said, resting his forearms on the banister. "She's actually more honest than you'd think." "Is she?" Mai asked, raising her eyebrows. "Yeah, she is," he said. "But so long as none of them could tell I was lying, there's not much to worry about. I think." "Not now, there's not," said Mai. "But how will you come up with a believable excuse next time?" Sokka closed his eyes and sighed, failing to find the energies to lie yet again and claim there wouldn't be a next time. He already knew there would be. "You were very lucky I was the one that found you," said Mai. "Had it been any of them, the entire ship would know about the pair of you by now. And that wouldn't be a good thing." "Well, there's not much to know anyways," said Sokka, and Mai frowned. "Come again." "I mean, yeah, things got heated and crazy," he said, nodding. "But we actually didn't, we didn't do it." "You didn't?" Mai asked, surprised. "No. We couldn't quite remember at first, though," said Sokka. "It's why she was panicking as she was, but I figured it couldn't have happened for good." I mean, there would have been at least some blood, right? Maybe, said Mai, narrowing her eyes. Well, if anything that's good news, in a way. Yeah, we're not off to our deaths just yet, said Sokka, sighing. But you will be? We will be. Mai looked at him, finding the picture of resignation in his face. He had stood upright again, his hands gripping the metal banister tightly enough to tremble. You don't seem too happy about it, though. How can I be? He said, gritting his teeth. I'm going to ruin her life because I'm an idiot who can't keep his impulses in check. If I could just. If you could turn back time, would you stop from doing whatever it is you two did last night? Mai asked, and Sokka snorted, and shook his head. No, I don't think I would. I can't take anything back, which shows how much of an idiot I really am. I'm going to ruin her, Mai. I'm going to, and there's no stopping it, not anymore. It doesn't matter what I say or do, as soon as I look at her all I want is, her. She's everything I can think about. I've already tried to fight these feelings before, but I've only hurt her by doing it. And I don't want to hurt her again, never again, but no matter what I do, or don't do, the fact remains that I'm just going to hurt her one way or another. So, there's nothing to be done, you see? I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I just don't know what to do. I wish I could just make up my mind and decide to stay put or to make my move, but I can't. The consequences terrify you, don't they? Mai asked. You have no idea, he said, gritting his teeth. If I was the only one to pay the price for it, I might not even care, but this isn't about me. And you? Mai asked, raising her eyebrows when he stopped talking. I love her too much to do this, and too much not to do it, too, he said, with a sarcastic laugh as he shook his head. I'm a mess, you see. In days like these I feel like I'm just a walking contradiction. You love her, Mai repeated, and Sokka looked at her warily. I do, he admitted. I mean, it's pretty damn obvious I do, isn't it? After all. No, it's not that obvious, said Mai, and Sokka frowned. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to undermine your feelings for her, it's just surprising. I'd never heard anyone claiming to love her before. Well, I'm glad to be the first, said Sokka, huffing. So, you're proud of your feelings? Mai asked, surprised. You're not ashamed of feeling like this towards a woman you shouldn't love. I'm ashamed of many things, Mai, he said. But loving Angela isn't one of them. No matter everything that has happened in the past between the two of us, I know I love her. And she knows it, too. To be perfectly honest, I feel like I've become a better man since I accepted my feelings for her. By no means am I good enough for her, but that doesn't mean my feelings will change. The thing is, the peasant can love the princess as much as he wants, but the princess isn't supposed to reciprocate. The peasant is lowly, unworthy, beneath her. Or underneath her, as it was the previous night, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. That wasn't the point of what he was saying anyhow. So, she shouldn't even look at him, he continued. She shouldn't feel anything for him. But what's the peasant supposed to do if she does? What am I supposed to do when I know that she wants this as much as you do? Mai asked, and Sokka swallowed hard. It wasn't only that she wanted him as much as he wanted her, though. After admitting his feelings for Angela to Mai, the last piece of this puzzle had been coming back to him, and only now did it find its proper place in his head. It's not a very good idea to tell people I'm in love with you, is it? He shivered, a smile breaking on his face despite he didn't feel worthy of such feelings at all. That was what had started it all, of course. She does, he muttered. If she didn't want me in any way, I'd leave her alone. I swear I would, but how can I? I don't know how to hold back anymore, even if I'm terrified of the consequences. It's complicated, I understand, said Mai. But for as clever a guy as you are, you don't seem to be all that smart when it comes to this. What? Said Sokka, looking at her inquisitively. Whatever happens between you and her should be kept between you and her, Mai said, simply. The only risk is for the secret to be given away, isn't it? And so long as her father doesn't hear of it. But what if he does? Said Sokka, and Mai shrugged. If he does, then you two will be the most careless idiots in the world. But really, do you think you two are the first people to ever get engaged in a secret relationship? Mai asked, and Sokka blushed. It's not a new concept. Indeed, heads could roll, but that's exactly why you're supposed to keep it a secret, isn't it? Still. Said Sokka, frowning. If you can't hold back anymore, then don't do it, said Mai. If she's not going to hold back either, then she might as well just let herself go with it. The question to be asked is whether you think the risk will be worth it in the end or not. You only have one life to live, Sokka, and it could end tomorrow for all you know. Literally. Sokka froze at that. At this point in time he had practically forgotten about the slate, worried about Azula as he was. So, it's up to you to decide what you'll do with it, said Mai, simply. Whether you'll take the risk or not, whether you'll do it today or in 10 years, it's up to you. Sokka looked at Mai in astonishment, having expected her advice to be anything but supportive. He had thought she would tell him to hold back, to leave Azula alone, to forget any hopes of having an actual relationship with her, but instead she was nearly encouraging him. At the very least, she was pushing him towards making a decision he had already made without meaning to. Just be careful with whatever you do, said Mai, stepping away from the banister. You may have been able to fool everyone in the room because they had hangovers, but that doesn't mean you'll be able to do it every time. Don't be reckless. Not everyone will be your ally upon discovering whatever you're up to with Azula. I know that, said Sokka, as Mai started to walk away. But still, thanks. Mai had no response for his gratefulness, and she merely made her way into the ship again. Sokka frowned as he stared at the sea once more, his resolve building up yet crumbling down with ease whenever he thought about the potential consequences, but he wanted her, and she wanted him. And he would much rather they gave themselves to one another willingly, and consciously, than for it to happen again while they were drunk. He didn't want her to regret it, because he knew that deep down he wouldn't feel actual remorse for it. He couldn't feel guilty for loving her, for desiring her. It was wrong, surely, but it was as good as inevitable and he was done fighting against it. He didn't have the willpower to continue resisting the forces that were more powerful than he was. The sound of a gurgling groan at the other side of the ship surprised him. He frowned and turned around, staring at the prow now to find that he wasn't the only person on deck right now, despite he had thought he was. He almost felt his insides turning into jelly as he glimpsed Azula's silhouette even from a distance. Despite his determination, he wasn't ready to face her yet. Last night's events, now fresh in his mind, had been rather enjoyable while they were taking place, but if Azula had already recalled what had happened, she would be likely to disagree with that notion. Unbeknownst to Sokka, Azula had yet to remember the events from the previous night fully. She had rested more, vomited a few times, to her utter revulsion, and she had eaten a very light breakfast just before climbing up to the deck. All the while, she had made sure to avoid the rest of the members of their group. She had tried to fix her appearance until she seemed presentable enough if she bumped into anyone, but she was still too shaken up to even try to act natural. She meant to gather herself once she knew for certain what had happened last night, regardless of how terrible the knowledge might be. And there was only one way for her to recall the memories her mind kept blocking from her. I need your help. Again. Desperately, she said, staring at the dragon before her, who seemed very uneasy as he returned his rider's gaze. He already knew what she was going to ask of him, and Azula took his reluctance to share her own memories with her as a bad omen. Xian? Please, you have to do this. I can't go on with this uncertainty. I have to know. Xian Long groaned and shrugged as he waved his head in circles. No, she didn't have to know, fact was she probably didn't want to know half as much as she thought she did. Even Xian Long was embarrassed by what she'd done, and he would much rather keep her in the dark about it all. You, blast it, she said, gritting her teeth and rubbing the bridge of her nose. You said, you're embarrassed? Is it really that bad? Xian Long sighed heavily, a puff of smoke pouring out of his nostrils as he nodded. Azula looked at him, aghast. Well, If it is, all the more reason I need to know, she said, and Xin Long asked her if she was really sure of that. At this point I can't be sure of anything, but for better or for worse, I need to know what happened. Xin Long shrugged again, his mane shaking with the movement as he settled in place and allowed the memories of what had happened between his rider and her gladiator to return to his mind. And he simply braced himself for the breakdown he was certain the princess would have once she had remembered it all. As expected, her eyes widened as the memories unfolded, and she covered her mouth with her hand when she saw herself telling Sokka the truth behind the golden fire. Why the blazes had she said it? And... oh, no, please. I didn't. I couldn't have, oh, curse it. She said, her hand going to her forehead now. She had admitted to being in love with him, for good. It was obvious enough, but she had actually said the words now. No clothes had been shed yet, and the situation was already much worse than she had expected it to be. Angela paced slowly as the rest of the memories unfolded in her mind. She was sure a prominent blush was coloring her cheeks from the start, and it only got darker as she witnessed the way she had touched him, and how she had been the one in control, the one who had made their exchange much wilder. Despite the shame she felt, though, there was a small sense of amazement growing within her as well. She had touched his torso and his hair, kissed him fully and even devoured his neck. How wrong was it for her to be amazed about having taken things this far? Surely it was extremely wrong, but she couldn't bring herself to think she shouldn't have done it altogether. Yet as the exchange became more heated, she started to panic slightly. She knew what was coming as Sokka removed her belt, and she was absolutely terrified to watch it unfold. But if it had happened, she had to witness it and be done with it. She shivered as she watched the way his hand had explored her. The sensations were returning to her, and she felt her legs weren't strong enough to support her weight. She had to place a hand on the dragon's back to keep herself standing upright. The sounds she had uttered were absolutely embarrassing, yes, but how could anyone expect her to hold them in when he had touched her as he had? Her eyes were wide as the memory of the climax came back. That explosion was nothing like anything she had experienced before in her life. She couldn't equate it to anything, not even to the thrill of figuring out new forms of bending. It was terrifying, and she wasn't entirely sure if in a good way or a bad one. Xin Long prodded her shoulder with his snout and she gave him an ironic smile, her eyes still wide as she stared into space in disbelief. Okay. You were right, she said, paralyzed where she stood despite how the dragon nudged her shoulder. Maybe I would have been better off if I hadn't remembered all that. But, wait. Wait a moment. That's it. Xin Long raised a bushy eyebrow and nodded. She had told him she was drunk after he admitted his love again, and then she had collapsed. Xin Long hadn't seen anything else happen between them through the night. Angela looked at him in amazement before releasing her breath heavily, again relying on Xin Long's body for support. Then we didn't actually do it, she said, staring at the wooden planks on the deck with a small smile, yet the smile waned nearly as quickly as it had appeared on her face. We didn't do it, we didn't. Xin Long frowned and groaned, startling her out of her daze. How come was she disappointed? If they hadn't done whatever it was she hadn't wanted them to do, then she should be happy instead. Angela's blush intensified and she shook her head. I'm not disappointed, Xin Long, I'm relieved. I mean, even if it had happened, I'd much rather have it happen without forgetting about it the next morning. Well, I don't want it to happen altogether. It wasn't supposed to, so it's great to know that it didn't. It's great, yes. It is. Xin Long looked at her skeptically before rolling his eyes. Angela slapped him on the shoulder and he huffed. Stop it. I'm serious, she snapped. I'm not disappointed about anything at all. The dragon smirked and said she should keep telling herself that until she believed it. Angela scowled at him and rolled her eyes, stepping away from him and towards the rim of the ship. Yes, she had told Sokka she loved him, and admitted his part in her discovery of golden fire, but she was still a virgin, technically. What they'd had wasn't what people would consider sex, or was it? Well, perhaps it was, but there was no intercourse. Not really. She huffed and shook her head, hating to admit that Xin Long was right. She was, on some level, disappointed, even though they had gone further than ever before. It was a relief, undeniably, but she wanted more. She was aware of how reckless such wishes were, but she couldn't control them. She hadn't been in full control of anything ever since Sokka had showed up in her life. And while they hadn't gone the whole way, they had gone far enough for something to change deep inside her. It was as though a dam inside her had broken, and with it, the sexual desires she hadn't experienced to the fullest until now had been unleashed. She had thought of Sokka as a potential sexual partner before, of course she had, but not like this. Never like this. Because this was no longer a simple fantasy. She wasn't thinking about what might happen, no. Now she truly wanted him, and every bit of pleasure he could provide her with. Now she was sure she wouldn't be able to shake off the very idea of making him hers completely until it actually happened. The desire, which had always been somewhat dormant inside her, was potent and wild, and it rushed freely through her body, begging her to find him and finish what they'd started the previous night. I really ought to throw myself overboard, she grunted, her head in her hands now as she breathed heavily. What on earth had she been thinking? Oh, well, she hadn't been thinking altogether. That was all the truth of it. I'd much rather you didn't do that. Someone said next to her. Or I'd have to jump right after you and it'd be a hassle to get aboard the ship again. Angela tried not to act surprised, despite the sound of his voice had caught her unawares. She breathed deeply, knowing her luck was such that the very man she didn't want to see would have to show up just now, because maybe she did want to see him. But she would have appreciated having some time to think about what she'd tell him the next time they met, at the very least. It would be a hassle indeed, she muttered, curtly. Did you consider that perhaps the purpose of jumping off the ship would be getting away from it altogether, and that I wouldn't want to climb aboard it again? So, it's the ship you want to get away from? Or is it me? Both, Angela said outright, and Sokka smiled sadly before sighing. And things are weird enough as it is for you to make them worse by jumping right after me into the ocean, in case you haven't noticed. I just don't think it's a good idea to let a firebender to jump into open waters like that, he said. Can you blame me for worrying? I think I can, considering the only one to be blamed for all this in the first place is you, Angela said, finally daring to look at him in the eye. Sokka's mouth opened, as he was about to retort somehow, but he closed it soon enough as she continued to glare at him. Well, I admit I did get you to drink the first cup. But the other 6 cups you had weren't my fault, now, were they? He asked, and Angela sighed and shook her head. No, I guess not. But I feel so much better about life when I can blame you for my misfortunes. She said, resting her elbows on the railing and running her hands through her hair. How are you feeling? Sokka asked, after she fell silent for a moment. Any better yet? Somewhat, she whispered. The headache still lingers, and the brightness is a bother, though. I really don't know why I let you get away with making me drink, or why I let myself get drunk, to make matters worse. To think I'd been hoping to stop you from taking things too far, and in the end all I managed was to get myself involved in, well, whatever that was. Still, if it's any consolation, said Sokka, swallowing hard. It appears that we didn't actually, well, we didn't quite. No, we didn't have sex, Angela said, and he blushed. You only stuck your hand inside my underwear and I pretty much did the same to you. That was all. Why yeah, that was all, she repeated, releasing her breath heavily and glaring at Sokka. And that alone is more than enough to condemn both of us, as you might have realized. Well, maybe it would be, but you know? It might just be that. You know, I really don't think I want to hear excuses this time, she said, shaking her head and rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. Sokka grimaced. It's going to make no difference whether you apologize or not, things aren't going to get any better no matter what you say, so. Well, I wasn't going to apologize, so don't worry about. Wait, you weren't going to apologize? Angela asked, looking at him with a mixture of surprise and indignation. Sokka inched away from her. Well, when has apologizing ever helped me make up for my mistakes when it comes to you, huh? He said, and Angela raised an eyebrow. That's not the point. You're not sorry? Are you proud of what happened last night, by any chance? Proud? How the hell would I be proud? Said Sokka, staring at her in disbelief. Well, considering you almost deflowered a princess, you just might be, Azula said, with a dry grin. Sokka scowled. I could be proud of that if we hadn't been drunk, if anything, but given our situation the last thing I felt was pride, whether you believe it or not, he said, scowling, and Azula froze. See, come again. You could be proud of it, you said. You heard me, he said, stubbornly. When her jaw dropped he grimaced. I mean, I know I have no right to do it, but I mean, if we'd really done it, I'd rather it had happened while we were both fully conscious of what was going on. Oh, because that would make it all adequate somehow, now, wouldn't it? Azula asked, sarcastically, and Sokka pouted. I didn't think it'd be adequate, I just don't think something like that should happen without our awareness, is all, he said. Something like that shouldn't happen at all, simple as that, Azula snapped before sighing heavily. I know, he said. And whether I meant to apologize or not, I really am sorry for getting you to drink. I shouldn't have done that. No, you shouldn't have, Azula agreed. But there's nothing to be done about it anymore, now, is there? Not really, said Sokka. Other than swearing we will never ever do this again, but considering how every single one of our vows have gone up to date, I'd rather not even bother. You seem to be the epitome of resignation today, huh? Azula asked, frowning. So you're not going to be sorry for anything, regardless if it was wrong or right, because there's no point in regretting things that already happened, and no point in trying to prevent anything from happening in the future because you're certain it'll happen either way. In short, I guess that's about it, Sokka said, shrugging, and Azula glared at him. Oh, come on, what else do you want from me? At least you could have the decency to try and fight against this, you know. She said, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka huffed. Oh, sure, so that I end up hurting you again? Because that's the only thing I've ever accomplished when trying to fight my feelings for you. That's how you want me to deal with this, really? I don't mean you should fight it that way, Azula said, gritting her teeth. Just, don't act so nonchalant about this. It makes me feel like you don't give a damn about what happens between us anymore. You know that's not true, said Sokka, sighing and leaning on the ship's railing. You know that I actually do care, far too much. But as it happens, I may have reached a conclusion at last. And maybe you won't like it, but I thought you should know either way that I'm going to fight, Azula said, and Sokka frowned. In the slate. Tomorrow. His mouth opened a little as he stared at the princess in utter confusion. She returned the look with determination. Yes, that's what you're going to do, Azula said, turning towards him and staring at him defiantly. And you're going to do us both a favor and keep all thoughts of what happened between us last night as far from your mind as possible. All right. No? Azula, it was a big deal and not just for you, he said, and Azula rolled her eyes. It was, undeniably so, but I don't think we're going to reach any actual conclusions by discussing this right now, she said, stubbornly. Because for some reason I'm getting the feeling that you're going to say everything I don't want to hear you say, so I'd rather spare myself the trouble. Heh, maybe you actually do want to hear it, though, Sokka said, pouting a little, but she ignored him. You won't know unless you do. And just give us both at least the space of 2 days to think things through, she said. Because it just might be that the alcohol is still affecting you, and you're not thinking properly at the moment. So, I'll be postponing this conversation until after your fight is done, got it? But. No buts, Sokka, she said, determined. I'm serious. I'm not having you lose your focus and waste all your training just because of what happened last night. So you're going to. You're actively trying to avoid this, then? Sokka asked, and Azula glared at him. You're just letting it go. I am postponing it, I said, Azula growled. So don't misunderstand things. I'm not leaving this as it is, I'm just going to need more time to ponder it. And so will you, but you're going to do it after the fight. All right. Meh. Even if I don't agree it's not like you'll care, Sokka said, pouting again. That's right, I won't, Angela said, with a sarcastic smile. So run along, get more rest, overcome your hangover and get ready for the fight. It's all you need to do, and all we came here for anyways. You can't mess this up. I won't, said Sokka, sighing deeply. Having a few days to change his mind wouldn't make a difference, he was certain of it. But perhaps it was Angela who needed the time, after all. Yet he dreaded that this could only result in the princess deciding something that he wouldn't possibly agree with. I'm serious, Sokka, she said. I'm only saying this for your own good. We know you're a mess in the battlefield when your mind is troubled. Cutting me off like this isn't going to make me any less troubled, though, Sokka said, and Angela looked at him skeptically. And telling me whatever you have in mind right now will help? She asked. Maybe, maybe not, said Sokka, sighing. Angela rolled her eyes, completely certain that whatever he told her would only make her all the more uneasy. But she looked at him sternly and waited for him to speak his mind. Upon noticing she would actually let him talk, Sokka swallowed hard and looked at her almost shyly. Thing is, I don't think I need a couple of days to think things through. If you do need that, I'll leave you to it, but I think I've already made up my mind, for better or for worse. Oh? Have you really? Angela asked. Sokka breathed deeply and looked at her, not a hint of mockery in his clear eyes. Angela's heart was drumming in her chest even before he spoke, and it only quickened its pace once he did. I can keep holding back, he said. I know that by now you might think my willpower is no good, and yeah, maybe it's not, but I think I could resist this, despite what happened last night. I could. But I don't want to. You don't want to? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. You don't, all right, so you just want us to throw ourselves into this, never mind the consequences, because you just don't want to resist anymore. I didn't mean, well, the consequences will always be there, said Sokka, frowning. And they will always be awful, I'm sure of it. But we're getting closer to the edge every day now, and I'd be lying if I said I don't want this. If I said I don't want you. The fact is that I do. You know well enough how I feel about you. I do, but that doesn't mean. Angela said, scandalized. For crying out loud, Sokka, you're crazy. Yeah, said Sokka, smiling a little. In any case, I just wanted you to know this. If you don't want it, I'm not going to blame you for it. I know how much you're already risking with our relationship, but... Our relationship, you say? You're crazy, she repeated, shaking her head. And in case you haven't noticed, you're risking your life with this as well. I'd probably get out of this alive, but you certainly wouldn't. Well, can't say I'm a stranger to living with my life on the line, said Sokka, shrugging. I spent 2 years expecting to die every day. So this isn't anything new for me. Indeed, you did, and here I thought you wouldn't want to go back to that situation ever again, Angela said, looking at him skeptically. You're being ridiculous, Sokka. Yeah, I guess I am, he said, with a small smile. And you're not going to get any sense into me, in case you were hoping to do that. I'm too far gone to be helped anymore. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Angela growled, and Sokka chuckled. You know what it means, he said. You're not the only one whose heart is on fire here. Angela gritted her teeth, the color rushing to her cheeks as Sokka turned around and walked inside the ship again. She clenched her fists and shook her head, unsure if she was infuriated, amazed, embarrassed, or everything at the same time. I hate him. I swear I hate him, she said, walking back to Xin Long. She draped her arms around the dragon's neck and buried her face into his hair, wondering how a man could be as reckless and stupid as Sokka was. Now he had given her the last nudge, letting her know that he was open for something she didn't know if she was ready for, but something she knew she wanted all the same. He had left things in her hands, it was up to Angela to make the next move, and she had no idea if she dared. She was terrified of the consequences indeed, but perhaps what she was most afraid of was Sokka himself. Never before had she felt anything remotely similar to the love she felt for the man. She wasn't sure what these feelings would drive her to do, but now more than ever she understood why her father always had advised her against feelings. Love was wild, uncontrollable, and unreliable, and also rather addictive. Her wishes to get away from Sokka were only surpassed by her desire to remain beside him. And she feared that soon enough, the battle between her purity and her lust would end with a victory for the latter. She wasn't entirely ready for it, she knew it. She couldn't convince herself to forsake the consequences and throw herself at this wholeheartedly. But it was going to happen either way, there was no stopping it anymore, and both of them knew it. They were on free fall, with no means to break their descent into nothingness. At this point, the only decision left for her to make was to either despise the thrill of their fall or to enjoy it instead. The second day of the trip to the Slate was far calmer than the first. The entire group refused to drink again, much to Ty Lee's disappointment, and by the third day, most the effects of their hangovers were gone for good. Angela had kept her distance from Sokka after their conversation, something that hadn't quite surprised him. He knew that she was still trying to figure out where she stood in their relationship, and he was willing to give her as much space as she might need. As Angela had asked him, Sokka tried his hardest to focus on the upcoming fight. He spent some of the morning practicing several of his moves on deck by himself, warming up for the fight that would happen in a few hours. He only stopped when the others came on deck, and he chatted with them as they waited for the Slate's Island to finally come into view. Angela had taken her time getting ready for today's combat. She had never been particularly good at fixing her own appearance, but she was worse at it than usual this time around due to how nervous she was. She had barely finished when Mai and Ty Lee came to her cabin to tell her they were near the Slate already. She swallowed hard and nodded before following them on deck, trying to stop thinking about what Sokka had told her the previous day. Setting her eyes upon their destination was enough to snap her out of her daze, though. The island was black, and it seemed to flow into the sea, given the ripples in the dark stone that comprised it. It wasn't a particularly large island, but there were 2 volcanoes that burst from it. They were quite daunting, standing as tall, dark peaks in the middle of the ocean. Angela narrowed her eyes, feeling a pulsating beat coming from them. The magma underground was still potent and powerful. Who had been the genius who came up with the idea of building an arena in an island with active volcanoes? So that's it. Sokka was asking, looking at the ominous place with a grimace. That's it indeed, Angela said, walking behind him and startling him when she spoke. The Slate in all its ironic glory, I suppose. It looks anything but amazing from here. It looks creepy, said Ty Lee, gulping. Does anyone live there? Not that I know of, Angela replied. From what I was told, it has been an uninhabited island for well over a century by now. I have no idea who its last residents were, but I sure hope they didn't die under the power of that volcanic eruption. It might make the fight more interesting, though, if the arena happened to be haunted by the spirits of those who were trapped within the lava. Mai said eerily, and Sokka scowled at her. She smirked. I sure hope otherwise, Angela muttered. It's going to be a nasty enough fight as it is without spirits involved in it. I really don't like the sound of fighting in a haunted arena. Sokka said, gulping. Well, it's haunted for sure, even if not by spirits of those who were there 100 years ago. Suki said, and Sokka scowled at her next. Heh? Say what? You know, all the gladiators that have died there. Oh okay, that is quite reassuring. Said Sokka, his eyes widening, and Angela sighed. I think that's enough tormenting the gladiator before the fight, thank you very much, she said sternly. Suki smiled guiltily at her, but Mai didn't seem to regret her words in the slightest. Go get ready, Sokka. We'll disembark as soon as we reach port. All right, he said, gulping and nodding. He returned to his cabin, dressing up in his fireproof outfit and donning his armor. He gathered his weapons quickly, but he stopped to take a few deep breaths before returning to the others. The biggest fight of his career as a gladiator was about to take place now, and he had no idea in which shape he'd return to this cabin, that is, if he returned at all. This might be his last intake of fresh air, for all he knew. He swallowed hard and closed his eyes, feeling unexpectedly calm about the ordeal just now. He doubted he'd continue to feel relaxed once he was inside the Slate, but for the time being, he just wanted to breathe in fresh air, to bask in this moment of solitude before worst came to worst. The moment ended when the ship stopped moving, and he made his way upstairs once more. The island's port was quite small, and only 2 other ships had been stationed in its docks. The group descended on them once the ship's ramp was lowered, and they were making their way through the dry lava soon enough. The power of the volcano underneath prompted Angela to frown with unease. The fight could take an unpleasant turn if it erupted right now. "So, where's the arena?" Zuko asked as he gazed around himself, frowning. "Shouldn't it be around here somewhere? I can't see any buildings." "It's not above ground, actually," Haru said, and he lifted a hand to point at a metallic door not too far from where they were. 2 men dressed in the uniform of most employees of the Gladiator business were standing next to it. The silver door stood out within the masses of blackness in the island, and it looked as though it would lead nowhere larger than into a storage room. But as Haru had said already, the arena was underground. The door was simply the way to access the enclosure. From what they could see, the situation was about as unsafe as it could get. "Welcome to the Slate, Princess Angela," exclaimed one of the men at the door, as they both bowed before her. "We hope your voyage was pleasant." "Oh, indeed," Angela said, trying not to sound too sarcastic. She didn't want any suspicions to arise regarding what she had experienced during that trip. "Thanks for the welcoming committee, I guess. Is the Millennium Dragon here yet?" "As a matter of fact, he is," said the other man, as they both stood upright. "Everyone is waiting within, by which I mean the other staff members and your opponents. We didn't expect you to bring so many people with you." "They're only here to cheer for my gladiator," Angela said. "There won't be a problem with that, now, will there?" "Oh, of course not," said the first man, smiling and looking at Sokka. "So, I take it this is the Blue Wolf?" "In the flesh," Angela said, and Sokka grinned awkwardly. "Shall we, then?" "Of course," said the same man, ushering the group through the door. He swung it open, revealing a very long metal stairway that led downwards. "Is this place really safe?" Zuko asked, frowning, as the group began making their way through the stairs. "It's not too smart to make an arena in a volcanic island." "It's perfectly safe, Prince Zuko," said the second man, looking at him with a huge smile on his face. He lagged behind deliberately so he could talk with Zuko. "We have earthbenders stationed in the arena. They can open a path through the vestibule's ceiling and towards the ships in case the volcanoes were to erupt. But there's no need to worry, there hasn't been any serious volcanic activity here in a very long time." "Huh. I hope you're right," he said, before frowning with discomfort now. Why are you smiling at me like that?" "Oh, it's only that I never thought I'd meet you in person," he exclaimed, beaming. "I already expected the princess to come, but the crown prince—" "Oh, that's what, huh?" said Zuko, blushing a little and looking around himself with slight panic. He wasn't entirely used to people reacting positively upon meeting him. Suki, who was walking down the steps in front of him, turned her head with an amused grin, as the man continued to rave excitedly about Zuko right beside him. Meanwhile, the first man, who was leading the group, had taken it upon himself to explain the rules of the combat to Angela and her gladiator. "Your opponent already knows the rules by heart, his fighter has been in the Slate many times before," he started. "So, I'll explain things to you now to save some time. First of all, you won't be setting a time limit for this fight. In the Slate there's a specific time limit of 1 hour for the combat. As ever, these fights are either resolved by knockouts, or by the judges if the time has run out, or, in the worst cases, when either of the fighters, dies. Gets killed, rather," Sokka said, grimacing. Angela's hand grazed his, in a very subtle but reassuring gesture. He couldn't help but gape at her in appreciation for it. "Well, it might surprise the gladiator to hear that not all fighters who have died have been outright murdered here," the man said, at which Angela frowned. "Did they die because of the temperatures?" she asked. "Or was it, they didn't fall into the pit of lava, now, did they?" "Oh, you know about that already," said the man. "Well, good to know you've been warned about the lava pit. You would do well to remember that it opens every 5 minutes, Gladiator. But anyways, Yes, a gladiator actually fell in there once. Wait, are you serious about that? Sokka exclaimed, his eyes widening. How the hell? It is no easy feat to fight on the slate's platform, said the man. Another of the rules is that the fighters must remain within the platform at all times. If any attacks from your opponent were to knock you out of the platform, you would automatically lose the fight. And if you were to be knocked out of it while the gate to the lava is open, well, simply put, that's how that particular gladiator was lost. So, try not to leave the platform, naturally. Yeah, it should be just that easy to keep from falling, huh? Sokka said sarcastically, scowling at the guy. But how can people fall anyways? We were told the ring was a cage, not a platform. It used to be a cage, but Combustion Man blew up most the bars with his blasts whenever he fought here, said the employee. We decided to keep things simpler for now, it's less expensive, and thus we only have a platform now. It's still suspended by chains, and there's a metal railing that encloses it, but it's not tall enough to prevent falls, so, again, I advise the gladiator to be very cautious about that. Wrecking the platform in any way would also deduct points from his score, wouldn't it? Azula asked, and the man nodded. As it is in most cases with the arena's furniture. But seeing how your fighter is a non-bender, I gather there's not much of a risk of him breaking things. So long as he can stay on his 2 feet for the hour that the fight will span out for, he should be fine. That sure sounds simple, now, doesn't it? Azula said to Sokka, who looked at her with desperate eyes. You know, I'm really starting to think we don't know what we got ourselves into here. He said, as they finally reached the vestibule, after the very long descent into the core of the island. The vestibule was rather small, comprised only of a small room with the archway they had just come through, and another arch at the opposite wall, through which they would access the corridor that led into the arena. The vestibule was mainly metallic, just like every other part of the structure they'd seen so far, except for its rocky ceiling. The place was nowhere near as crowded as the Grand Royal Dome, which was visited by hundreds of people on a daily basis. There were, at most, 10 people waiting for them when the group finally arrived. Azula recognized no familiar faces, but through their uniforms she could gather that most of them were only employees just like the ones that had welcomed them into the slate. Yet there were 2 men who stood out amongst the others, the ones who weren't wearing uniforms. She actually recognized one of them once they studied him more carefully. His hair was of a light shade of brown, and his skin was only slightly paler than his hair. His body was massive, and his muscular build was nowhere short of extraordinary. He wasn't wearing armor, nor was he even wearing a shirt. He turned to look at the group as they arrived, and he was quick to smile when he recognized the man he would be fighting soon enough. Aha! There you are, kid! He exclaimed, laughing. Neat to see you again. Hey, Sokka said, smiling a little and waving almost shyly as the man stomped his way towards him, a pleased grin on his face. You look way better than when we first met, kid. He said. I got to watch you in Udeo just a couple months back, you're something to behold. Wait, so you've watched me? Sokka said, his eyes widening. Well, that's not fair. Now you have an advantage over me, don't you? Ah, come now, don't take things so seriously, kid, he said, laughing and clapping Sokka's shoulder. Welcome to the big leagues, though. I'd hoped you'd make it this far, and see, here you are, ready to fight this old bloke right here. Okay, do they know each other? Suki asked, staring at the 2 gladiators with wide eyes. Haru, next to her, shrugged. Looks that way. He never mentioned that, though, did he? He asked, and Suki shook her head. This fight gets weirder and weirder by the minute, said Zuko, grimacing. I can't wait for this to be over. It will be soon enough, for better or for worse, Suki told him, her voice shaking a little as she spoke. Zuko frowned. Hey, it's going to be fine, he said, a hand on her shoulder. She blinked and lifted her head to smile at him, but it wasn't hard for Zuko to sense the insincerity in her grin. I know. Don't worry about me, Zuko, she said, which, naturally, only served for him to worry even more. Azula had watched the rencounter between her gladiator and his rival at first, but she had soon turned her attention towards the other distinct man in the room. His brown hair was darker than that of his gladiator, and his skin far paler. He seemed younger than his fighter, but that was quite possibly because he hadn't been forced through the ordeals his slave had undergone. He wasn't much taller than Angela herself, and he looked lanky and thin compared to his burly fighter. He was dressed in black and red clothing, yet, despite the bangs that fell over his eyes, Angela noticed his irises were green. She hardly knew anything about the Millennium Dragon's sponsor, but she hadn't guessed the man would have Earth Kingdom heritage. "It is quite an honor to meet you at long last, Princess," he said, dryly. It seemed he spoke the words out of obligation rather than because he truly felt them. That was enough for Angela to feel uncomfortable right away. "We have heard much of your gladiator's prowess. According to what your fighter just said, you witnessed it, even," she said. The man hadn't bowed towards her, which was uncommon for someone highborn who was addressing her directly for the first time. "Unfortunately, my gladiator has never had the pleasure to watch yours in battle before today, whereas I have." "Oh, you have indeed," said the man, his brow furrowing. "You were there during the inaugural fight in the capital, were you not, Princess?" "I was. I remember it vividly," she said, folding her arms over her chest. "I find it rather odd that I have heard quite little of you when you sponsor such an important fighter. I don't even know your name." "Do excuse me," he said, curtly. "My name is Aonu. I am the second-born son of one of Fire Lord Ajalan's most loyal noblemen. He moved into Udeo long before your grandfather's demise, to help with the city's economy. And I gather you were born and raised there?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Aonu's frown deepened. Angela wondered just how much lower his eyebrows could move. "I was indeed." "Is that enough knowledge for you, Princess?" "More than enough, actually," Angela said, nodding. She could see the resentment in his eyes, how he glared at her as though she were to blame for his misfortunes, whatever they might be. She knew, though, that his spite wasn't personal. He was a man of mixed heritage who surely had suffered much scorn for it by the hands of the Fire Nation's select highborn groups. Most highly ranked noblemen sought to marry Fire Nation highborn women, and it seemed unlikely that one of Ajalan's noblemen would have chosen an Earth Kingdom woman as his wife. Was this man a bastard son, then? If so, his hostility was easy to interpret. "Well, then. Are we going to get this over with?" "By all means. The sooner it's finished, the better for all of us," he said, gesturing towards the arch at the other end of the vestibule. "Oh, shall we head to the fighting ring?" asked the man who had accompanied Angela downstairs. "Very well, then. Let's get this battle started. Gladiators, if you would please head to your respective standby rooms." So soon?" "Meh, fine, fine," said the Millennium Dragon, sighing in disappointment. "Here we were, just catching up and you had to ruin it for us." "All right, then, Blue Wolf, I'll be seeing you in there in just a bit, okay? We should probably catch up some more during the fight, how about it?" "If that's all you want to do, I take no issue with it," said Sokka, and his opponent laughed. "You're a funny man, you know that," he said, patting his back and walking towards the arch. "I'm taking the standby room to the right, kid." "Sure thing," said Sokka, with a small grin. "Well, then, Princess," said Aonu, gesturing towards the archway once his fighter had passed through. "I'll be there shortly." "Go on ahead," she said, and Aonu didn't need her to say it twice before following the Millennium Dragon. Most the arena's staff passed through the archway next, and only 2 of them stayed behind in the vestibule, the earthbenders tasked with bringing everyone to safety in case of any unforeseen emergencies. Sokka's friends didn't leave yet, for they were wishing him luck before his fight and offering him last-minute advice before he charged into battle. Ty Lee had hugged him tightly, and Sokka was smiling awkwardly upon being squeezed by her as the others tried to encourage him for his upcoming match. "You've worked hard for today. You know you can handle it," Mai said. "Keep your mind clear and you should make it through the fight without a hitch." "Yeah, you're really strong now, Sokka." "Strong enough to take on several of us at the same time," said Haru, beaming. "You'll do great. You'll see." "I can only hope so," said Sokka, smiling a little but nodding towards him. We'll be cheering for you with all our might. Ty Lee said, letting go of Sokka and smiling. Well, not all of us. I'm inclined to cheer for the other guy, Zuko said, smirking. No surprises there, said Sokka, rolling his eyes and punching the prince's shoulder. The next time it should be you fighting the big gladiator while I laugh from the stands. How about it? Zuko only laughed and Sokka smirked at him. Despite their clashes, things hadn't been as lousy between them as of late. They weren't anywhere close to being best friends, but if nothing else, Sokka was glad he could get along with the prince these days. Be careful out there, okay? Suki said, looking at Sokka worriedly. Fighters like the Millennium Dragon aren't meant to be taken lightly, as you know. Do your best to make it, regardless if you win or lose. No need to say that twice, said Sokka, smiling at her before looking at them all. Thanks for everything you did for me over the last months, you guys. If I can put up a decent fight against the Millennium Dragon, it's because of you all. So, thanks. I won't let you down. Oh, Sokka. Ty Lee squealed again, hugging him and making him twitch. Okay, that's enough of that, Ty Lee, he said, grimacing and looking around himself in despair. His eyes found his sponsor, who was looking at him nice sympathetically. She gestured towards the archway. Sokka smiled and nodded before making Ty Lee release him. You guys should go get good seats now, don't you think? The arena is so crowded you're going to lose the best spots, you know. Very funny, said Ty Lee, giggling as she let go of his arm. Fine, we'll go then. Good luck and kick some butt out there. I'll try to, said Sokka, smiling. We believe in you, said Haru, as the group started to make their way to the same doorway the others had taken. The archway spread into 3 different passageways. The one that led forward brought the group to the stands, the one to the right to the standby room was where the Millennium Dragon awaited, and the left one led to the standby room that was meant for Sokka. Once the rest of the group had headed towards the stands, Azula led the way through the left passageway, and Sokka followed dutifully, wishing he weren't both nervous and eager to be alone with his sponsor right now. The standby room was a closed, metallic room, just as everything else had been. There was yet another door that would lead Sokka to the platform, from what Azula could guess. She took a deep breath and turned towards her gladiator, who was fidgeting behind her. Well, this is it, she said. How are you feeling? Are you ready for the fight? Well, the hangover is well behind me now, said Sokka, smiling. But I can't say I feel entirely ready. I don't think I ever will be more ready than now, though, so we might as well get this over with, huh. Such a positive attitude, Azula said, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka looked at her guiltily. If nothing else, at least it's good to know you're not going to vomit in the middle of the battle. Anyways, you have all your weapons, right? Yeah, I'm all stocked up. Remember not to lash out with both blades right away, okay? Try to test the grounds, to figure out his weak spots if he has them. If he doesn't, then just focus on surviving the battle. He doesn't look like the type of gladiator who will be out for blood, and he wasn't an aggressive fighter when I watched him all those years ago. Granted, he might have changed his style by now, but if he's still anything like the Millennium Dragon I saw, he shouldn't be that rough on you. Well, he's been friendly so far, said Sokka. Hopefully he's not going to have a mood swing as soon as we enter the platform, eh? Hopefully, Azula said, breathing out deeply and looking into his eyes. Just be careful, will you? I will be, I promise, he said, and she sighed. Yeah, I know, you're not fond of promises, but it's the best thing I can offer you right now. Well, that end. I'm fine with that, no need to say anything corny and stupid you'll end up regretting later, Azula said, grimacing, and Sokka chuckled. You really don't want to hear anything I have to say, now, do you? Do you blame me, after what you said yesterday? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka, no, we're not discussing this now. Forget it, I'll scold you for it all later. Scold me? Sokka asked, amused. Now that sounds scary. Oh, yes. It will be scarier than fighting the Millennium Dragon for an hour while suspended above a lava pit, no doubt, Angela said, smiling dryly. Wow, alright then, he said, chuckling as her smile waned. Just survive, okay? Don't you dare die out there, or I'll kill you. I mean it. Yep, I bet you do, said Sokka, smiling. I don't plan on dying, even though that threat to scold me kind of makes me think dying here is going to be less painful than whatever you have in store for me. Well, you won't know which one will be more painful unless you survive, Angela said, and he laughed again. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. I mean it, he said. Still, well, there's a chance I might, so. Didn't you just say you won't die? Angela said, an eyebrow twitching. Now, I'll do my best to survive, said Sokka, laughing again softly. But if I didn't, I just want you to know that I. Hush, Angela said, and Sokka froze. I don't want to hear it, alright? If whatever you wanted to say is so important to you, then you can keep it to yourself until after the fight. I don't need to hear it right now, and I'm pretty sure you don't need to say it either. You've already said plenty of stupid things as it is as of late. And how do you know this was going to be something stupid, eh? Well, knowing you, it most likely was going to be, Angela said, simply, and Sokka pouted. So, I'll just assume as much. In any case, I'll see you once this is over. This is your biggest fight up to date, and you can prove yourself above this challenge. I know you can. Good to know one of us does, said Sokka, with a grim smile. But, thanks for trusting me like this. I'll do everything I can not to let you down. You'd better, Angela said, sighing. She looked into his eyes, finding some fear in them regarding this fight. But there was also determination, and a glint of hope. Somehow he looked fragile, but still strong. Still brave enough to head into a battle he didn't believe he could win. For a moment she felt tempted to drag him away, to protect him from a fight that terrified them both. Whatever recognition she had expected him to find couldn't possibly be more valuable than keeping him safely with her, so that she could gaze into his eyes as she was doing right now, so that the bond between them would continue to seem the only real thing in the world for her. She tried to turn to leave, but failed. She couldn't tear her eyes away from his, no matter how hard she tried. And so, her attempt to turn around proved completely useless. She didn't have enough willpower to leave just like this. Sokka hadn't expected anything more from this conversation. Despite having wanted to convey his feelings to her one last time, he didn't know if he'd have a chance to do it again. But before he could register that she was moving to leave, the princess had surrounded his neck with her arms and pressed her lips to his. His hands moved instinctively to her waist, and as soon as he understood what was happening he responded to her kiss desperately, holding her close again and letting her envelop him completely. She daringly sought his tongue with hers, she angled her body into his, she caressed his face, and she closed her eyes tightly and tried not to think that it could be the last time she ever did this. It wouldn't be. It couldn't be. You're going to come back to me. You hear me? Angela asked, when she drew back after kissing him long and deeply. I hear you. I swear I will, he said, pressing his lips to hers again, hoping to keep holding her for a little longer, but after one last peck, she pulled away. She flicked her thumb over his mouth to wipe away the remnants of her lipstick, the evidence of their forbidden exchange. She nodded at him and tried to give him an encouraging smile, but she knew she had only mustered a sad one instead. With one last caress to his arm, she found enough strength to leave at last, and Sokka remained where he stood, his heart beating wildly. He wasn't going to let himself drop dead here. He couldn't allow it to happen. He wanted to hear whatever reprimands she meant to give him once this fight was over. He wanted to argue with her, to laugh with her, to love her. And he was going to make sure he'd have a chance to do it. He wasn't going to falter this time. He had struck a deal with her long ago, and he had only just promised he would return to her, and he had every intention of keeping that promise. He wouldn't break her heart, not today, not ever again. He glared at the door, the familiar thrills of pre-battle energy rushing through him. It had been a very long time since he had fought while dreading he might die, and a very long time since he had faced an opponent who he already knew was a far superior fighter to himself. But the odds had never mattered before, they wouldn't matter now either. He had no hopes to win, but he would fight to his best regardless, he would make it out of the slate alive, no matter what. Chapter 90, The Slate Festivals 8. She assured herself time over and time again, as she made her way through the metallic hallways, that everything would be fine. That Sokka was stronger than she realized, that the Millennium Dragon wasn't bound to be too vicious a fighter, that the arena was dangerous but Sokka still could prove himself above the harsh conditions in this fighting pit. Yet she couldn't confer enough optimism to herself through these thoughts. She had to stop halfway through the corridor and rest against a wall briefly, her chest heaving as she breathed deeply. The truth of what was going to happen next was catching up to her, and as it often happened whenever she led Sokka to fights that had nearly cost him his life, she was starting to regret this completely. No amount of recognition or points could be worth this, could they? But perhaps things would turn out for the best, perhaps they would. She had to wait and see the outcome of it all, there was nothing more she could do at this point. But the risk of losing him hurt in more ways than she ever expected it to. It was far worse than it had been before, and not only because of what had happened between them on the ship. The fact that he had proved to be the key to unleashing gold firebending still amazed her, and while the potential of creating that fire would always rest within her, it was thanks to him that she had figured out how to use it. He had brought out a side of herself that Azula hadn't known even existed until he showed up. Only thanks to him had she started considering that perhaps she wasn't quite the monster she had feared she was for the longest time. She couldn't lose him today. No matter if she had to jump headfirst into the lava to save him, the cost would be well worth it, if it would help her keep him with her for a while longer. She punched the wall and huffed, trying to brush away the morbid thoughts. She simply had to stop thinking. This was getting her nowhere, and she should reach the stands once and for all. The fight wasn't going to start until she got there, and the sooner it began, the sooner it would end. She took to the stairs that would lead her to the viewing area. These stands were the smallest she had seen up to date, as they only occupied a small portion of the arena's wall. At most, 30 people might fit within them. There was no distinction between the area where the judges and the rest of the crowd would sit, but Azula found that Aona was on the very center of the stands. She guessed she was meant to take the empty seat beside him. The cavern where the fight would take place, for it was a cavern, regardless if it was covered with metal or not, was eerie and daunting. Azula frowned as she stared at the wide metallic platform that hung from only 4 thick chains, each of them attached to one of the corners of the ring. She thought it was a rather unstable structure, and the small railing that lined the fighting area wasn't reassuring in the slightest. It didn't seem like it could provide proper protection to either fighter. The square platform hovered much lower than the stands, at enough distance to keep the crowd away from the line of fire, Azula guessed. And about 20 feet below the platform, at the bottom of the cavern, stood the metallic gate under which stirred the island's magma. She breathed deeply one last time and moved towards her seat, glancing around herself to find that the group that had come to cheer Sokka would be sitting on the right side of the stands. She thought she heard Haru whisper about how creepy this place was, a thought she agreed with wholeheartedly, as she sat down next to her fellow sponsor. "Is your gladiator ready?" he asked, and Azula nodded. "It seems so," she said. "How are the gladiators supposed to reach the fighting pit?" "There are metal bridges that extend mechanically from the doors at the standby rooms," said Aonu. "It's not too complicated." "I disagree," Azula said, frowning, and gazing about herself in distaste. "This entire place is far more complicated than it should be. In all honesty, I can't see the reasoning behind designing an arena such as this one." "It serves many purposes," Aonu said, looking at her with narrow eyes, as though he believed her foolish for saying such words. "One of them being that a fight held in this arena is more prestigious than them all. Only the best will see the slate and live to tell the tale. It seems a waste, though, to spend so much money to build this place instead of using it, and the metal needed for this nonsense, for more important tasks," said Azula, raising her eyebrows. "Considering, besides, that this place is only used once every 6 months. While it is true that it is an incredibly expensive arena, it's worth the price," said Aonu, and Azula frowned. "Oh, really? Why is that?" Azula asked, looking at him skeptically. "Because this is the best arena to set apart the powerful from the weak," said Aonu. "Here," here it doesn't matter where you came from or where you're going. Nobody has the right to judge you when you can triumph in the slate. It's an arena for true gladiators, for the ones who deserve to be at the top. And the ones who aren't good enough will be crushed. You seem to thrive in the idea of crushing, Angela said, turning to face the platform. Is it you're an earthbender, by any chance? Aonu stiffened next to her and her eyes shifted towards him. Somehow that seemed to be a sensitive spot for the man. Do you believe earthbenders are brutish? He asked, his voice trembling slightly. That their art is lesser than your firebending. Oh, I do, Angela said, bluntly, and the man glared at her angrily. But I mean no offense to you. Most benders' arts, as you called them, are far beneath mine, firebenders and earthbenders alike. Well, it is good to see you're as confident in your abilities as you are, said Aonu, frowning. It's not quite confidence as it is honesty, Angela said, with a subtle smirk. She had never expected trash talk to be this liberating while feeling as anxious as she was. Just as yours when you speak so fondly of lesser fighters getting crushed. I am not as fond of it as you believe, Aonu replied, and while he tried to sound less antagonistic towards her, she still could sense the bitterness in his tone. But I have seen it happen many times, princess. Only the best can triumph in the slate. Indeed. No wonder Combustion Man defeated your fighter every single time they faced one another in this ring, or any other, Angela said, and Aonu cringed. I suppose some of the truly superior fighters cannot be matched, not even by your Millennium Dragon, can they? That remains to be seen. But even if that were the case, said Aonu, shifting on his seat as the metal bridges he had told Angela about began to extend towards the platform. I have the suspicion that your fighter, princess, isn't quite as superior a fighter as you might want to believe he is. I have no illusions about his superiority, Angela said, wishing she were actually lying. But I do have trust in his skills. I know just how much potential lies within him. And I know that his specialty happens to be his capacity to outsmart and overwhelm his enemy in the least expected ways. Feel free to look down on him if you wish, but you just might find he's a greater fighter than you give him credit for. The doors from the standby rooms swung open, and the gladiators walked towards the platform through the bridges. Angela's eyes were trained on Sokka, and even at a distance she could glimpse the stern frown on his face. She hoped his determination would pay off. She didn't want to bite back all the things she had just said to Aonu, but she was prepared to do it. She just needed him to survive. It was the one thing she cared about at this point. Oh, well. Speak as you will about your fighter, it hardly matters, said Aonu, relaxing with a deep sigh. We will see his true worth soon enough. And once we do, perhaps you'll understand. Understand what, pray tell? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow and glaring at Aonu. That perhaps there are some games you shouldn't play, Aonu said, simply. That you may have been misled to believe that the world was yours for the taking. But as it happens, princesses are meant to stay in their golden towers for a reason. I don't see why that should be the case. You didn't stay in yours, Angela replied, flatly, and Aonu smiled a little, to her discomfort. You'll understand, he repeated, closing his eyes only for an instant. His green glare was sharp as steel once he opened them again. And if you don't, then surely you will bring about that man's death sooner than later. And if even after he's dead you still wish to play this game, you will prove, indeed, that you don't belong in the world of gladiators. If you don't understand the rules, you don't deserve to play the game. We'll see just who's the one who doesn't deserve to play, Angela muttered, staring at the fighting pit as well. She truly wished it could be her in the fighting ring instead of Sokka, and that the man next to her was the opponent rather than the Millennium Dragon. If only there were an event where sponsors could take the places of their gladiators, she would gladly challenge Aonu to it. The retractile bridges withdrew once both the fighters had climbed onto the metallic platform. Its surface was perfectly polished and flat, Sokka noticed. There were no obstacles of any sort in it, only the metallic railing that was meant to keep the two gladiators within the fighting area. It was as tall as his waist, though, so the Millennium Dragon wouldn't have much trouble pushing him over it if he felt like doing so. The gate to the magma was closed at the moment, but Sokka already could feel the intense heat searing through the metal. Despite the sunlight couldn't touch them underground, this was the hottest ring Sokka had ever fought in. He breathed slowly, though. He had learned a few tricks to endure heat during his training. He was sure he could bear with this. The Millennium Dragon stretched as he walked towards the center of the platform, cracking his neck side to side as he readied himself for battle. Sokka stared at his massive chest briefly, wondering if perhaps it wouldn't be more convenient to fight in this heat with fewer clothes, just as his opponent meant to. His many layers of flame-retardant clothing might end up being a hindrance rather than a helpful resource. "Here we are, kiddo," said the Millennium Dragon, with a friendly smile. He stretched his hand towards Sokka, who hesitated briefly before taking it. "Good luck. Let's try to make it out alive, yeah, let's do that," said Sokka, smiling a little as well. The man's words surprised him. Could someone as powerful as the Millennium Dragon truly believe he was at risk of dying in this ring? If the man suspected he might not survive, just how could Sokka hope this fight to result in anything other than death? "My name's Renzi, by the way, kid. What's yours?" he said, letting go of Sokka's hand. "I'm Sokka," he replied, with a bit more confidence. That the man would be so friendly and kind gave him a little relief despite his fears. Maybe he wouldn't be out to kill Sokka, after all. "Great then, kid," said Renzi, and Sokka raised an eyebrow. Odd that he would ask for his name just to keep calling him kid. "Let's see if we can take an hour of this hell, shall we?" "Yeah," said Sokka, stepping back slowly and looking at Renzi with determination. The Millennium Dragon waved a hand towards the stands, signaling that they were ready to begin. The gesture surprised Azula. Never before had she seen a combat where gladiators would be the ones to decide when to start fighting. Yet indeed, as he raised his hand, the judges nodded and one of them flipped the hourglass that would time this battle. And thus, the fight began. Sokka felt his heart thumping in his chest anxiously as he stared at his opponent, whose eyes were set on his. Renzi's countenance hadn't changed in the slightest even after calling for the beginning of the fight. He simply observed Sokka, as though waiting for him to make the first move. Would it be wise to attack? Sokka feared that might just trigger his opponent's aggressiveness, and he didn't want to bring the Millennium Dragon's wrath upon him. So he simply gritted his teeth and paced slowly, keeping proper distance between himself and his enemy. Renzi watched him with curiosity at first, but soon it was amusement. When Sokka stopped moving, his opponent merely started laughing. Sokka cringed. "What's so funny?" he muttered, and Renzi smiled at him. "Now, boy, you don't need to be so afraid of me. I don't bite," he said. "Oh, no, but I'm pretty sure you burn," Sokka replied. "I'd rather not take chances, mind you." True. "Why accept this fight if you knew I'd burn you, then?" said Renzi. "Because my sponsor figured I could fight you already," said Sokka, gulping. "Might be she was wrong, though." "Heh? The princess was wrong, you reckon?" asked Renzi. Well, shall we test that?" Sokka clenched his teeth upon Renzi's threat and he reached up for his boomerang with a quick hand. The man wore no armor, so blocking his chi wouldn't be as hard as Sokka had dreaded. Perhaps with a quick block this early in the battle he might gain an edge over his opponent. He decided to aim big, trying to strike the man's lower spine, to paralyze his body completely. The blue boomerang soared through the air at great speed, but Renzi only looked at it with derision. Never before had someone attempted to fight him with such an insignificant weapon. He didn't even bother conjuring fire to boost the kick he gave the spinning weapon, knocking it off course and towards the edge of the ring. Sokka grimaced, feeling rather foolish. He should have covered for the boomerang's attack, but he had been rather fearful of Renzi's response to close-quarters combat. He didn't dare unsheath Space Sword, for trying to attack his opponent with his blade just might result in his instant defeat. Now, that's not all you've got, is it?" said Renzi, raising an eyebrow. "You looked tougher than that in Udeo. Come on, where's that cool sword of yours, Let me see it." "The hell?" said Sokka, wary. Renzi laughed at how intimidated Sokka seemed to be. "You can pick up your silly toy if you want, I don't mind," he said, jerking his head towards the boomerang. "But I want you to bring out the real stuff, boy. Don't make me waste my time, now, will you?" To be honest, I'd rather just waste it, Sokka confessed. At least, about an hour of it. Heh, you want to be trapped in this platform with me for an hour without doing anything? Want to braid each other's hair too? Renzi mocked him, and Sokka grimaced. Or do you want to prove you have every right to be here, boy? Sokka frowned and looked at his opponent with thoughtful eyes. Long ago he'd lived by an unspoken code between gladiators, a code about honoring your opponent by giving him the best fight you could muster. It was a fact that either of the gladiators, if not both, would die in the amateur league, so why not give one another the best fight of their lives, so they could go down proudly? Perhaps he ought to do the same now, then. Perhaps he ought to forget the points, forget his record, and only think about this battle. Sokka's eyes gleamed with determination again, his resolve steadier now. He moved to pick up his boomerang, but instead of sheathing it for good, as Renzi expected, he pulled out his black sword and held both weapons in his hands. That's right, boy, said Renzi, smiling. Show me what you're made of. Sokka lunged at his opponent, who finally seemed to get serious now that Sokka had unleashed his deadliest weapon. Sokka had expected Renzi to evade his attack, and he kept his boomerang in tow, hoping to use it to block the man's chi when the right moment came. He swung Space Sword down on the Millennium Dragon, but to his surprise, Renzi conjured orange fire through his fist and used it to protect himself from the weapon. When the sword merely rebounded against the flames, Sokka assumed he had somehow struck the man's fist directly, but there was no evidence of a wound on Renzi's hand. Sokka leapt back, confused, and his opponent smiled. What did you just do? Sokka asked. Above, in the stands, the princess identified the fire-bending technique immediately. The Millennium Dragon had condensed his flames. It wasn't an unheard-of ability, most qualified firebenders were capable of condensing their flames. It was the best way to use fire defensively, for condensed flames served as shields against solid objects. Yet condensed flames were not a fire-bending technique Azula, or most firebenders, favored. It was draining, and it required much stamina to produce condensed fire for prolonged periods of time. More often than not, there were more efficient means to best any foes than by resorting to walls or shields of condensed flames. So, either the Millennium Dragon was rather reckless by using such a tiring technique unnecessarily, or perhaps he was showcasing, just by that move, what his true strength as a firebender was. Azula shuddered in her seat at the thought. The Millennium Dragon was the second best fighter in the ranking, she hadn't forgotten that, but she hadn't expected his high position to have been earned through stamina-based firebending. It would make perfect sense if that were the case, though. Come on, don't be so scared, boy, said Renzi, raising a fist. See for yourself, eh? He punched the air, and a bright and powerful fire-bending blast shot straight towards Sokka. The blue wolf had to arch his body back to evade it, the speed of the attack taking him by surprise. Renzi smirked proudly as Sokka struggled to regain his balance. Sokka's eyes were wide as glared at his opponent. This wasn't fire-bending like any he had seen before. It was far too powerful, far too dense, it didn't feel like normal fire, not even like Azula's fire. What on earth was it? Never fought a bender who had mastered condensed flames before, then. Renzi said. Doesn't your princess fight with them, eh? No, Sokka said, frowning, and allowing his gaze to flicker towards Azula briefly. Her eyebrows were furrowed, and she looked worried. Were condensed flames such a terrible thing? Judging by the expression on her face, it seemed they were. She has way cooler tricks than this up her sleeve, though. Oh? I've heard about it, said Renzi, nodding. The blue fire, eh? I bet that's got to be amazing fire to condense. She has lightning too, you know, said Sokka, smirking. She nearly fried me with it once, but she failed. If I could get through her lightning, I'm pretty sure your funky fire isn't going to stop me. Haha. Well, that's a confident guy right there, said Renzi, chuckling. Let's see just how great you are, then, boy. Sokka only started thinking his bravado might have been a bad idea when his opponent began casting his condensed flames towards him with far more power. Not only were the blasts strong, but they were fast. Sokka felt far less inclined to discard his flame-retardant clothing now. Renzi's fire kept him on his toes, for all he could do was evade it. His boomerang would only rebound against the flames, and even Space Sword couldn't genuinely cut through them. Attempting to block the flames would be folly, he couldn't fight against this fire. All he could do was fight his way around it, or at least, try to. This is, how the hell is he doing that? Zuko asked, staring at the ring in disbelief. What is he doing? Suki asked, anxious. The sight of Sokka struggling this much only at the start of the battle was starting to unnerve her. What's this about condensed fire? It's not an uncommon technique, Zuko said. But nobody can hold it for so long without getting exhausted. It's ridiculous that he's using it like this. It's usually defensive fire, but he's using it for offense. The small explanation Zuko was giving was quickly interrupted when a loud metallic noise shook the entire arena. Sokka was confused by it briefly until he saw red lights dancing on the metal walls now, and until he felt the temperature of the room rising even further. The gate was open. The lava stirred down below, and everyone in the stands watched it with dread in their eyes. Sokka didn't have time to even look over the edge of the platform, though. The Millennium Dragon continued to cast fire blast after fire blast towards him, keeping him too busy to waste any time staring down at the magma below. Sokka gritted his teeth, feeling the sweat trickling down his back. After yet another powerful attack by his opponent, Sokka stumbled while trying to avoid getting scorched. Despite his efforts, the flames caught his shoulder, but his armor kept him from getting burned badly. He lifted his eyes quickly, wary of the Millennium Dragon's next attack, but he found Renzi had dropped his hands, and was staring at him with amusement. How about that, then? He said, chuckling a little before walking to the edge of the platform and staring down at the lava pit. Now, would you look at that, it's burning real good down there. Sokka gritted his teeth and crawled towards the edge of the platform. His eyes widened when he saw the lava down below, and he averted his eyes quickly as an unpleasant sensation of vertigo began meddling with his senses. He had flown many times with Azula and Xian Long, yet never had he done it while thinking of what could happen if he fell off the saddle. He had always thought he would be fine, perhaps because he trusted the dragon carrying his weight, but he sure couldn't trust the platform keeping him suspended above the magma in the same way. Come on, kid, it's no biggie, said Renzi, noticing Sokka's obvious panic. It's going to close again in 5 minutes. Forget the lava and get back to the fight. Easier said than done, pal, said Sokka, breathing heavily as he forced himself to stand up. If I fall in there? If you fall in there? Said Renzi, raising an eyebrow when Sokka fell silent. If he fell there, he would fail to keep his promise, Sokka thought, gritting his teeth and glaring at his opponent. He was on the losing end of this fight, he had been even before it began, but unless he put his foot down, it would only get worse. 5 minutes of the fight had gone by, and he had gotten through them with a single wound that didn't amount to much. So long as he remained on the same track, he would keep his promise indeed. He refused to disappoint her today. I'll get a lot of burns, and I've already got enough scars as it is, said Sokka, surprising Renzi. So yeah. I'd rather not fall at all. Oh, and I guess you'd rather not fight at all, too. Renzi asked, and Sokka smirked. Well, if you'd rather give me the easy way out I wouldn't mind. We could just sit here and catch up, just as you wanted us to. Sit down on this platform and your ass will be on fire in no time, boy, said Renzi. Besides, I'm here to fight. It's good to chat while on the job, but the job must be done. I want to see how strong you are, if there's anything for you to show, that is. Yeah, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you in that area, Sokka said, with resignation. To be perfectly honest, I'm not that strong. Not as strong as you, by far. Oh, well. No non-bender could be, said Renzi, shrugging carelessly. So if strength is what you expected, I'm very sorry, said Sokka. But I haven't won most my battles with strength, as you might know. No, that's for certain, said Renzi, smirking. You're a resourceful brat, that you are, but I've got to say I'm not impressed by your wits yet. Maybe because I haven't started using them, said Sokka, with a proud smirk. Renzi raised an eyebrow, at which Sokka realized he had implied not having been thinking at all so far. He grimaced and dropped his gaze. Well, that didn't come out right. The same metallic sound from earlier shook the arena just then, and Renzi ventured a glance down to the lava pit. The gates were closing yet again. Well, there you go, he said. You can stop panicking now, oi. Sokka had leapt forward, his sword tightly clutched in his right hand as he bolted towards his enemy. The Millennium Dragon lifted his fist in front of him, conjuring a wall of condensed fire in hopes to use it as a barrier, but while doing so, his back remained unprotected. And so Sokka took his chance, tossing his boomerang in the perfect angle to strike the man's back. But the Millennium Dragon noticed Sokka's ploy just in time to move a few inches. The boomerang caught his hip rather than his spine. It was still an effective blow, but it failed to block his chi as Sokka had been hoping it would. The blue wolf caught his boomerang in midair and slid past another of Renzi's walls of condensed flames. Sokka feinted to the right, but spun around quickly as his opponent moved to strike him, and with his elbow he struck Renzi's back for good. The impact of his elbow wasn't precise enough to successfully block the Millennium Dragon's chi, but it was still a better blow than any Sokka had expected to deliver through the fight. Yet the glory of his successful attack was short-lived, for the Millennium Dragon kicked an arch of condensed flames at him, with which he effectively put distance between himself and Sokka. The blue wolf leapt back, hoping to take the chance to attack again, but Renzi kicked a powerful blast with his other foot as Sokka inched forward. It struck him in the chest, tossing him back powerfully against the railing. Fortunately, the attack didn't cast him out of the platform, but he still crashed hard against the metal bars and his head swung back with the power of the backlash. The attack hadn't really harmed him, his armor and clothes protected him from the fire well enough, but his neck hurt so badly he feared it had snapped. He groaned in pain as Renzi rubbed his back and stared at Sokka in disbelief yet also admiration. "You got me good, boy. You really did. I'm impressed," he said, as Sokka gritted his teeth. "Got to say I'm surprised you'd resort to waiting till I lost focus, but a good fighter makes do with what he's got, right?" "At least he tries to," said Sokka, grimacing and rubbing his neck with one hand. The Millennium Dragon smiled and nodded towards him. "Yep, being strong's not all there is to you, boy. I'll give you that, if nothing else." "Good to know I'll get that much credit," said Sokka, still rather sore as he pushed himself to his feet, picking up his weapons again. Despite all his training, he felt weaker than ever before. Striking his enemy just once was a feat that seemed to demand for all his efforts, and the Millennium Dragon's sturdiness and resistance was as good as an impossible barrier for Sokka to tear through. He couldn't win. There was no way he could defeat this man. Sokka's agility was helpful, but only if he was close enough to Renzi to get set on fire if the Millennium Dragon caught him. Long-range attacks were hardly any use. At this rate his boomerang might rebound against the condensed flames and fall down on the gates of the lava pit, if it didn't fall into the lava once they opened, that was. He couldn't take that risk with his oldest weapon. If it wasn't going to provide him the opening he needed to defeat Renzi, then he could simply sheath it and use another one instead. His hand nearly trembled as he reached for the hilt of the white sword. He wasn't sure if two swords would help in any way, but at least he could try to use both weapons to win somehow. If it seemed Wolf's Bane wasn't helping either, then he would have to resort to something else, even though he doubted the bomb he had brought with him, or his knife, would help in this situation if two swords wouldn't do the trick. "Well, that's a neat blade," said Renzi, raising his eyebrows approvingly. "Is it new?" "Actually, it's borrowed," Sokka said, his neck still aching badly. "Looks pretty cool, though," said Renzi, approvingly. "A black sword and a white one, you've got sense of style, don't you?" "Why, thank you. I guess I do," Sokka said, smiling despite the pain. He wasn't about to shrink away from such compliments even in these circumstances. Angela had been watching worriedly as Sokka flinched over the pain. His last stunt had surprised her, but the final outcome had been just as she had expected it. Sokka was fighting with someone well beyond his league. He was fortunate the man wasn't vicious, though, of course, by the time Sokka thanked Renzi for his compliment she could only stare at him skeptically. Was he serious? Sometimes she truly wondered what the hell was going through Sokka's head during fights such as this one. Truly a clever gladiator, isn't he? Aonu said sarcastically next to Azula. Despite her growing distaste for the man, Azula couldn't find it in her to defend Sokka. Yes, he is that extraordinary. She muttered in the same tone, and Aonu snorted. She glared at him momentarily before focusing on Sokka again. She released a breath slowly, wondering if Wolfsbane would serve any purpose. She hated thinking that Sokka's preparation and training were falling short of the challenge he had been forced to face. He had managed to deliver a blow to his opponent, but he definitely wasn't on the same level as the Millennium Dragon. "Let's see if you're any better with the white sword, then," said Renzi, smiling and dashing forth towards Sokka. It surprised the Blue Wolf to see his opponent attack him in a physical way now. Sokka lifted his weapons to defend himself, but he didn't expect to accomplish much by trying to stand his ground against his rival. He would have to keep evading his enemy's attacks, hoping to come up with a more efficient method of defending himself in the process. The Millennium Dragon's assault was powerful, just as Sokka expected. Blows and fire blasts rained on him, and he could hardly evade them. There were no openings, he didn't have a single chance to strike his opponent again. And he couldn't possibly slither away from every single attack even though he still tried to. The next attack that caught Sokka struck him square in the chest and sent him flying once again. He spun in the air before collapsing gracelessly on the heated metal floor. He gritted his teeth, his chest aching despite the armor had yet again proven its worth by keeping him protected. He clutched both his swords, stabbing the platform with Space Sword to help himself to his feet again, and it was then that the spark of an idea struck him. Renzi readied himself for a new attack, but when he reached Sokka he found an unexpected metallic barrier rising from the platform. It was meant to serve as a barricade of a sort, and Sokka had managed to create it by cutting the floor's metal in a semicircular pattern and lifting it up with the help of his swords. Renzi had meant to toss more condensed fire at his opponent but now was left gaping in surprise at the improvised metallic shield Sokka had procured. "Huh. You don't see that every day," he said, blinking a few times. Sokka hid behind the barrier, his breath hitching as he waited warily. His barrier would serve its purpose briefly, he knew, but perhaps it would suffice. If it did, all the negative connotations of what he'd just done wouldn't amount to much. He figured cutting the platform like this would knock 20 points off his record, but considering he hardly ever lost points by breaking furniture, it didn't seem like a great loss to him. The true problem of this new technique, though, was that he had left a gaping hole in the platform, and through it he could watch as the gate to the lava opened again. He gulped as the heat rose once more, the stirring magma awaiting him down below. Maybe cutting the platform hadn't been such a great idea after all. When the Millennium Dragon's first fire blast struck the improvised metal shield, Sokka grew more convinced that he had made a mistake. The shield that should have protected him was now turning red-hot as his opponent sustained a steady stream of fire bending that meant to melt the metal protecting Sokka. As soon as it gave out, Sokka would be done for. He noticed something as he watched how the fire crashed against the metal, though, this was normal fire bending. It wasn't the special fire Renzi had been using so far, so this was his chance. He clasped both Space Sword and Wolfsbane with the same hand before tossing his boomerang as quickly as he could manage. When it tore through the fire with ease he smiled triumphantly, and when the fire stream stopped he guessed his weapon had struck his target as intended. Perhaps Renzi wasn't quite as invulnerable as he thought he was. Sokka allowed himself to glance over of the metal shield quickly, finding that his boomerang had fallen to the floor, not far from where the Millennium Dragon stood now, clutching his limp left arm. Sokka's eyes flew open in amazement. He had chi blocked him. For good. He did it. Ty Lee squealed in amazement, and for a brief moment, the spirits of the group who had come in Sokka's support were lifted. Despite it all, his training hadn't been that useless. He had managed to hurt his opponent twice now. If he kept up at this rate, then maybe things weren't so hopeless for him after all. Aonu frowned worriedly upon his gladiator's reaction to the chi block. It wasn't an unheard-of skill, but the Blue Wolf hadn't been known for using it. Aonu had investigated Sokka's run as a gladiator thoroughly, and he couldn't recall chi blocking being part of his skills as a fighter. Yet he had indeed done it this time around. And with that, to Aonu's delight and everyone else's surprise, he had managed to anger his opponent. "Well, that's not a nice trick," Renzi growled, as Sokka dashed out of his hiding spot. He raced to reach for his boomerang before Renzi could kick the weapon off the platform, perhaps, for Sokka dreaded he just might do that, but he didn't. The Millennium Dragon remained where he was, a heavy frown clouding his face now, and upon his unresponsiveness, Sokka figured he should launch himself into a tentative attack, if nothing else. With his swords in tow, Sokka attempted to hurt his opponent again, and was met by a powerful fist to the face that, yet again, sent him rolling and stumbling back on the platform. Sokka felt the world tremble around him as he tried to find his bearings. He had dropped his weapons upon the force of the impact. He wasn't entirely sure, but he thought he'd felt his brain move within his skull. It took him a moment to process the punch hadn't even been coated with firebending. He looked at Renzi to find him struggling to move his immobilized arm, his other hand pressed into a tight fist. The chi blocking couldn't possibly have stopped him from bending with his other limbs, now, could it? As Sokka discovered next, it hadn't. When Renzi noticed Sokka had found his bearings again, he shot a powerful fire blast at him with his functional arm, prompting Sokka to evade his attacks once more. Only then did Sokka notice he was unarmed. His 3 weapons were lying on the platform not too far from where he was. He tried to collect them, but another fire blast kept him at bay, the weapons out of reach, and the next attacks managed to separate him from them effectively. Renzi's attacks were fiercer now, and Sokka didn't fail to notice the man was no longer amused or enjoying the battle. Now he seemed rather angry, and Sokka wasn't entirely sure why. Hadn't he wanted Sokka to give him a good fight? Why the blazes was he so angry about it now? Hey! Sokka shouted, after evading yet another nice scorching fireball. Calm down, will you? It'll wear off. Renzi only snarled and continued to attack, and all the while he kept trying to move his hand in hopes to regain the feeling in his fingers. When Sokka saw that they were starting to shift, he gritted his teeth. This had been his best advantage in the fight so far, he couldn't waste it. He gritted his teeth before roaring and throwing himself towards the weapons in what seemed to be a suicide attempt. He leapt to the sides to evade the fire blasts when they came, also shrinking in his frame when necessary and leaping as high as he could to avoid the fire. He caught the scent of something burning after several of his opponent's attacks, and he gritted his teeth, guessing the clothes hadn't been as resistant to fire as they were supposed to be. But he continued to run towards his weapons all the same. He had to reach them, or else he would be done for. The Millennium Dragon was finally serious, and unless he was armed and ready to attack him or defend himself, Sokka probably wouldn't last enough in this fight to see the next time the lava pit opened. He threw himself in the air to reach for his weapons, and flames caught his leg. He flinched as he soared through the air, and his hands finally found his boomerang and one of the swords, he didn't even know which. He rolled fast on the floor and tossed the first weapon fast, hoping to strike his opponent again. But so long as the boomerang was in Renzi's visual range, there was no way it would strike him. The man delivered an uppercut, coated with condensed flames, to strike the boomerang. And up it flew, spinning still, but knocked completely off course. The weapon landed not far behind Azula at the stands, who turned to glance at it briefly before turning to the fight again, worriedly. Sokka had picked up both his swords, and the gate to the lava had closed again by now, but the fight was only going to become harder for him without his one long-range weapon. Sokka looked up at his sponsor, and Azula nodded reassuringly. She saw the relief in his eyes upon knowing the boomerang was fine before he pushed himself to his feet, focusing on the firebender again, to find Renzi could move his limp arm once again. Neat trick, didn't work out as well as you hoped, now, did it? Said Renzi, his eyes blazing angrily as he glared at Sokka. Come on, you wanted me to fight you properly, so I did, said Sokka, swallowing hard. I get that you're not used to being hit by weaker guys than you, but still. I'm not used to being hit altogether, boy, said Renzi, and Sokka stared at him in surprise and amazement. He couldn't help but wonder just how long had it been since someone had actually hurt this fighter in battle. Knowing now that it wasn't a common occurrence made him feel unexpectedly proud of his accomplishment. Especially not like that. Not pleasant, you know, getting your chi blocked. Oh, believe me, I know, said Sokka, nodding sympathetically. Renzi's glare earned a more amused quality now, but it remained fierce all the same. He flexed and stretched his arm and fingers, making sure they were fully functional. If you know how it is, then you get why it annoys me so much, don't you, boy? He said, his lips curling into a small smirk. Not really. Sokka said, gulping. This did not sound good. By the way, your hair's on fire, he said, and Sokka grimaced. No wonder he had smelled something burning. He patted his ponytail, trying to smother the burning strands of hair as Renzi readied himself for another round of flames to overwhelm Sokka with. Sokka hadn't quite thought that his opponent's capacities were far beyond his understanding until now. Renzi had only been playing with him, for he had expected Sokka would be easy to defeat, and he had meant for this to be a very simple, easy fight. And while Renzi still had a better shot than Sokka to achieve victory, by far, the man was no longer in a good mood, and he meant to pummel a very confused Sokka, who clasped both swords tightly and tried to jump out of the way of the next attacks his enemy cast towards him. Renzi charged his fire blasts, making them even stronger than before, and instead of unleashing mere fireballs, now he attacked with powerful streams of flames. And Sokka's agility, which had been his best advantage so far, had been weakened over the burn he had received on his leg. He couldn't be as fast as before while he limped his way around the Millennium Dragon's attacks. And tried as he might, he couldn't evade all the attacks his opponent sent his way. He took a powerful blast of fire to the forearm, which spread across his skin and burned his elbow. Then he took another one to the stomach, which sent him tumbling yet again, but this time the attack didn't stop there. The Millennium Dragon charged another stream of fire and shot it at Sokka, who only had an instant to cut up the platform and push the metal upwards again, creating yet another makeshift shield that barely could resist against the infernal fires. The attack ceased soon, though, and when Sokka was about to glance out to find if Renzi would give him a break, he found the man was charging another fire blast as he ran around the metallic shield Sokka had fashioned out of the platform. He was going to shoot that massive attack at him, and Sokka dreaded that, if it caught him, he would be done for. When Renzi growled and extended both his arms, twin streams of fire shot towards Sokka. The barrage of flames made the blue wolf flinch as he jumped out of the attack's range, but he couldn't get away unscathed yet again. He felt one of the blasts catch his leg for the second time, and it sent him spinning through the air until he crashed against the railing at one of the four corners of the platform. And as he cringed at the pain, he felt the platform shift in a very strange way. It was as though gravity had suddenly decided to pull harder on the corner of the ring he had fallen on, but no, that made no sense. Gravity couldn't just work differently all of a sudden like that. He lifted his gaze to find that the other fire stream, the one that hadn't caught him, had struck one of the chains that suspended the platform instead. And the blast had been powerful enough to melt several of the links in the chain, breaking it and leaving the platform to tilt dangerously now that it was unbalanced. Oh, hell! Sokka shouted, trying to push himself away from the edge of the ring. The platform was leaning, but maybe he could still stand up and move to the higher end of the ring somehow. Again, the gate down below slid open, and now Sokka cringed as the heat warmed the metallic platform once more. It would burn him at this rate, so he pushed himself up to his feet brusquely. When he tried to get away from the tilted corner of the ring, another fire blast nearly struck him. Sokka gasped and shrunk on his frame once more, but his opponent's barrage of attacks was relentless. One of Renzi's fireballs caught him in the chest, hitting him with enough power to send him over the railing. Everyone in the stands felt their breath catch as Sokka nearly fell to the lava down below, only breaking his fall by stabbing horizontally the leaning platform with space sword at the very last second. Angela felt herself paling as she watched him with wide eyes. She had to hold back the urge to jump off her seat and propel herself down there with her bending to snatch him out of that hellhole, and she sure would have done it if he hadn't managed to remain in the game, despite it all. Oh, no, Ty Lee was saying, her hands on her mouth. Even Mai's eyes were wide as she stared at Sokka worriedly. The gravity of the situation only seemed to hit Zuko now, of all times. He hadn't expected Sokka to win this fight, but he hadn't expected him to fall to his death either. He had thought they had trained him well, he was sure Sokka could handle the fight, and indeed, he could have handled the slate, but he couldn't handle the Millennium Dragon. The man's skill was beyond Sokka's capacities. He was a truly extraordinary bender. He's not going to make it, Suki said, shivering next to Zuko. He's Renzi shot another fire blast at Sokka as he tried to push himself atop the platform again. Sokka flinched and yelled as the fire grazed his hand. It seemed the Millennium Dragon hadn't meant to attack him with the full extent of his power this time. He probably didn't think it would be necessary now that Sokka was dangling at the border of the ring. Sokka struggled to climb atop the ring again, and he was forced to sheath Wolf's Bane so he could try to clutch at the railings to hoist himself up. But his every attempt was met with more fire. The heat was becoming unbearable. He could feel sweat rolling down from his forehead and over all his body. The flames that weighted down below only seemed hotter than the ones that were close to singing his fingers. Why, despite everything he'd done to make himself a better fighter, couldn't he do any better than this? Was this the full extent of his abilities? Angela's nails were digging into her palms as she watched Sokka dangling from the border of the platform, but she could hardly feel the pain she was inflicting to herself. Her stomach was in knots, her heart threatening to burst from her chest and not in the way it usually did whenever it concerned Sokka. This was just as bad as his first fight against Toph, if not worse. And not even half the fight had passed just yet. There is a fine line between a common fighter and a gladiator, Princess, Aonu started saying beside her, dragging the syllables of her title as though uttering the mere word was beneath him. And only some sponsors are able to see it when choosing the one who will represent them. It's no shame, really, failing to find the right gladiator for you on the first attempt. Sokka's struggle not to fall off the platform seemed to only become worse as Aonu spoke. His opponent began to jump on the platform, making it rise and fall slow but dangerously, threatening to knock Sokka down. He launched more fire towards him, and Sokka continued to sweat and grind his teeth as the platform rocked. His fingers hurt like hell after all his efforts to keep holding onto Space Sword's hilt. And still he couldn't climb atop the platform again. But as the moment of truth arrives, you prove your quality as a sponsor by knowing whether to continue holding on to a useless fighter, or by letting him go to seek a better one, Aonu said, breathing deeply, as though the entire experience was relaxing for him. His words passed through Angela's ears, but she barely registered them. She stared hard at the platform, as though her insistent gazing would somehow give Sokka the strength he needed to climb up on that platform once again. He had to do it. He just had to. Come on, Sokka, said Haru, gritting his teeth, all their group watching the blue wolf nervously. Ty Lee looked as though she were about to cry, and her gladiator surrounded her shoulders with an arm. Zuko swallowed hard, trying not to be negative about this, but could Sokka get out of this situation? Even if he climbed atop the platform again, it would only result in more struggles for the non-bender. It was a fact that he couldn't win, but everyone had thought he would at least survive. He was startled when he noticed movement next to him, and he looked at Suki to find she was trembling violently. She gritted her teeth as she watched the fight, and Zuko frowned but reached out to touch her hand, hoping to appease her somehow. Hey, he said, but she shook her head and stood up, darting out of the stands and back to the vestibule quickly, almost kicking Sokka's discarded boomerang in the process. Zuko glanced at the fight again, finding that the gate to the lava was closing. Well, now at least Sokka wouldn't be fried alive. With that small relief in mind, he stood up as well and chased after Suki quickly. She hadn't gone back into the vestibule, but instead followed one of the hallways that led to the standby rooms. Zuko gathered she had done that in order to be alone, but he wasn't sure if that would be a good idea right now. He hadn't seen her act like this ever since encountering her for the first time in Mai's house. Suki, he said, as she shivered. He thought he could see tears shining in her eyes. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it, she started whispering, biting her lower lip and trying not to cry. I knew this wasn't going to work, I knew, he's just going to die, isn't he? Like. No, he's not, Zuko said, frowning, and approaching her. He's going to be fine. The gate just closed right after you left, he's not going to fall in there. Sokka is a big idiot, Suki, but he's tougher than he looks, and we know it. He's not that easy to kill. Weren't you in there? Suki asked him, her eyes wide as she looked at him in disbelief. He's dangling at the edge of the platform, defenseless. And you think it's not easy to kill him? Maybe for us it's not, but the Millennium Dragon, he's going to kill Sokka. No, He won't, Zuko said, placing his hands on her shoulders and looking at her sternly. Suki. He had meant to tell her to believe in Sokka, to remember that the fool they'd been training with wasn't the kind to just die in a difficult fight. He'd had plenty of those already, and yet he had survived every single one. He would do it again, Zuko was certain. But Suki's desolate helplessness made him fall silent. There was fear in those eyes, actual terror. Zuko wasn't entirely sure of why. Was it Sokka's fate that horrified her so, or was it perhaps the memory of the other gladiators she had known and cared for, who had died violently in the fighting pit? Or was it the realization that she would be returning to this very life one day? Zuko froze as he looked at her, not knowing for certain if which one, if not all, of the possibilities had shaken up Suki so badly. He had never given thought to the fact that Suki was, despite all things, a gladiator. Regardless of everything she had undergone, all the pain and trials she had suffered, she was meant to fight for her life again in a fighting pit one day, just as Sokka was fighting right now. You're. He whispered, looking at her with intensity. Suki, you're. I can't watch this, Suki said, shaking her head. It was bad enough with Karen. I can't take this again. I can't take any of this, Zuko. I can't watch him die. You won't, Zuko said, grinding his teeth and nodding with determination. You're not going to do anything you don't want to, Suki, and I'll make sure of it. Zuko. She whispered, and he frowned. If you don't want to see this, you don't have to. If you don't want to go back to this life, then you won't have to either. And if Ty Lee tries to make you, then I can just buy you off her and never have you return to the Gladiator League again. I'm not going to put you through this hell again, Suki. I won't let that happen. I'll have to, she said, shaking her head and looking at him in despair. Zuko, I can't just run away from. Yes, you can. Zuko said. Suki, this entire business it's plain revolting. The only reason why I ever bothered with it was because of you. And you were always too good for it. You deserve better than to suffer through this bullshit for the rest of your life, you deserve to live. You. Zuko, Suki said, looking at him in surprise and confusion. The words he was saying weren't quite registering with her just yet. He was proposing to free her from the burden of being a gladiator? The prospect of a life where she wouldn't have to return to an arena ever again was somehow mind-blowing. She had never even considered it as a possibility. She had always expected to die a warrior, to fall on the battlefield one way or another, and after being dragged to Shuwo she had assumed the entire contrary, that she would die a meaningless death, amongst people who wouldn't care whether she lived or died. From hoping for the death of a warrior, she had started to believe she would have the death of a slave, and now Zuko seemed to offer her an alternative she had never thought of. An alternative she wasn't entirely sure of what entailed. I will look after you now, he said, earnestly, just as he had 2 nights prior. Suki, Why? She asked, looking at him in disbelief. Why would you do this? Zuko, I'm no one special. Why should you even? If you're no one special then I'm damn sure neither am I, Zuko said, and Suki froze. You're the most amazing woman I know, Suki. And I want to do this because The words caught in his chest briefly as he stared at her, his heart drumming wildly in his chest. Suki seemed completely confused, and still somewhat scared, but now Zuko wasn't so sure if it was the gladiator fight that terrified her so much. It didn't matter, though. He was here to help her. He meant to be by her side. She wouldn't have to bear her burdens alone anymore, and he'd make sure of it. Because I love you, Suki, he said, and her eyes widened as her jaw dropped. He didn't let her respond to his confession, unsure if she would reject him or reciprocate his feelings. But what she felt towards him wasn't what mattered right now. What mattered was that he was offering her his everything, and giving her the chance to finally get away from a life he knew she didn't want to return to. He would give her anything she wanted, so long as it was in his power to give. He was in love with her, truly, faithfully, desperately. When he kissed her he felt himself burn, and he held her close as he continued to caress her lips with his. Suki didn't respond by doing much more than placing her hands on his chest, her eyes fluttering shut as her mind went blank. His words repeated themselves in her mind, but their meaning was taking ages to sink in. He loved her? The sound of loud voices broke their trance, though. Zuko pulled away from her and frowned in confusion, but as soon as he did, Suki stepped towards the passageway that led to the stands once more, his hands dropping from her shoulders because of her motions. And before he could so much as call out for her, she had darted out of his sight. Zuko froze, his stomach sinking. Maybe he had come on too strong, but her lack of response made him feel like he had swallowed a massive block of ice. He wasn't unfamiliar with the sensation, not entirely. He hung his head, victim to the same miserable discomfort he had grown accustomed to during his childhood and teenage years, that feeling of utter inadequacy, of loneliness, of nothingness, the overwhelming weight of rejection. He stood in the same place for a moment before the sounds that had compelled Suki to return to the stands reached Zuko again, and despite feeling as lowly as he did, he forced his feet to lead him back to where he could see what was unfolding in the fighting ring. When the two of them left, Sokka had still been struggling to climb atop the platform again. He had dangled off the metal, his fingers aching, his feet kicking desperately at the air, but perhaps there was something he could still do while in this situation. Renzi had been jumping to tilt the platform up and down, hadn't he? So Sokka could swing his legs together in order to shift the platform back and forth. If the Millennium Dragon wanted to rock the platform, then Sokka would indeed rock the platform. Most the crowd had stared in utter surprise when he had started to move the platform too. Ty Lee and Haru, who had almost jumped after Suki and Zuko, were now glued to their seats as the platform started to move more violently. Renzi had been forced to stop attacking, in fear of falling off the ring if he tried to continue bending, and that gave Sokka the chance he had needed. Still rocking the platform back and forth as though it were a swing, he reached out with his free hand to clasp the red-hot railing above him. His hand burned horribly when he touched it, even through his glove, but he managed to lift himself into the platform at long last anyhow. He was quick to pull Space Sword out of the scab he had made on the platform with it, and he released Wolf's Bane as well, his chest heaving. Holding the swords hurt both his hands by now, but this was still better than dropping on the metallic gates that protected them from the lava, he was sure of it. Renzi was actually smiling, and he gave Sokka a pleased grin. The Blue Wolf, exhausted, injured and angry as he was, didn't return it. "Gotta grant it to you, kid. You are tougher than you look," he said, smirking before getting ready to attack again. Sokka was in no state to evade the new barrage of flames, though. He frowned before lifting his swords, hoping to meet them head-on. "You idiot," Azula whispered, her eyes widening. If he received the attack directly he would be done for, and he knew it. But Sokka didn't see any purpose to fighting this way anymore. If he was going to be blasted out of the platform, so be it. At least the damn fight would finally be over with. When the condensed fire came swirling towards him he roared, attempting to cut through the fire with his two blades, and he succeeded in doing so. The powerful sweep of the swords wasn't unlike anything Sokka had done so far, yet somehow, the Millennium Dragon's potent fire faded in thin air as the swords cut through it. The entire arena was shaken by a gasp, and Renzi stopped attacking, stunned cold by what had just happened. Sokka himself was blinking blankly, the burns and bruises in his body still stinging, but he hardly felt them. What the hell had he just done? What in the name of? Aonu said, sitting next to Azula, his eyes wide. The princess would have basked in the man's reaction hadn't she been just as shocked as he was. "Sokka," she whispered, as he stared at the swords in his hands. Something truly strange and unexpected had happened. He had attempted to attack the Millennium Dragon with Space Sword earlier, yet failed at it, so how come did it work this time? How did he manage to swat the fire away? His eyes shifted towards Wolf's Bane instead, and he frowned. Maybe it hadn't been Space Sword. Because maybe. Renzi shot out a tentative fireball at Sokka, and he met it with Wolf's Bane alone this time. And the sword slashed through the fire, making it dance along its blade, as though submitting the powerful flames to its will, before making them vanish in thin air. Sokka glanced up at Azula for an instant, utterly confused. The princess could only return the same stare, her blade's strange properties a surprise for her as well. She had never used Wolfsbane to fight against a firebender after all, so she couldn't have known it could do this. Yet perhaps it made more sense than she realized. For Wolfsbane, just like Space Sword, was no ordinary blade. Space Sword had been crafted from a fallen meteorite, and Wolfsbane material, on the other hand, was rather ordinary, but its forging method, on the other hand, hadn't been quite so ordinary. She had never thought that dragons could imbue special properties on metals, but that was the only logical explanation she could think of as Sokka held the sword in his hand. But whatever reason was behind this strange phenomenon, one thing was for certain: Sokka was going to make the most of this discovery. Renzi stared at the non-bender in disbelief and confusion as Sokka lashed out to attack him. He shot more fire towards him, but Sokka cut it down with Wolfsbane with ease. The crowd gasped more loudly this time, echoes of their surprised cries resounding within the arena. The wild grin on the blue wolf's face was nearly more terrifying than the blade he was wielding. Never before had Renzi faced this sort of fighter, someone who could annul his potent fire as though he weren't doing much more than batting away an annoying fly. While other gladiators had given Renzi truly difficult fights, and while he had never defeated Combustion Man, at least he had always been able to fend for himself with his fire. This was completely unprecedented. For the first time ever, the Millennium Dragon was being driven to a corner by a non-bender. Earthbenders had gotten the better of him before, or tried to, and he had fought firebenders stronger than himself, but never had this happened with a non-bender. And while it was rather interesting, it was starting to worry Renzi indeed. There was no way, even now, that this boy would defeat him, was there? The thought solidified in his head and forced him to put his everything into the fight. As much as he had been mostly interested in finding out what capacities this boy had, this had turned into a real fight without his awareness. And unless he took the Blue Wolf seriously, the outcome of this battle would be the one thing he had never even considered a possibility for it. He couldn't let himself lose against this boy. Sokka gritted his teeth when a brand new barrage of flames flew towards him. Renzi was attacking far more consistently now, with consecutive and strong fireballs that Sokka could hardly defend against, but despite it was no easy feat, he managed to swat them all away. Fortunately, Wolfsbane was lighter than Space Sword, and waving it through the air proved much easier for Sokka. When Sokka broke through the barriers of flames that his opponent was casting, he tore open a gap through the condensed fire with Wolfsbane and stabbed through it with Space Sword. Renzi was forced to jump back and launch another attack, but Sokka felt ready to take anything the firebender tried to throw at him. The rocking platform was a problem for both of them, though, for it threatened to knock them off their feet if they didn't time their footsteps carefully. The same routine repeated itself time after time, despite Sokka's wounds kept aching and begging him for respite, but he didn't dare take a second to catch his breath. He was covered with sweat from head to toes, and the pain from each of his burns increased as he moved as quickly as he could around Renzi's fire. He almost caught the firebender's leg with Space Sword, and he tore through nearly every defensive barrier the Millennium Dragon lifted around himself. But there was a particularly powerful blast aimed at his head, and Sokka chose to duck instead of cutting it with Wolfsbane. And that was all it took for Sokka's luck to change again, and not for the better. The fire sped towards one of the chains, specifically towards the one next to the chain that had already broken. Renzi stopped attacking when he saw what was about to happen. He turned on his heels and jumped towards the railing at the other opposite of the platform. Sokka frowned at that, turning in confusion, for he had seen the expression on his opponent's face, and he had turned just as one of the chain's links melted under the fire's strength. That was all it would take for the horizontal platform to collapse, swinging violently until it was fully vertical now. Sokka stared in horror at the shattering chain and tried to jump upwards, hoping to hold on to the railing that the Millennium Dragon had intelligently reached out for already, but he was too far away. He wouldn't make it. He slid down the metallic platform, passing over the creases he had created earlier while trying to defend himself with makeshift metallic shields. He yelled as he clawed at the platform with Space Sword, but this time he had stabbed it with the sword vertically. It did nothing to break his fall. His shouts ceased when he fell on the railings at the lower end of the platform. They seemed to sustain his weight, but they were far too hot still, and they were burning Sokka's legs through his clothes again. Damn it! He gasped, gritting his teeth and trying to claw his way upwards with his swords, but Wolfsbane couldn't cut through the metal like Space Sword could. He was pressed against the hot platform, and he stared in sheer horror as he watched the gates down below sliding open, again with that loud noise that he feared would haunt his dreams for the rest of his life, if he survived long enough to dream again, that was. If he fell into the lava there would be no need to worry about having trouble sleeping, for by then he'd sleep for good. He cringed at the thought and clawed at the platform with Space Sword. He had to get up to where the Millennium Dragon was to fight him again. He couldn't stay down here or he'd be toast. The heat was already unbearable before, but right now it was infernal. All the water in his body would dry up at this rate. Yet a fireball struck his hand when he tried to start his climb upwards with Space Sword. He flinched and drew his hand away, gritting his teeth and glaring at the Millennium Dragon. The firebender had climbed to his feet and was balancing his weight on the railing at the top of the platform. "Sorry, kid," he called out. "But it's either me or you." Sokka stared at him in sheer horror. Why did it have to be either one? Why couldn't they both survive? He didn't have a chance to voice his thoughts, though, for another fire blast flew straight towards him. Sokka winced and crawled towards one of the corners of the platform, pulling Space Sword out of the socket he had carved into the metal. More fire flew at him as he moved. He tried to evade it somehow, but he failed more often than not, cringing whenever it struck him. The platform was swinging back and forth most dangerously, and it seemed as though it was about to fall in the lava at this rate. Renzi wasn't optimistic about its odds. The two remaining chains didn't appear strong enough to hold the platform's weight. But he could save himself by holding on to the remaining chains as the platform fell, whereas his rival wouldn't have the same chance. It was a shame, he had to admit, for the kid was no doubt the most intriguing non-bender he had ever fought. He unleashed fire on the blue wolf, who continued trying to avoid being scorched, but he couldn't evade all blows. They were on the same side of the platform by now, Sokka holding on to the railing at the corner as the lava, hot and threatening, waited for them down below. "I'm going to soak in a freezing bath when I'm out of here. I swear I will," Sokka told himself, gulping as he swatted a fire blast with Wolf's Bane. It was a fact that he had lost this fight. He had no doubts left about it anymore, but at the very least he could survive. This was already the fourth time the lava gate opened, so it meant there were only around 15 minutes left. He could take 15 minutes more of this. Yes, he could. The next blast convinced him otherwise when it struck him in the shoulder, nearly knocking him off the platform altogether hadn't he been holding onto the metal railing with his legs. Azula jumped to her feet, her entire body trembling at this point. Her eyes were wide as she stared at Sokka with despair. If he fell, no, he couldn't fall. He wouldn't fall. He had promised he'd come back to her. Renzi watched Sokka's struggle with sympathetic eyes, despite himself. He glanced at Aonu to find his sponsor appeared somewhat nervous about the chaotic fight, yet still pleased to see that his fighter had the upper hand in the middle of this potential catastrophe. His eyes met Renzi's, finding his gladiator was reluctant to finish the fight. But he nodded towards him, and the Millennium Dragon sighed before turning towards Sokka. "I really am sorry," he said, gulping before readying himself to attack again. Sokka's eyes widened before outrage took over him. He snarled angrily at the man and pushed himself up with the help of the railing, a frown on his face. "You fucker. Like hell you're going to get away with that," he snapped, sheathing Wolf's Bane and clutching Space Sword hard. If he was going down, then he would take the bastard with him. Renzi stopped himself just before releasing the attack he had been preparing for Sokka when he saw him sheath the white sword. Everyone in the crowd watched in confusion as Sokka roared angrily, extending his right arm before tossing Space Sword powerfully, and it spun in an arched trajectory, straight towards the chain Renzi had been holding onto. By the time Renzi understood what Sokka had done, it was already too late for him to knock the sword off course. It cut cleanly through the chain, and it would have done the same to the remaining chain as it progressed in the trajectory Sokka had devised for it, but since there was but one chain left, the chain swung the platform to the side as it oscillated dangerously. The sword flew past the final chain, lodging into the metallic wall as the platform swayed dangerously from side to side within the cave. "Sokka!" Azula exclaimed, unable to hold back the cry as she saw him dangling at the very bottom corner of the platform, holding onto the railing with everything he had left. Aonu as well stood up now, a horrified expression on his face as he watched his gladiator swaying in the air, panic-ridden as he clutched the nearest railing. The platform swung, the remaining chain creaked and made the entire contraption spin on itself. Renzi clutched the railing, the spins so violent he feared he would spill his stomach's contents. Sokka gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, the spins making him sick as well, but the fire underneath him worried him far more. He couldn't let go of the railing no matter what, and even so, he still might fall into the lava once the last chain gave away. One of the platform's corners crashed against the wall, the very corner Renzi had been holding onto. The crash was violent enough to send vibrations throughout his body, and to make him release the railing altogether. He clawed at the metallic wall, trying to find a ledge to hold onto before sliding down to his death in the lava, and, fortunately for him, the platform had crashed right above the door that led to one of the standby rooms. His hand soon caught the border of the retractile bridge, and he held onto it with every bit of strength he had left, badly injured as he was after that violent crash against the wall. But Sokka wasn't at either side of the now vertical platform. He was at the very bottom, suffering as the metal contraption swung from side to side, threatening to drop him in the boiling lava as the links of the chain grew weaker and weaker. "No, no, just hold on," Azula muttered, her uneven breath coming in gasps. "Please, Sokka, don't you dare let go." There was no escape, though. Regardless of what he did, he was going to fall into the lava pit. He couldn't get away, he couldn't possibly climb up the spinning platform on time before it collapsed. The situation was entirely hopeless. Being this close to death was no longer a common experience for him. He wasn't used to living with his life on the line anymore, and he certainly didn't look forward to death as he had during his days as an amateur gladiator, when there had been nothing left for him to lose. He grimaced and tried to glance up at the stands, but everything was a blur because of the spinning platform. He gritted his teeth, having wished to at least look upon her face one last time. "I'm sorry, Azula," he whispered, as the chain's links stretched more. The sound of the closing gate startled him out of his state of resignation, his discarded hope returning to him immediately. The lava was going away. He couldn't see it, dangling off the platform as he was, but he was hearing the distinct sound of the gate closing. And indeed, the unbearable heat decreased greatly. The lava was gone for now. Sokka let himself breathe out in relief just before an unknown man's voice called out to him from below. "Let go." "Say what?" Sokka exclaimed, confused, still clutching the railing hard. "Let go of the railing now. You're safe from the lava, but the platform's still going to fall. It'll crush you if you don't let go." Sokka gritted his teeth and did as he was told, unsure of why he was obeying whoever was talking to him. He released the railing and dropped atop the gate on his back, the blow to his back and the back of his head sending him into yet another world of pain, as black and red spots swam before his eyes. The lava was heating the gate horribly even though it was sealed, and Sokka gritted his teeth as he felt the heat sear through his clothes and burn his body even more. But before he could even think of pushing himself up, he felt hands grasping his body and pulling him up brusquely. He cringed as he was dragged away from the spot he had fallen on, and he was about to ask the people carrying him to be a little kinder when something very large and heavy collapsed on the ground right behind them. Sokka's helpers jumped nervously when the platform fell, but they were less tense once the risk of being smashed by the platform was gone. Azula remained on her feet, staring down at the fallen platform, her eyes wide, her entire body trembling. She still struggled to catch her breath, and her hands were absurdly cold considering how high the temperatures were within the arena. Next to her, Aona was shouting as Renzi's bridge extended, which allowing him to climb onto it and return to the standby room. Azula didn't understand any of what the man was saying beside her, her eyes glued to Sokka, who seemed stunned by everything that had taken place just now, as the staff members fussed over him. But he was alive, he was safe. He was fine, or at least he would be eventually. Azula released a deep breath, blinking blankly as she processed the situation, closing her eyes and rubbing her forehead. Aona stopped shouting once his gladiator was well on his way to safety, and everyone around them began chatting in amazement after that intense battle. Azula didn't think she was in any fit state to talk yet, but she was forced out of her shock by the judges, who approached her and Aona. Now that was some battle. They started, and Azula turned towards them as they spoke, struggling to focus on anything other than Sokka, even now. The 3 staff members who had helped Sokka were now fussing over his wounds to check how much medical care he'd need, but Sokka wasn't paying them much attention. Now that the world wasn't spinning anymore, he could see her, standing high above, truly out of his reach, but still there for his eyes to see, at the very least, and that was all he needed right now. She was listening to the judges intently, Sokka found, and he couldn't see her too well from down below, but her body language suggested she was rather tense, as was the Millennium Dragon's sponsor, who stood right next to her. Suddenly her jaw dropped, and the other man hung his head. She turned around, searching for him with her eyes and finding him quickly. He smiled, delighted to meet her gaze again after having dreaded he would lose her for good, and he found she was smiling as well, ecstatic. He didn't have much time to study the smile on her face, or to figure out just why she was so happy. He gathered she was relieved he was still alive, but somehow her smile seemed to suggest she was delighted over something else as well. But perhaps the injuries were playing games with him, though, and she wasn't grinning as happily as he thought she was. He lost sight of her as the staff members led him into a passageway, and he remained in the dark regarding what the judges had just told the 2 sponsors. The rest of the group in the stands had stood up too, walking up to Azula, who was laughing in utter disbelief now. It's not logical. They were both about to fall, Aonu said, his eyes wide. It's not right. Regrettably, the rule states that the fighters who fall outside the ring are instantly disqualified, said the judge. As soon as the Millennium Dragon was out of the platform, the victory was to be awarded to the Blue Wolf. I'm sorry, but despite your fighter's superior performance throughout the battle, this is what the rules state. Wait, he won. Ty Lee exclaimed, her jaw dropping as Azula turned to look at them with a thrilled grin on her face. He won, she said again, laughing. He's alive, the asshole, and he won. Oh, he won. Ty Lee squealed excitedly, as Haru smiled as well, throwing a fist into the air. He won. He exclaimed as well. Ty Lee jumped to hug Azula, and for once, the princess hugged her back, too shocked by the news to be her usual aloof self towards her friend. Hell, that guy has some ridiculous luck. Mai said, raising her eyebrows but smiling weakly as well. At the sound of a relieved sigh, Mai turned to find Suki breathing out repeatedly, the news of Sokka's victory serving to appease her stress at last. Zuko was also relieved, but when he heard Suki's sigh he frowned a little, his jaw set. Mai's own relief changed into confusion upon Zuko's behavior. What on earth had happened with those 2 when they had left the stands? Azula was handed a large, polished silver plate by the judges. The trophy awarded to the winner of the slate had to be, indeed, a slate. The princess stared at it in amazement, reading the inscription that had just been written on it, the inscription that confirmed the Blue Wolf as the winner of this fight. Yet while the trophy was quite welcome, Azula found she didn't care for it half as much as she should. She only wanted to see Sokka once again, as soon as possible. She handed the trophy to Haru and Ty Lee, who were rather curious about it, and she picked up the boomerang that had fallen behind her on the stands, ready to bring it back to her gladiator. Sokka was being tended to in a room within the building, and a staff member had to lead Azula there. The physicians were in the middle of dealing with Sokka's many burns and bruises, and he cringed frequently as they rubbed ointments on his skin. They'd had him remove his armor and most his clothes to tend to him properly, and while the idea of being around a half-naked Sokka would naturally embarrass Azula, she could have thrown herself into his arms right then and there had they been alone, regardless of his attire or lack thereof. She smiled at him, with far more tenderness than Sokka was used to seeing on her face, but he rather liked seeing her smile like that even so. Sokka. Hey there, he said, with a clumsy smile as one of the healers bandaged his bruised cheek. Damn, it's good to see you. You're unbelievable. Azula said, laughing softly as she looked at him in amazement. I'm willing to bet you didn't plan any of what happened out there, did you? Heh, I'm glad you give me that much credit, Sokka said, pouting before he smiled guiltily. But nope, I didn't plan any of it. I had no idea your sword could do that. If it's any consolation, neither did I, Azula said, smiling, and giving him his boomerang. Sokka smiled happily upon clasping his dear weapon tightly in his hand again. Some staff members are working towards retrieving Space Sword. They told me they'd deliver it to me once they could get it out of where it's stuck. Heh, good. That's very nice of them, Sokka said with a clumsy grin, as the rest of the group entered the room. It's bound to take a while for them to detach it from that wall, said Azula, breathing deeply. But either way, it doesn't matter. You did it, Sokka. You actually did it. I did, eh? Survived the slate, he said, smiling clumsily. My hair got burned and all, but I still did it. First non-bender to ever make it, right? Azula raised her eyebrows in disbelief at his words before starting to laugh, and Sokka looked at her in confusion. What? Wait, is it I'm not the first? Oh, Sokka, she said, still laughing, and looking at him gently. You're not just the first non-bender to survive this hell of an arena, you won. Sokka blinked a few times at her words, their meaning refusing to register inside his mind. Azula could only keep chuckling at his befuddled expression, and his eyes widened when Ty Lee and Haru came closer, still holding the trophy. Look, Sokka. It's got your name on it and everything. Ty Lee squeaked loudly, making Sokka flinch at the sound. Why yeah? Hee. That's, nice, I guess. I won. He said, staring at Azula in confusion again. How did I? And no, that's got to be a mistake. Look at me, I'm a mess. So am I, boy, said a voice at the other side of the room, and only then did they all notice that the Millennium Dragon was being tended to by another group of healers. He was smiling with resignation at Sokka. Getting slammed into that wall probably broke a couple of my ribs. Heh, sorry, said Sokka, before frowning and looking at his opponent with irritation. But you were trying to kill me. I shouldn't be sorry at all. The hell's the matter with you? Renzi laughed loudly, though doing so seemed to hurt him quite a lot. While his injuries weren't too severe, they still pained him. That's what a gladiator's got to do, Sokka, he said, smiling. And you did it too, so well done. Only one other gladiator had ever beat me before, did you know that? I think I did. Said Sokka, blinking blankly. But let's get technical, I didn't really win, I just... You won, you silly man, stop trying to make it look like less than it is. Ty Lee exclaimed, giggling. Oh, I should hug you, but you're just so hurt that I don't dare. Smart call, said Azula, raising her eyebrows at her friend, though still smiling. How are you feeling, Sokka? Suki asked, looking at him worriedly, and Sokka shrugged weakly. Burned, beaten, and confused, if you want me to be perfectly honest. He said, and one of the physicians intervened. His wounds aren't so bad, most of them are superficial, except for the ones on his hands. Those will need careful attention. Still, he's in great shape considering he was fighting in the slate. But he would do best to get some rest, with no more difficult fights anytime soon. That won't be a problem. No more insane fights for the time being, then, Azula said, smiling and nodding at Sokka, who sighed in relief at the news. You did better than we expected, even though it almost seems our training wasn't that helpful, Mai said to Sokka. Still, you survived, and you even won. And at long last this nonsense is over. Right, he said, with a brief nod before frowning, but I won. Azula rolled her eyes and sighed, but she smiled all the same. It seemed it would take quite some time for Sokka to wrap his head around his triumph, but she didn't mind. He was alive and safe, and that was what she cared about the most. She didn't mind if she had to spend the rest of their lives telling him that he had indeed won in the slate, she would do so gladly if she had to. Her heart was ablaze with joy, for he had kept his vow to her. He had returned to her, just as he had sworn he would. The trip back to the capital was, naturally, far less hectic than the one to the slate. There was no drinking this time, because all thoughts of alcohol had slipped from Ty Lee's mind, as she imagined what it might be like for Haru to be the first earthbender to win in the slate. Naturally, the idea didn't appeal to the gladiator much, but seeing Ty Lee so enthusiastic about the matter at least served to amuse Mai. Now, come on, dear. Ty Lee exclaimed, as Haru gritted his teeth and shook his head promptly. The three of them had remained on deck during the day, watching as the sun traveled through the sky while the ship returned home. You know you could do it. You've beaten Sokka before. They have the right to challenge at the slate now, so Azula should just challenge us. Sokka can let you beat him and there you have it. 3,000 points for you. I doubt Azula would agree to that, Mai pointed out, and Ty Lee pouted. Well, why not? Because she would want those 3,000 points for herself, you know. Said Mai, shrugging, as Haru shook his head again. I can't fight in there. There's no way I can earthbend when the only thing in that place is metal. Or is it you expect me to bend lava? Well, have you ever tried to bend lava? Ty Lee asked, smiling broadly at Haru. The skeptical glare the young man gave her was quite a clear response by itself. Well, come on. If you never try it, you'll never know if you can do it. I'd rather not take the chances, Haru replied, stubbornly, and Ty Lee scowled. Oh, come on, Haruyu. It will be fun. She insisted, and Mai rolled her eyes but smiled. Their conflict was slightly ridiculous but they were still somewhat entertaining, most unlike another of the pairs aboard the ship. Zuko had locked himself up inside his cabin ever since they had set out to the capital again, refusing to talk to anyone. It didn't quite seem like he was angry, and he even congratulated Sokka for his success as they were leaving the slate. But something was definitely wrong with him, and Mai dreaded it might have something to do with the girl who had been making Zuko rather happy all along until this fight had taken place. Suki had been knocking on Zuko's door for what felt like hours already. She hoped to talk to him somehow, now that they could speak privately again, but Zuko refused to open the door and listen to her. She had called for him countless times, begging him to talk to her, but the prince remained stubbornly inside his cabin. Please, Zuko. She whispered, her forehead pressed against the door. I know I should have said something, but I'm trying to say something now, please, can't we just talk? Zuko. The prince sighed, closing his eyes as he lay on his bed, determined not to let her words move him. For he was sure that, if she had really wanted him, she would have said so already. She wouldn't have needed to think, she wouldn't have been so quick to get out of his grasp. He knew he had been rash, that he had been far too forceful, that he had ruined his chances with her altogether by being so stupid. Why had he confessed when he had? It had been a mistake, most obviously, and he didn't think he was ready to face the consequences for it. He gritted his teeth and berated himself, still hearing her voice calling for him outside. But he couldn't answer her. He wouldn't. He already knew what she would say, and he wasn't ready to be rejected. Not by her, of all people. Ow. Ow. Oh. Sokka complained, as the wet cloth rubbed against his hands burn. That hurts. Ow. You could stop whining, you know. This is meant to help you in the long run, Azula said, dipping the cloth in the bucket of cold water again before returning to the wound in question. Sokka hadn't expected her to take it upon herself to heal him, but he hadn't been that surprised when she had chosen to accompany him to his room and tend to his wounds. He knew she was pleased by the fight's result, and he also knew how worried she had been about his safety while he was fighting the Millennium Dragon above a lava pit. That she would take care of him made him feel much better, even if his burns still hurt terribly. According to the physicians, you broke some of the blisters you had here, so we need to take extra care with these burns, Azula said, scowling as she looked at his hand carefully. They don't look so bad, but they must hurt a lot. Hopefully the ointments the physicians gave us will help for good. Come on, I've had worse burns, Sokka said, smiling at her. She raised her eyes before caressing the wound again with the wet cloth. This silly burn to my hand is nothing compared to that one time when a princess punched me so hard that she broke my armor and burned my, ow. Oh. Could you try not squirming? Azula said, withdrawing the cloth and looking at Sokka sternly as he grimaced at the pain. Well, can you try doing it so it doesn't hurt at all? He asked, blinking tears from his eyes. Azula sighed heavily. I really doubt it, she said, taking the ointment now and dabbing the cloth on it. Be still now. I don't want to hurt you even more with this. You know I'm not quite a healer after all. So far you've done just fine, though, said Sokka, smiling as she took his hand in hers. So there's probably no need to, damn it, that stings. Stay put, I said, or you'll only make it worse, Angela snapped, through gritted teeth. Sokka contained the cries of pain, pressing his eyes tightly shut as Angela continued to rub the ointment on him. When she saw him pout, she couldn't hold back a soft laugh. Come on, enough funny faces. Let's bandage it. Okay, then. He said, gulping as she took the bandages and wrapped his hand most carefully. Despite her harsh words and general demeanor, she was being quite gentle by nursing him this way. The water and the ointments would have hurt regardless of how she applied them, but they surely would have been far worse if she had been unkind about it. His hand still bothered him by the time it was fully bandaged, for the burns he had sustained with both of them were quite nasty. The blisters on his palms had gotten worse because of how he had fought so eagerly with his swords. The contact between his damaged skin and the leather had proven to be a dreadful combination. The rest of his wounds weren't as awful as the ones to his hands. Despite his doubts, the flame-retardant clothes had served their purpose well enough, even though he still had sustained many minor burns across his body. So, are you planning on tending to everything else too? Sokka asked, with a mischievous smile. Angela raised an eyebrow. You wish I would. You heard the physician, the ones that need careful attention are the burns on your hands. You can probably deal with the others yourself, or Song could deal with them once we're home again. Well, that's a pity. You've been a very nice healer, said Sokka, grinning goofily. Heh, Angela said, skeptically. What you like aren't my healing skills, to be precise. Oh, and you know what I like? He asked, smiling suggestively. From what I gather, you definitely like pain, she said, smirking at him. Else I figure you wouldn't be asking that question. Hey, now, that's not true. Sokka said, with another pout, but he breathed out in relief and closed his eyes, dropping his head back on his bed's pillows. Damn, I can't believe that's over with. Me neither, said Angela. It's strange that it's all behind us now. The ceremony, this fight. Well, I guess not everything is behind us entirely. Sokka said, gulping and looking at Angela apprehensively. It took her a moment to figure what he was talking about, and he noticed her confusion. He cleared his throat and raised his eyebrows. I seem to remember you wanted to scold me for something, didn't you? The words rang a bell for her, and as realization dawned on her, he continued to grimace. He was quite certain he wouldn't want to hear whatever she wanted to say about their drunken fiasco. Why, I did say I'd scold you, didn't I? She said, and Sokka gulped and nodded. Yep. You were pretty clear about that, he said, and she smiled. Right, she muttered. He waited for a while, guessing she was trying to organize her thoughts, but when he glanced at her he found she was actually smiling and shaking her head. Angela. He said, surprised. Why is it that every single time I want to tell you off for doing something idiotic, you get yourself half killed and I end up forgetting why I was mad at you in the first place? She asked, and Sokka smiled weakly. Hey, it hasn't happened every single time. I think you've told me off for many stupid things as it is. Not for all of them, though, she said, raising her eyebrows. You nearly died out there, you know. I know, he said, looking at her apologetically. I really didn't want things to come to that, but at the time I didn't see another way out. I'm really sorry for worrying you. And I'm sorry for making you fight in there, regardless of if you won or not, she said, caressing the back of his bandaged hand. We got an important boost now, but I'd rather we don't take such big risks again. It's not worth it. It's not worth it, really? Sokka asked, smiling a little. Well, that's probably one of the sweetest things you've ever said to me. Say I'm sweet again and I might start thinking fighting in the slate is worth it, indeed, Angela said, with a cruel smirk, and Sokka froze. Okay, fine, he said, with a soft laugh. So, am I not getting scolded, then? You really think you can get away with what you did? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows, and Sokka smiled and shook his head. Nope. I'm pretty sure I can't, he said, as she leaned closer to him, smiling. Good to know you're aware of it. Then I'll get to scolding you soon. But I'll do it when the thrill of what happened back there is gone, she said, pressing her forehead lightly against Sokka's. He chuckled. Damn, I hope those 3,000 points go up to your head for a very long time, then. He said, as she smiled again and kissed him softly. He closed his eyes, the sensation of her lips on his refreshing and delightful. It was pleasant enough that he could forget about the burns, if just for a moment. You did a great job out there, Azula said, her eyes closed. See, just as you believed in me, I believed in you. And everything worked out indeed. What are the chances, huh? Yeah, it's hard to believe still, he said, laughing softly. I won, and my hair got burned, but I won, eh? Yes, you won indeed. Just don't ever scare me like that again, will you? I'll try not to, he whispered, lifting her chin with his bandaged fingers to kiss her again. Despite the fragility of the kisses they shared, and despite the countless problems that they had yet to resolve, the two smiled and basked in the glory of their victory. The worst of their ordeals in the Gladiator League up to date was finally behind them. Check the description for the links to the author.